As I do, it's Kevtech here, bringing another video on information technology. I hope you're having a good day. Happy Saturday, and I'm gonna wait to see how many people join before I do anything, and I am gonna get food. So I'm gonna mute my mic for a second. Just give me a second. Yeah, so I'm like literally dying because of the weather. It's too damn hot. Good afternoon, sir. How you doing? So I have to get some stuff for I have to get some food, but also I need to go on, obviously I need to eat. I'm starving. So I'm gonna get my food and I'm gonna bring it upstairs here with me, and then we're gonna do some training, okay? This is not a strip show, by the way. Give me a second. Give me a second, guys. Just join, join. Come on, guys. Anyone joining? Just join. I'll meet you guys, all right? I'll be back. So Steve, I'm gonna temporarily make you the host for 2 seconds because I have to get my food, all right? I'll be back. I'll be back, all right? Give me a second. I'm back, guys. You guys hear me? You guys should hear me. Hey, Steve.
How's it going there, Kev?
I'm all right. Just having coffee and eating. I'm eating while doing this video.
Eating, taking off your darn clothes, showing off your guns. Yeah, I see that. What the hell's going on over there?
I'm a fat bastard.
It is though, big in New York City. So anything can happen in New York.
You're funny, man.
I try to be. How was your week?
Good. Danish, you ready to join? Danish? I'm waiting to see how many people join. I'm just waiting for people. You know the drill. I'm waiting for everyone to join before I get into it.
That's the drill.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat now because every time we do these sessions, they, take forever.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah, I don't want to be here stuck on the session. And then I'm not gonna eat anything. I'm gonna be on the floor if I gotta eat. So.
Yep.
So.
How did those new hires turn out? I think you had 3 of them this week?
Yeah, so there was 20 new hires last week, and this week was only 3. So
everything turned out okay with them?
Mm-hmm.
So they're all working from home?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They don't start till the 18th.
Oh, then you got some time.
I like to be ahead of the game. That's just the way I work.
Yeah, gotcha.
I'm always like that. I'm usually ahead of the game, and then basically I start. I attack everything. I do all the if it's for example, if it's 5 new hires or 6,
yeah,
I tend to do all of them in one shot. I don't wait till tomorrow or the next day to do it. I just do all of them.
Did they just set the laptops up at work and you just already peed into them, or they send them, or they physically send them over to your house?
All the people that we have in our company in the other office,
right?
They have laptops already. So they have image laptops pre-imaged already. So all you gotta do is just rename it to the name of the user or the name of the person that's starting next week. So they do that, and then what they do is they connect it to VPN using their home Wi-Fi, and then I remote into it, and I put shortcuts there, and then they ship it over to the user.
Oh, okay.
So that's what we've been doing.
Hey guys. Hey, how are you, Kev? Hey, Steve, how are you?
Good.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be a little bit kind of on a hidden. I don't know.
You always say that.
I always say that, but last time I did a mistake. I was talking, and after it was 4 hours remaining for our fast, and I'm like, Today I'm gonna be just kind of observing, Maybe later on I will do that ticketing part. If Kevtech want me to do that, maybe we can do that.
I'm waiting for more people to join, so just bear with me.
Yeah, and that's probably we can do probably at the ending, I would say. Maybe
it's always a good ending part, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at it again, and it was a lot of information that we shared. To be honest, some of the things you think that maybe I might have some of the tickets and I might know some of the information, but then when you hear somebody else, right, Steven, you get to know more than okay, wow, I didn't know about that stuff. Let me just take a note of that.
Were those ones that you created, or just kind of had and kind of made up some stuff?
No. It's actually real tickets.
Oh, really? Yeah.
List from 2 different clients. So what I did, I removed personal data out of it.
That's kind of stuff. Yeah.
And I combined it all together. It became, and I do this on a daily basis. So what I want to do, I want to make a library of let's say 1,000 tickets for that. And then if somebody look, there's a lot of people come to my platform and say, oh, can you give me a ticket? Can you give me a ticket? And I'm like, my whole training is a ticket, but the problem is they still want to see that actual ticket, right? The feeling is, so imagine if somebody have 1,000 tickets and they even solve, let's say 40% of these tickets, I believe that person is good to go for a job.
Yeah, because it's very hard to even make up a ticket. I mean, sitting at home here, what can we break? Well, because things just break, and it's and then all tickets come through how'd that break?
And that's the reason. That's the reason in the beginning I said that we're not going to try to show you how to fix this ticket. First of all, there is no, it's not a real there's no real equipment that is having an issue right now.
Right.
Second is that if you get involved in even a basic ticket troubleshooting, it can take about 40 minutes or 30 minutes just to. I could fix it in 2 minutes, but then for me to explain to someone, it's be another 40 minutes, right? So imagine if you have to explain every ticket that we have in our document, then we probably will just, I don't know what will happen.
Right.
But it's better to just go over it, give people an ideas, different type of ideas out of it. Whether it's a solid answer or not, it doesn't matter to us. Even though I don't even have good answers to most of these tickets, it's just that I know how to fix that and I just fix it. That's it. I don't care about if it's the perfect way or not a perfect way. But this, by going over it quickly, this gives our people who are watching us or following us a very good idea of a real world, tickets that we're not making it up. It's actually a real ticket. So
yeah, I'm waiting for people to join. So just bear with you. I'm sending invites on LinkedIn. So just bear with me.
He's also eating there, Dennis, too. Just to, he doesn't want to embarrass you. He's also eating.
Yeah, that's why he turned off his camera.
Well, before he was freaking, he had his tank top on, showing off his guns. I thought he was freaking like a strip show. Like, what the heck is going on here? What the heck are we tuning into? Something. Kev's
Maybe we can transform our channel too, right? It doesn't matter. Look, I can remove the job out of it, and whatever skills share, you can have any.
Oh, that way he has his thing on.
So if Kevin is dancing,
at least he put a dark shirt on. That's good. Because remember, Sheldon's watching. Bazinga. Remember, Sheldon's watching.
Bazinga. Oh, nice.
Remember Sheldon from Big Bang Theory.
Big Bang Theory, yeah.
Remember? You gotta remember him, right? Big Bang Theory, Bazinga. That was just that was his catchphrase. Supposed to be the smartest guy, on the, probably make us look like idiots, but he was all, big. But I don't know if he knows anything about computers or not, but he sounded like he did.
Yeah.
Waiting for more people to join. Just bear with me.
Yeah, so so what I found, actually I'm gonna make a video on this, but I found, man, Microsoft have some really cool IT support courses for free, and I was like, what? They got these huge courses out there for free, and I knew that from their MVA Academy. I don't know if you remember, they had an MVA Academy that's gone right now. They used to have this website, right? People will go there and people will learn for free. They would call it a Microsoft Virtual Academy, and then they will give you a certificate too, all that kind of stuff. So that kind of Microsoft shot it down. We're not doing that anymore. So they started this new platform called Learn now. If you go to the Microsoft sites, it's called like Learn, and then you basically learn anything, and they have a really nice documentation with videos and all that. I'll show that later on. But then I found out that actually from MVA, they had a full-blown IT support courses, and it was sequential, meaning fundamentals, communication, hardware, troubleshooting, Windows troubleshooting, level 1, level 2, and they had so many stuff in there. So I was like, man, that's great. Okay, I went in there, made my own blog, put it in a sequential method for our people who are following us, because then Microsoft try to leads you towards app development, blah, blah, blah. They want you to become a developer, right? And we're not doing that right now. So then I removed all that junk out of it and made like a whole list out of it. And it became like a full-blown learning path, just like what we have. But Microsoft has its own. So later on, I'm going to show that link and share it with people. And it's free. You don't have to pay anything. It's free content. I mean, it has a pretty quality content out there.
They have a thing called free Microsoft IT support. I don't know if you saw that, but there's a free Microsoft IT support where you sign up and you could be an IT support representative for Microsoft as freelance. I don't know if you saw that.
That's nice. I think we should share that kind of links, because I think that's very important for people who learn things from us. Maybe they can put some credentials on their resume like that.
Let me just share my screen real quick. So
yeah, go ahead.
So if you go into and I didn't know about this, so by the way, I'm just finding this out. If you go into, I'm gonna share my screen real quick. So if you go here, there's this thing called Become a Windows 10 Expert, and basically you apply now, and then basically when you log in, you have to create a username and password, and it's absolutely free, and you do IT support for people. So then you could add that on your resume. If you have no IT experience, you could add it on your resume and basically build your experience from this. But
can you post this link in the chat?
The problem with this is that you really have to know your stuff, if that makes sense. They're gonna give you an exam before you take it. before you get qualified to do it. So you have to actually be good at the operating system.
So maybe like a little bit of preparation is required for to do this kind of stuff.
Because I did it on my own. So I went into my MSN account and I apply with my MSN account. And then when I did it, I logged in, and there's before you even create an account, there's a self-assessment test you take. And basically you take the test, and then basically they ask you a series of Windows operating system questions. And then they base you on a skill level on that.
That's pretty
Then
cool,
after
man.
you do that, after you go and do the skill level, actually, you actually could start doing jobs for people and start taking care of issues like my printer is not working, this app's not working, stuff like that. It's absolutely free, and they pay you on the side too, and you can put this on your resume. So
let me send you this link in the chat. Can you pull this link? I want to show you something. I just added this. I was gonna make a video and share it with you, Kev, but let's just do it now while you're on,
sure.
because I want to talk about what it's kind of related to what you're talking right now.
You want to share the screen, or you want me to do it? Because you can share the screen.
Yeah, let me share my screen.
Let me share as I'm eating, because I am.
Yeah, that's
right
fine.
now,
Let me share my screen. Here. Can you guys see my screen, everyone?
Yes, now we can.
Okay, so I'm gonna post this link in the chat as well with what Kev just said, because you do need a little bit of, he said, that knowledge. So look at this, Kev. Microsoft actually have a free sequential courses on EDX. EDX is what's that? EDX.org, right? It's a pretty big platform. And if you see, look at this fundamental, IT support fundamental, and they have a full list about this course, what you're going to learn. And that's what we do, right? In our main courses, like, hey, what are the agent roles? What do they do? Key responsibility, support skills. And look at this. After that, they have a communication. And I made it in a way so people can follow it, like beginners can follow it in a sequential method. So fundamentals, you're done with fundamentals, you come to the communication, and then you learn so much about the communication and blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. And then you have this hardware essential right here. Then if you come over here, then they teach you about the hardware stuff, which a lot of people ask this question, hey, you guys are teaching all this real world stuff. What about the hardware stuff? So here you go, you got the hardware. Now it goes to Windows support essential installation. Now, a lot of people, we start our training with Windows installation. The reason for that is that's the first thing. A lot of people need to know that, right? Then the installation is there. Then this is a very important piece that I'm working on currently for more advanced careers, and that's the networking. In here is essentials. We're working a lot on advanced stuff, but these are the three main areas that a lot of people, if they can come over here and they can master these three areas right now, these two, the first ones, network protocols, TCP/IP. If you can really understand this and connect it with some real world examples, to be honest, you're gold in future. And then after that, you have this support essentials maintenance, and then it goes to this troubleshooting courses. So remember, these are like 7-8 courses. I made it in a way that sequentially, in a way that's how we teach, and that's how we perform all these videos most of the time. Now you have a Microsoft full-blown courses for free, available for free. And then what Kevtech is showing you, that link, maybe you guys can go to that link after learning this stuff. And if this is not cutting it, I also add our own, on the bottom right here, I think this is the free link that I share with Kevtech as well, this one right here. So this is the collaboration type of link that I'm doing with Kevtech. So if you go over there, then let's say you learn all this Microsoft kind of stuff, and you know that that's not going to be only the things that you need to learn in real world, then you can combine it with the list that we have provided to you. Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, and then on the bottom, all these playlists. Kevtech videos started right there. There you go, so many different videos, and then he has a channel. I feel like this combination and this much of information, it's just, I don't know why people cannot just cannot ignore this kind of stuff. Like if you want to get into IT, you cannot ignore this type of valuable information that people are giving it to you. Take it and take advantage of it, and it's free. Most of it is free. That's it.
Yeah, I'm back. I finished eating. Actually, I eat really fast. Actually, I can eat my food in under 10 minutes.
So Kevtech,
really fast.
I'm going to make a video on this, and I'm going to share this link with you just in case people ask you, hey, is there some free Microsoft courses that I can take? So I made it in a full list now. People can definitely take benefit from this.
Yeah, definitely. I made a video on VPN too. I'm not sure if you saw that. I think you saw it.
I think I saw the one with the AnyConnect one at the end that you were showing. Yeah. And that's after that, I made live thing, and I kind of like explain. And what I did, I'm making like a full playlist about VPN. So it says, what is VPN, blah, blah, blah. And it goes like all the way sequentially. And then your video is like going to be right there for the troubleshooting. I think it's already there. In the last video in my playlist is your troubleshooting video.
Cool.
So I'm always sneaking on your channel and try to pick up.
Trying to figure out who is Wilmo. Wilmo.
Hello, Wilmo. How are you, bro?
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hi.
What's going on, man?
Hey,
Who are you? Give us your introduction.
hey, I'm Wilmo. I've seen Kevin's channel for a little while now, but I live in here in North Carolina, Charlotte. I saw this last week, and I was like, oh, I'm going to jump on next week. I wanted to see. It's definitely a great work you guys are doing for the community. I've been doing IT for 6 years now, so I have a little bit of experience, but it's great to see people willing to help new people trying to come in. So it's a great work, man.
Yeah, it's such a great way to, like, for example, hey, you just joined in because you felt like you can connect with us, right? And that's exactly how we feel, and we recommend every single person to come and join us. And it's just, there's no skill level over here, right? Like, I'm learning from most of my stuff from a lot of these people that are joining me. You can learn from us, we can learn from you. That this way the whole community gets together, then at least the people that are following us, that are in this community, will have no issues in terms of IT stuff, right? Most of it's going to be resolved by just talking to each other. So what's your background? Like, what do you work on? What kind of stuff that you do? Like, what's the title and stuff like that? Like, what do you do?
Yeah, so right now, basically, what I've done for most of my career is a lot of desktop support. I got lucky and I never had to do help desk. I kind of jumped over the help desk, and because of some contract jobs, I got right into desktop support, luckily, and been doing a lot of desktop support since. And in the past, I'll say year or two, I've started to do more engineering, server type work.
Awesome.
So at my current job, it's a smaller company, so it's just two of us. So we kind of do everything. So I'm like having to learn a little bit of networking, having to learn more of the email stuff. So it's definitely stretching my knowledge in this job. So I'm grateful for that. That's
nice. I think that's kind of like the story of all of everybody that's in this area, that we touch everything in a like a portion wise, and then it becomes more of like a overall skills that you can present it to someone. So that's pretty cool. Welcome to everybody else, Kanan, Jerry, Raj, and I mean, you guys are welcome to introduce yourself and just talk about your titles or skills, because that's very important for our people that are listening to us. It's fun to actually like kind of learn about new people too. What's going on, bro? Raj, how are you?
Yeah, doing good, man. How are you?
Same old, man. Saturday, we are in the Kevtech show live today. There's going to be dance today, bro. I don't know about the dance. So, Kev, what are we doing today?
I'm waiting for Eddie to join. Eddie asking me for a link. He spammed me, like he spammed the living hell out of me, and he's not joining. Waiting for Eddie to join.
Oh, right there. I just saw him right there.
He's hiding.
All right, I'm gonna put my camera on this. I'm just gonna take a little breaks in between.
All right, guys. Anyone that's hey Miguel, hey good man, hey hey guys. Okay. Hey Phil. All right. So let me share my screen, and these are today is just no hands-on training today. Today is just straight up tickets. I want to see what people's thinking process is, if that makes sense. Obviously, Danish don't help. Obviously, Steven, don't help, please. Steven, do not help. Do not hint anything. So I have a bunch of tickets I created, and
can I say something? I don't know about if it's about help or not, but I don't know 80% of the things that I even show my own tickets. 80% of the things I don't know. So why are we discriminated in this stuff? We're here to learn too.
That's what I want to know. I can at least say some things. You gotta have some.
Yeah, you
some
could say
class.
dancing.
This is like some class participation.
You could say dancing, but that's about it. That's pretty much it.
Want me to go get the little lion over there again? I'll get the look. He's over there. He's actually watching us. So.
Oh my god. All right, so I'm gonna share my screen real quick, and I'm gonna go over some tickets here, and then anyone could join. You could just jump in and whatever. So obviously chat could join too. So without further ado, let's go right into it. So let me share my screen. Screen number 1. I am using Jira, by the way. For anyone wondering what the hell is this is Jira. This is a ticketing system called Jira. So, and we're gonna start out real soon. Somebody else is joining right now, so just bear with me.
Okay.
Like I said, if anything were to happen where we need to fully replace it.
Hello. All right. I'm waiting for somebody else to join. They're joining right now, and more people are joining. All right. One more person's joining. Somebody else is joining. So we have a bunch of people joining right now. We have the lion showing, lion over here. Well, you can't see it because we're doing full screen right now, so it's fine.
Hi, I'm unable to see your screen on MS, like from Zoom.
Sorry?
No, I unable to see your screen. Can you able to hear me?
Sorry?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
To see your screen.
You're unable to see your screen or our screen?
No, on you are.
Okay, so he's already sharing his screen right now. That's the computer.
No, thing is, I can see your on your profile picture and your videos only because I am unable to see his machine.
Okay, can you see our videos now? Or can you see the screen now?
Yeah. Now I can now I can able to see the screen.
Okay.
Hi everyone. How are you?
Hello.
Hey, Haifa, how are you?
How are you guys doing?
Hey, Heffa. Are you feeling any better?
Yeah, finally.
Good.
But now Best Buy made me feel worse. So back to that. Anyway, you guys go ahead. I was on the phone with Geek Squad. Oh my God, they're so terrible.
Geek Squad.
They're nice.
We do not use the term Geek Squad in here. Oh my God.
My apologies. I wanted to figure out what's wrong with my laptop.
You got a bunch of geeks right here that can help you out.
Danish was saying, so I bought new headphones. Kevtech knows why, obviously. And if anyone heard me speak last time. So I bought new headphones and then Danish was complaining about the same thing. He's saying that that really loud noise.
I was like, you just wasted your money.
No, so they told me if I break my computer, they'll give me a brand new one until March 2021. So now I'm trying to figure out how to break it.
Get the coffee out.
Who
Get
wants
the
to help?
coffee out. Get the coffee. Blow up the friggin' motherboard.
Is that what you do? Oops.
They'll do it. Take it outside. Just run it over with your car a little bit.
They literally said if I do anything, they'll give me a brand new one.
Oh my God.
Someone help. Come on, tech guys. How are you guys doing?
Good.
We
Okay, I'm gonna let you guys go back to what you're doing. I'm here.
All right. So we're gonna do the ticketing. We're gonna do the ticketing system today, and I just want to go over some tickets real quick. I have a bunch of tickets here, as you can see. We'll do them one by one. And today's more like a thinking process. So I want to see what's your analytical thinking when it comes to troubleshooting these tickets, basically for everyone that is new in IT or anyone in general. I just want to see what your thinking process is trying to do these things. So I want to know what your thinking process. All right, let's go to the first one. Slow computer. I've been using my laptop a lot lately, and it keeps making. We'll do them one by. Someone else is joining. All right. I've been using my laptop a lot lately, and it keeps making a loud buzzing noise. I'm not sure if it's an issue with the computer or something else is going on. I did get an error message this morning when I turned it on. It says something about a fan not working and press F1 to continue. I think this laptop might be dying. So what would be the first troubleshooting steps you would do if you had that issue? If you had an issue like that where a laptop is making some weird buzzing noise and basically it keeps prompting you to press F1 every single time you turn on the laptop. So I just want to know what people's troubleshooting steps will be. Does that make sense? Anyone? Guys? This laptop might be dying. So what will be the first troubleshooting step? What will you guys do if you're having this weird issue with the laptop?
All right,
basically?
don't worry about it. Just come and give you answers. There's no right or nothing. There's no right or wrong answer over here. Just give it a try.
Someone said check the RAM, check the memory. Anyone else? So it's making a loud noise and it keeps prompting them to press F1 to continue to the next screen. It says the fan is now working, press F1 to continue.
Okay.
Someone said fan is malfunctioning. Someone said fan needs to be replaced or cleaned up. You need to call the vendor if you have a problem. There's no troubleshooting. His fan will likely need to be replaced. I would Google it.
I know this is a really stupid answer maybe, but why don't you just turn it off and let it cool down? I also didn't read the question. I'm just listening to you guys because I was on the phone. Sorry.
Anyone else?
Being quiet.
You can void warranty if you touch the system, or you could click F1. Okay. Anyone else? I've seen people are joining right now, actually. Like they're joining Zoom right now, so I'm just waiting for them to join. So I'll read the question. I'll read the question again. I've been using my laptop a lot lately, and it keeps making a loud buzzing noise. I'm not sure if it's an issue with the computer or something else is going on. I did get an error message this morning, and when I turned it on, it said something about a fan not working. Press F1 to continue. I think this laptop might be dying.
Yeah, usually when I get that, because I used to do a lot of Dell field repairs. Usually when I get that problem, you could click F1 and F1 will usually pass that and take you to the OS, but you still get that fan problem every time you reboot. So what I would do is I would replace the fan in that situation. But if a lot of companies have warranties where you can't touch the computer, when you touch the laptop or anything, you void the warranty. So usually they will call Dell or whoever your vendor is, and they will swap that problem out for you. But if you really need to get to the OS, you could click F1 and it should take you to the OS.
Got it. Femi, you wanted to say something? Femi? So you raise your hand. Femi? No, nothing.
First, we need to check.
Hindi ko coronavirus, Mr. Fro.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, that does sound right.
Oh, geez, look.
Oh, cool, man.
I will first check the temperature of the computer in the BIOS. So if the temperature is very high, then I will probably like replace the fan or something. If the temperature is not very high, then you just can press F1 and continue.
Got it.
Yeah. Well, I have one more doubt. So how do I check the temperature on CPU?
Okay.
How do I check the temperature on CPU, like in a laptop or desktop? How do I check?
Go, man, you want to say something?
Well, I was about to answer it, but I wasn't sure if it was allowed.
No, go ahead.
So just you can go to just BIOS and check for the it's like called I think hardware monitoring or something like that. It should be in there.
Or you could download CPU-Z. I don't know if you know what that is.
Sorry,
Yeah.
which application should I want to be download?
Sorry?
No, which application should I want to be download for check the temperature of CPU?
Yeah,
Like,
it's usually in the BIOS, or you could download CPU-Z. So it's an application called CPU-Z, and it monitors the memory, it monitors the temperature of the computer. It does everything pretty much, and it's free.
Okay,
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah, you could
Because
do
I'm
that.
also working as a technical support only, but I am not aware about this application.
Yeah, you could do that, or you could go to the BIOS and basically, check from there. But I use CPU-Z. That's what I use. I don't know what Coolman uses. I don't know what Steven uses, but that's what I use. Obviously, it has to be allowed on the company environment. If you're not allowed to do it, then you're not allowed to do it. So you have to go into the BIOS and do it there. So
Yeah.
For
you're right.
for my personal stuff, well, whenever I do overclocking on my computer, I use I think it's called Hardware Monitor 64 or something like HW64. I think that's what it's called. It can check all kinds of sensors. So if you really like want to know how things are acting while you're messing around with them under load or under a certain percentage of load, you can see the wattage, you can see the temperatures, you can see the changes in voltage. If you have it set to automatic like voltage for overclocking, it automatically shows you what's going on. But yeah, it will definitely show you the temperatures as well.
got it.
Oh, yeah, got it.
So how you guys doing today?
Doing good. I'm good, man. How you doing?
Doing all right.
All right. So I'm gonna go to the next question, unless somebody wants me to, talk about this. I'll close the tickets later on, but I'm gonna go to the next scenario. So
Just
anyone
wanted to
have
add
any
real
questions
quick.
about this? Yeah, Kuhlman?
Yeah, so I just want to say I agree with the first gentleman. I think he mentioned replacing the fan.
Yep.
I think that's the correct step right there to
Yep.
Yeah.
resolving
R.
this.
Kelly.
Good job, man. Yeah, because it's making noise. Obviously it's broken, so we can't just ignore it.
Yeah.
Normally, there is a time where you can ignore it if it's like an issue with like a BIOS not registering it properly. Like if you know for sure that there is no issue with the fan, like there's no noise, but the error comes up, that can happen as well. So you can certainly hit F1 and just continue, but
Yeah.
certainly do make sure, and kind of what the last gentleman mentioned in checking the temperature, if the temperature is okay and everything's fine, it's probably okay as well, because there stuff like this happens, with I've
Yeah.
seen it with like it can be fixed with like BIOS update or something. But if it's like a desktop computer, sometimes especially when it's like after, like if it goes for service or something like that, chances are also that the fan's been unplugged. So that can also come up whenever the fan is unplugged. So anyways, that's just my 2 cents there.
No, I definitely agree with that. It could be a possibility where basically somebody did something to it, when you run a repair or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Like they accidentally yanked it after they like replaced the CPU or changed the whole motherboard or something like that. They just forgot to plug it in, or maybe they just wanted to add more RAM or something. Who knows? Just some kind of service.
Yeah, I used to love the tickets I get when I get calls like that, and the user would just accidentally unplug the fan, and all I had to do was go over there and plug the fan in, which was like a 2-minute job.
Easy ticket.
Cool.
And I think same time we need to check like a fan because some dust is available or not, like that. So we need to clean the fan. Then after that we will replace it, like refix it. I think maybe it will be resolved.
Cool. Steven, you want to add anything to it?
Sorry?
No, nothing. Steven, I'm talking to Steven. No.
No, everyone said basically the same thing. It's just a fan issue.
I saw somebody say to clean up temp files. I was like, what?
Yeah,
I was confused.
Software.
Somebody commented to throw it out. I don't know who it was, but
it was Eddie.
No, I said that in the chat. If you saw that, throw away the laptop.
Yeah, we're not doing that. Like, it's a company laptop, so we got.
Well, the more reason to do it. It's not yours.
Oh, that's funny. All right, next one. This shouldn't be that complex. Femi, what happened? Hey, Femi.
The PDF keep opening on Internet Explorer. Okay.
Femi. Okay,
hey, hi, Kevtech.
Hey. All right. All right. So let me go back into the ticket. All right. So next ticket. PDF keeps opening on IE. Good morning. I need to view a document given to me through an email, and whenever I open it, it opens an Edge for some reason. Any way we can fix this? I need to view this document and get back to our director in 30 minutes about it. And they set the priority as high. Anyone, how do you fix this issue?
How about change the default browser to Edge?
To what?
You said it opens up in Edge, right?
It opens up an Edge every time, yeah.
Yeah. How about and you? I don't see it properly. I'm sorry. And the user wants it to open up in let me see.
Sorry.
Where does the user want to open up the PDF?
So I'm gonna read a document. I'm gonna read it again. So PDF, every time he opens a PDF, it opens on IE, Edge, whatever. I need to view a document given to me through email. So whenever I open it, it opens an Edge for some reason. Any way we can fix this? I need to view this document and get back to our director in 30 minutes about it. And the priority is set to high, which is because it's super important.
Well, let's make it a little bit more easy for like through email. What do you mean by that?
So they get an email sent to them with a PDF, and they open it and it goes to Edge.
I mean, where do they want the PDF to go? I mean,
they want to open it. They want to open it on Adobe.
Okay.
Oh, they want to open it on Adobe.
Yeah, but it keeps going to Edge.
It should be easy now.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe I could go to the defaults to see that, because I think that should be under settings or something. Go check for the apps to see where if the default has been changed to Edge, and change it back to Adobe.
How do you do that?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
You're talking about it, but how do you do it?
Or you could open up click the file, and depending on which OS she's using, if she's using Windows, you could click the arrow and click open as. And that
okay, so I have this thing called the CompTIA objectives. How do I open that on Adobe?
Okay, I think probably we need to check the user have a Adobe Reader on the installer or not from his machine, because if that application is not installed in user machine, probably it will open with Google Chrome, like from Internet Explorer or like Edge. Reason, there are a default add-on file is available from the both like all the browser. So that's why I think that when user getting the mail from PDF format, when he's double clicking, it will open through through the browser. That is the reason.
Okay, so walk me through how do I change it to open on PDF? I have a PDF right there on my desktop. How do I do that? Just walk me through it.
So, okay, because it's how the user need to open through like from email, or user need to download. After download, we need like keep it like a PDF reader.
All right, let me make it a little easy. So let's say Kevtech is the user right now.
I downloaded it already.
He downloaded it and it's in the desktop. You remoted in, or you went into his machine right now. So everybody, all of you have access to his desktop. So tell him what he needs to do on that P1.
Right click it.
Okay, there you go.
We will right click and go to the property or open with. We will show more open with, then we'll change.
Wait, so you want me to run? I don't see open with here. Where do you want me to go?
No, right. No, go to the file, that file, close it.
Okay.
Close that window. Go to that file and right click.
Right click?
Yeah, right click and open with.
Okay.
And we need to select here which application user want to be select, the Adobe Reader or Chrome, that there are Edge.
So Adobe?
Yeah, just click Adobe. Or you could just click it said it right there at top.
So what if let me make it a little more tricky. So what if I'm gonna revert it back to something else, but let me do that real quick. So what if the person that has a document, it doesn't open, it opens on Adobe only one time only. How do you fix that?
Oh, this one you go to default apps. You go
Yeah,
to
on the
start
settings.
and then
So how do you
and
how
you
do
go
you
to
do that
default
on
apps.
how do you do that on this app
You
on this
click on
PDF?
start, and then you type in default apps, and then you will go into the menu. So you click on start, then you type default apps, and
Okay.
then yeah, then you change whatever you want to change. So if it's Adobe, then you change the program, what program you want to change.
Okay. I mean, there.
Could you do it an easier way from the app, from like the file itself? If you go right click and then go down to properties from the file. And then not the first type of file under that, there's open with. If you change it there, is it going to change on all the other documents that are like this? Or just
Yeah. So what else? Yeah, I click on change, and then what do you want me to do?
you want it to open in Adobe, right?
Yep, always open on Adobe.
Well, it's right there.
No, but
Just click on Adobe.
Okay.
And then you set it, right?
So it would be
Would that be specific to that file, or would it be specific to? Would it be general to all the files that?
So if you so sometimes people will have an issue where and Danish would know what I'm talking about. So sometimes you have an issue where, or anyone should know what I'm talking about. Sometimes you have an issue where basically they open this one file, it opens on PDF, but then when they open other files, it doesn't open on PDF. So you have to keep doing it over and over again. How do you stop it from doing that? So that's basically
Is
what I'm
it
trying.
you change the behavior in the default apps?
Yeah, so that would be obviously that would be like you right click on it, and I'll give you the answer. You right click on it, you do open with, and then you open with here, right? But no, you want to go to choose another app, and then you do always open with this app, and then hit OK.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so that would be
do
the fix.
Can you do it a little bit slowly? I want to show that. So you see, if you just pick it, then it doesn't give you that default option. If you do another app, that's where you see that little checkbox. So click on that, Kev. You see on the bottom now, you see that. And that this is where you can just pick it and it will change it for all the other applications.
Kevin, sorry, but if you did it the way I asked you to, the properties thing, it didn't say that at the bottom, did it?
No, there's nothing there. So I hit change. There's nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Okay, so you
Nothing.
have to do it the way you did it. You guys did it.
Yeah. There's nothing there, unfortunately. So hopefully that answers everyone's question. Anyone got any questions about that?
Kevtech, I'm just curious. I was thinking, although I was trying to follow you too. If you go inside of settings and then you go to default app under it, is there no way you could change it in there? I know I tried something like that before, but I don't. It wasn't.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, you can. It's just a hard way.
Okay.
So may I add something?
Googleman? Yep.
Yes. So I want to say that everybody was right. It was just different ways of going about it.
Yeah, exactly.
I think what Kevin was getting to is basically if you just right click, and you guys know this, I'm just kind of repeating the same thing, that if you just right click, you can open with, and then choose, the proper program or exe to open with, it may just do it once. And I think that's what Kevin was trying to say. But then other people said, so I hear echo. So what other people were saying is sorry, I keep hearing echo. Oh, there it goes. It went away. So I kind of lost my track of thought there. So
a PDF. Yep.
Right. So whenever you go, open with while you're in the properties and change it to that, it should retain that as the default app. That's definitely the case. But I don't know if you wanted to kind of touch on the file association, which is exactly what you're doing right now. But yeah, but a lot of times when they can't open it at all and it just opens up in the random thing, I think the first gentleman mentioned that the program is just missing. It's just not there.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. Yeah, so you gotta look at that too. Like, what if the person doesn't even have Adobe on their computer? So you gotta look at that, too as well. Like, what if the person just doesn't have it at all? Doesn't have Adobe at all, and then they can't open any file, So that's something that you might want to think about. Unless Coolman or Danish or anyone else wants to add to that, but you need Adobe. It's not gonna open on Adobe.
No, this specific ticket, I learned it from another technician. One day I was sitting there and I was just like kind of going crazy. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Exactly.
There is a I just wanted to add real quick. There is a possibility that you can view Adobe in Edge. I mean, I don't use Edge much, but you know how you can view Adobe PDF files in a browser, with like plugins or whatnot or extensions for those browsers for like.
Yeah, you could do it that way too.
So-
but what if they want to open it up on Adobe itself and edit the file and put a signature on it? That's what I'm going with.
Well, for that, they would need Adobe Pro, but yes.
Yeah.
No, they would need, in order to edit it, they need Adobe Pro version. No.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but I get what you're saying. I agree with you. I agree. There's other ways to do it. So, usually usually you have people that are like admins or whatever, and they put signatures and stuff on the file, and they have to have Adobe Pro for that.
We had a little issue at the hospitals is that in our images, for some reason, when we would they would have Adobe put on, but then again, the icon to open it would be Paint, but it would open up Adobe PDF, like it would open up Adobe, and it's like we tried to change it, but for some reason it keeps on flipping it back. It keeps on flipping it back. Sometimes it stuck, sometimes it didn't. I mean, there was a glitch somewhere, but a lot of the machines that we refreshed, we kind of put them out there. We're like, why is like Adobe Pro opening up, or just like Adobe Reader opening up in Paint with actual like a Paint icon? But it was weird. In different spots, it was either the Paint icon or it was the actual Adobe actual icon. And we really couldn't figure it out. It was kind of like a little bit of a head twister, and nobody could really tell us the reasons why. But we tried to mess around with our physical computers. Some of us got it stuck, some of us didn't. But sometimes that happens too, where you get a nice little re-image machine. You're like, well, where's Adobe Reader? We know we put it on. All of a sudden, it could be just like a Paint icon, boom, and it opens up. It's like, okay, that's different. And then you try to flip it back to the Paint, to the Adobe, but then it wants to flip back to the Paint. And I don't know if it was just something glitchy with Windows
Profile.
10, but very interesting.
Sounds like a profile issue.
Yeah.
Local profile.
Yeah, it was different. Let me tell you. Like,
it's bizarre. Yeah, I've seen stuff like that before.
Seen that a lot. It was like, after a while, I was like, yeah, just click the Paint icon. That'll open up Adobe. But it was strange sometimes. So then it was a flip back.
I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
So, I have this I don't know what to call it, strange, but there was a user I had to help download Adobe is it Reader DC, Acrobat DC? I'm sure I'm mixing this thing up now.
Oh, that's right.
So what it was that the regular Adobe Reader, she was trying to populate, trying to fill in some values or something. I don't know what it was. It was some weird program she was trying to use. So I ended up downloading the DC Reader, so she was able to do what she wanted to do. So I was wondering, like, because I know there's all kinds of Adobe out there, but what exactly differentiates one from the other? Like, what situation being unable to use one versus another?
Well, one is free for the world to use. The other one is Adobe Pro. I mean, that one, you can do a lot more things. You can create PDFs. You can put all kinds of signatures and stuff. You can do a lot more things with the Pro version than you can with the free version. Especially when you start looking at them both side by side. It just like pulled up, just like go up there, to the actual website and pull them side by side. You can do a lot more with the Pro than you can with Adobe. Free version.
How about the DC? That's the one I'm kind of like confused. There's that DC one that's not quite different from probably even the Pro.
There's a limitation to what you could do with certain applications. So it depends on the app you have, the version that you have. If you go to the website, it tells you what this one can do, what that one can do. Some you can add signatures, some you can add columns to it, and some you can add stamps on it. So it depends on the app that you're using. Every app is different. It's like using Foxit. I don't know if you're familiar with Foxit, but Foxit is also a PDF application that does a bunch of stuff on it. But it also depends on if you have the right version. So every version is different. It's not the same. They're all different, and they're all limited to certain things you could do on it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
was just curious. Thanks.
Yep. Cool,
If
man.
I may, just real quick to that is that, yeah, that's absolutely right. Then I can see the confusion, because there's just a program called just Adobe Reader, and then there's Adobe Reader DC, and both Stephen
Yeah,
and Kevin pointed out that the different might be like some kind of just a feature difference, minor difference, and then there's Adobe Pro, that allows you to edit and create your own PDFs and this and that. But what I really wanted to add is that Adobe is kind of notorious for having multiple programs that are kind of do the same thing, but the one is kind of lesser of the same. So it's like they add few features and they call it something else. So it's kind of a Adobe thing, but I wouldn't worry about it too much when it comes to just regular PCs that businesses use, just regular business computers. They'll just have either Reader or Acrobat Reader DC, and I wouldn't worry about it too much unless they ask for a professional one. That's the only thing you have to kind of keep in mind.
Yeah. The reason why I was thanks though. The reason why I was worried at the time was that she was going crazy, I was going crazy, and eventually I figured out, you know what? Let me download the DC, and then she was able to work with the DC version, and I was like, wow. Versus the Pro. Or,
yeah, because they
whatever.
both. Yeah, exactly, because they both open up PDF files. So yeah, exactly. You can sometimes when it's like a weird issue on the computer, for some reason, regular Adobe Reader is not working, but then you install DC and then it suddenly works. So it's like, why does that happen? Who knows? It could be just something at the local level, some kind of configuration at register as far as we know. But yeah, I've seen that type of stuff happen.
Or you could be like me that hates dealing with that issue, and I run a fix for it running Adobe Uninstaller. I don't know if you know what that is, but basically it's a software Adobe Uninstaller, and basically it uninstalls it to the registry level and everything. That's what I run. Okay. By the way, it comes with it. Adobe has their own app to uninstall it. By the way, I don't know if you know that, but they have that.
Just one thing with that. You guys, McKev or Kugelman or Danish, when you install the Adobe, if you have already had the free version on that, let's just say Adobe Reader, that the actual comes down with the image, do you have to uninstall that one first before you can install Adobe Standard onto that thing, or Pro?
I have
Does
two
it
of them.
automatically erase that one and just give you that one single, or can you have both on?
You can have both.
You can have both?
Yeah, I have both on
I think so.
So we have
Well,
Reader and we have DC on ours.
Yeah, from my experience, I think you can have both.
Okay, all right.
But,
Just
I'm not
wanna
sure
make
about
sure-
the latest one, by the way. I didn't work too much on the latest.
I use DC and Pro and Reader, and you can have all three of them at the same time. It's crazy.
Now that's the thing too, with the default applications, you got to make sure that opens up the one
Yeah,
that
the right
you want.
one.
You got two.
Because I remember
Exactly.
getting tickets from user that, hey, I'm trying to opening up this whatever university document, and we have to put our signature or some edits on it, and they will always open it in the free version of the Reader, and then we have to go back in there and do the process what Kevtech did. And actually, sometimes we will remove it, sometimes we will not remove it, but it's like we will just do the whole default app change and put it to the professional Reader, and then that's it. And they will be able to do that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. And our company where I work, we use Adobe Pro, we use Adobe DC, and then we use Foxit as well, Foxit Phantom as well. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but that's what we use.
Sounds like a video game.
Yeah, there's another one too, PDF Converter Professional.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's different. There are different
many.
third-party ones like PDF Creator.
Are we
PDF
selling
Writer.
PDF over here? Are
No,
we
we're
trying
not. We're not.
It's on PDF.
You know, that's another thing too. If you go to download the higher versions at your company, you better get the okay for that as well. You just can't go downloading an Adobe Standard and think it's going to work, because you need like a license key and all that stuff. So the free versions, yes, you can probably put that on there, and then the IT security probably won't even bother. But
that's how a lot of people get
hacked. A little bit too. Some of these companies really locked that down, where we had to go to somebody because we didn't even have access to the Adobe Standard. And it's like, oh, well, this person needs it. And before you go to refresh a computer, you should ask the client, hey, maybe what kind of Adobe do you have? Do you have professional? Do you have standard? Do you have, you know, whatever, the free version? And 9 times out of 10, they will know what version, and then you have to go to whoever to get that application to be put back on that machine if you can't physically access that.
I 100% agree with that. So that would be like my job as well. And my job is like, okay, so hey Kevin, I'm an admin assistant, right? I'm an admin assistant. I need to do signatures for our chief financial officer. I need to do signatures for him. And I'm like, what do you need this for? He's like, oh, for your financial officer. Okay. What do you have? I have Reader. Okay, so we need to get you the full DC version or Pro version. So okay, so we're gonna get you a Pro version. Then I have to email with my manager. Then the manager has to approve it to allow it. Then they have to assign her a license. Then I have to pick a day or a time to install it. And then when you install it, which anyone could correct me if I'm wrong, then when you install it, you have to make sure Outlook is closed, Word is closed, Excel is closed, because some of these apps work together with Adobe. It just doesn't like it for some reason. So I have to close Outlook, close Word, close Excel. It also does the print spooner services as well. There's a bunch of stuff. So we start closing all these apps, and then I have them install it, because I have an issue where basically the install keeps failing because you have certain things that are running. So correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the issue that I had. And then you install it, and then they might have to, they either have a product key, or they have to log in with their username and password on the account, and then they have a license after that. So correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just going based on my experience. Google Man.
Yeah,
you're wrong. No, I'm kidding. No, you're fine. You're absolutely right. Yeah. It's all about the integration, you know. So you got to close all these other programs to kind of let Adobe integrate or whatever other software, pretty much. But
and also too, guys, doesn't it reboot the computer after you install, especially Adobe Standard? I think for us, we had to reboot the computer. So it does actually do a reboot after it's done. So just keep that in mind as well. Sometimes you have to close everything out just to.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, and then the install it's not like a 5-minute install. This install takes forever. That's the one that takes forever, by the way. It's not like a 5-minute install.
Especially if
it does take a while to install it. It doesn't take 5 minutes. I wish it did, but it doesn't do that.
So what you effectively saying is, if, for example, after you've done the install, and if you do run actions on the config manager and do all those group update, nice little things, it still wouldn't matter. You still have to restart the computer.
Sometimes yes, sometimes it will.
It'll prompt me to reboot.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes yes, sometimes no. But if you're in doubt and if you want the application to know that it installed correctly, if it needs like access to the registry or something like that, maybe just do a nice quick reboot on it. You know, let it all come back up, and then test the heck out of it, and then hand the computer back.
That is as painful as installing Microsoft Office. So someone is like, so I'll give you a hypothetical example, and Cool Man, Steve, everyone could agree with me on this that do IT or are trying to get into IT. Maybe you know about this. So basically, when you install Microsoft Office 2013, and then like someone, a user, a person, like, I want you to upgrade me to Microsoft 2016. And then they have a 32-bit version and there's a 64-bit version. Then you have to uninstall the 2013. That takes forever. Then you have to reinstall and put 2016 on it. And then you have to make sure any add-ins that work with Word, Excel, and PowerPoint are compatible with 2016. And then, you know, it gets crazy. And it's like, you know, it's very involved. It's not just uninstalling, reinstalling. So that's like a hypothetical example. I'm not sure if you guys understand.
Yeah, that's definitely
that's crazy.
Something that we have seen for a long time, because Microsoft was recommending 32-bit almost. I mean, just recently they just start saying to people that, oh, now you should go to 64-bit. For a very long time, Microsoft was telling people to just use 32-bit. And every time you would go to the Microsoft, try to download it, even on a 64-bit machine, it will give you 32-bit because of the recommendations. Now, but the problem with that is that so many database developers, they work with Excel, data, you know, they do work with data like very crazily, right? So they would run into these issues where it would run out of the memory, and it would not even run some of the very high, you know, Excel type of data or any other type of data processing type of stuff that they were using with Excel. It will just crash. And I see your example. Like, we had to redo almost every single machine in the building with an image that has 32-bit, we have to remove it, put the 2016. Now, a lot of people may just go with the brand new images, but remember, when an image is created and it's nicely done, nobody likes to just redo the whole thing again, tiny things again. They would rather just fix the things, put another image on top of that. So yeah, that's totally correct. I understand what you're saying.
Hey, Vlad, how you doing, Vlad? Vlad, what's up?
Here's a fun fact. I just want to throw this out in the room. See if all the people in the chat can answer this question. When you open up Internet Explorer, are you opening up a 32-bit or a 64-bit version? Put your things in all the chats and let us know what you guys think. All the years you've been using, you know, even like today, are we using 32-bit Internet Explorer or 64-bit Internet Explorer? Does anybody know?
Hello, Kev.
Hey, Vlad. How you doing, man?
Pretty good. Ouch! I'm just making my smoothie.
Yeah, you're using a blender today. Did you get that free blender?
Yeah, it's working very good. Thank you for a blender.
No problem.
Okay, there's some mixed ones.
32, 64-bit, 32, 64. I would think it's.
Anybody else?
I honestly would think it's 32-bit because of the way the whole memory agriculture has been running. I think it's 32-bit, but I could be wrong.
Kev,
I
you should
think it
know.
depends on the version of
go
the
back.
Internet Explorer. So if the Internet Explorer is like super old, maybe it still use 32-bit. But if it's like on a newer version, like the Edge or now the new Internet Explorer that use Google Chrome as backend, then it probably could use 64-bit of the memory.
Well, just remember, guys, when the 64-bit, you know, when 64-bit operating systems came out, I mean, didn't Microsoft just go right to the Internet Explorer 64-bit? I mean, that would have been a smart thing to do, right? Anybody?
Anybody? Or can
No,
I-
well, get no,
Oh, okay,
not,
okay.
no, get out of here.
Cool, man.
You already know the answer. I mean, people are getting. I mean, think about it.
I think it's running 16-bit.
Yeah, could be
16-bit.
Hey, if you said 32-bit, but you think you guess, is that a good guess, or are you confident on that? You sound confused. Has anybody ever tried to open up 64-bit Internet Explorer? Maybe Kev can show us this. Will it work? Will it not work?
We actually hope it will die soon.
No one likes IE.
I don't use it, man.
Oh, I know, but it was a huge thing. I mean,
No, that's an excellent question. That's an
I mean,
excellent question.
Just think about it, though. I mean, probably nobody in the world even thought they even had a 64-bit
Steve,
version.
you know what's crazy?
Yes.
At my company, they still use IE for some things,
Oh, heck
but they
yeah.
use both for some things.
Oh,
And it's crazy. Like,
because people are cheap. Companies
Yeah.
are cheap. They don't want to spend money to upgrade their software.
and they build applications to work only on IE.
Exactly.
Like websites
government
and
websites are
yeah.
like that. It's
Yeah.
crazy. They say Chrome, my God, they all go and run and high. Like, oh my God, that all costs money. Well, they just pull up Internet Explorer. Oh, does it work in Internet Explorer? Yeah. Okay. Well, you're kind of behind the times, which they don't want to update anyway. That's why all these systems are broken down.
But why did they want to update? Is it because of some of the older Java application that's running that they need to change, or is it some other reason?
Well, you got to remember when they built all these applications, it was, in the early 90s, stuff like that. The only thing you had was Internet Explorer. And the answer to the question is the 32-bit version. That's what everybody in the world uses. You had a 64-bit version of IE, but nobody ever uses it because it didn't work. It was there. It's in the operator. You can actually go to it. Kevtech can probably show you the 64-bit version of IE. It doesn't work. It works, but it doesn't work like 32-bit version. And things are not like it's just as clunky. It doesn't work. And Microsoft never because they just never did anything with it.
It's like 64-bit version of XP. Remember that?
Yeah,
that mess?
exactly.
Nothing worked on it. Nothing.
Right.
But
I thought that was like a fun fact. I mean, but
cool, man. We want to use we don't want to use XP. We want to use Windows Vista. What's wrong with you?
Oh no! What you really want to use is Windows ME, the best one.
No. You want to use Atari, no operating system.
Oh jeez.
All right, guys. I'm going to the next question. Okay, you guys are ready?
I'm gonna use my Tamagotchi pets to run the.
This is an easy one. Easy question. Come on, you guys could do this. You could actually do this with your eyes closed. Adobe Flash.
By the way, real quick, my computer doesn't even have 32-bit installed. I just 64-bit for some reason. I don't even use it, so I didn't really pay attention. But I kind of looked. It's only 64-bit that's there, and I have version 1909 of Windows. So that's I think that's
really
the current one.
Interesting.
I gotta check that out.
Have you checked the program file /86? There?
Nothing
oh,
there.
It's not there. Oh, wow.
Nothing there. Only in regular program files.
Interesting. Maybe they got smart.
It's already added on all browser. There's an add-on file on all the browser from Adobe Flash Player.
All right. So this is hopefully this is not that complicated. Good morning. I'm trying to log into an investment portal, and it keeps asking for Adobe Flash. Can we install it? And they sent me a screenshot. It looks like that.
Depends on the company policy whether Flash is allowed or not. Because some companies they feel that Flash is a security vulnerability, so they rather not install Flash. So this really depends on whether the company allows Flash to be running.
So all right, let's just say the company does allow Flash for the sake of this video. How do you allow it?
Well, again, you're talking either 32-bit or 64-bit versions of Internet Explorer. If people are still running Windows 7 in 64-bit, Flash I don't think works. 32-bit it actually works. So if someone's trying to open up a website in 64-bit for some oddball reason, mysterious reasons, Flash I don't think never worked in 64-bit.
There's no policy or anything. So
I'm gonna make it, because some of the tickets may be confusing people. So even if it's confusing, I think people should come and say, okay, what kind of browser are you using? Blah, blah,
that's what I was gonna say.
That was my first question.
So guys, the people that are trying to try to resolve this, try to do this like you're real tech without giving a straight up answer, policies or anything. The first thing you would do is like, hey, tell me what browser. Is this a specific browser? Now then you're getting into more details, right?
No, but the Donish, I'm not even making this up. Like these are things that people will email about and they're not clear on their question.
Yep. So help Kevtech also out, guys, that ask him questions. Say, okay, I see this error in front of my ticket. Now, should I ask more questions to get to more details, right?
Mm-hmm. And you'll be surprised. You'll be surprised because people will put a ticket in and they're when they put a ticket in, their ticket is not clear at all. So that's why I'm doing this right now on purpose to see if you guys ask me questions, if that makes sense. Because sometimes people put tickets in that make no sense, and you have to ask them more and more questions and try to understand it more and try to
like
investigate it. If that makes sense.
Sometimes more like all the time.
Well, yeah, you know what I mean. You know.
Could you try to open it on a different browser?
Which one?
I don't know what you're using now. Are you using Chrome?
I'm using IE right now.
Sorry, it's not. I can't see it. It's too small.
Well, it's just hypothetical. Obviously, I'm not.
Okay,
it could be IE or Chrome. Mm-hmm.
Would you ask them to use it? Try to open it in a different browser?
Yes.
Or would you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
And then did that work or no?
Sometimes, like for example, like let's just for hypothetical. Say for example, they open it on Chrome and it's asking for Adobe Flash on Chrome. How do you enable it on Chrome?
Through the plugin.
Don't answer that question. Steven, don't answer that question.
Is it
through
extensions?
Answer that question. How do you enable it on Chrome?
Is it through extensions?
What like we're doing it right now on this computer. Like I'm on my computer right now, right here. How do I enable it? How do I enable Adobe Flash on Chrome right now on this tab?
You got a setting.
Where?
And Chrome setting, click that Chrome setting. There are the 3 dots.
Yeah, I would go to settings and just
Yeah,
type her in a
then come to
search.
setting. Then setting, come to setting. Then you can search like add-on.
You mean extensions?
Well, guys,
Yeah,
I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. I think she was about to give him instructions on how to do it as well. So
Oh no, you're okay. Go ahead. Yeah, and you said it right, by the way. It's like, hey, Fa. Like, hey, what's up, Fa?
nice.
Yeah, I think the extension one is correct. You have to go through the extension.
So what do I type here? Where do I go? Do I click on this? In extensions? What do you want me to do?
Sure, open that up. See what happens.
Hello, Mr. Support. I'm holding my phone for the next 5 minutes and you guys are not telling me what to do.
Okay,
Are you there?
There's nothing there, so
Then I think you have to install Flash if there is nothing there.
what?
Wait. Hold on.
Oh my god.
Rethink about this. He's
We'll
saying
just Google it.
do that. Then do
search like add in file.
Danish?
Yes, I'm saying go to Google. That's fine. You guys have the ability.
Philip raised his hand. What happened, Philip? Philip? Okay, never mind.
We can also use maybe the chat options as well. It says what? Sandbox plugin setting in Chrome. Just add the site. So, okay, that's still not an answer. Go to the site that requires Flash, then find the gray box marked click to enable Flash Player.
So go to the site that requires Flash and gray mark and click enable Flash Player. No, like I'm doing it. Like, show me right now on this tab right here. How do you enable Flash right now?
One second. Okay.
Let's just go to.
Let me try.
For the sake of this video,
Hey,
let's go to this website. Let's go to Dual. Dual needs to enable Flash Player right now. So how do I enable Flash Player on this website? Just for the sake of this video.
Okay, go to the 3 settings.
Okay. The 3 dots.
Yeah, it should be in the settings for sure.
And then go to settings.
Okay.
And then go to it. I'm so sorry, I can't see my.
Okay.
Could you go down?
Okay.
Shouldn't there be a flash down here? Keep going. Maybe no, it's not in privacy and security, is it? Maybe. Can we open privacy and security or advanced as well?
Come to advanced.
You said privacy and securities?
No. Keep going. Down.
Okay.
And then advanced.
Advanced.
Keep going.
Okay.
I'm trying to find it. Isn't there supposed to be like a flash thing?
Add accessibility feature.
I have an idea.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So you just typing in it, like in, you know, when you're searching something, so you would just need to type Chrome, colon, and backslash settings, backslash again.
Lord,
and
I don't know.
content.
I'm sorry, guys. Here's the thing. I just want to jump in there. Do you really think a normal user will be happy with this type of? Guys, go back, please, go back. This is, you cannot tell a normal user to comma, colon. This is something extremely basic stuff. So go back to the settings, guide us over there, because this is very,
okay.
Look,
More simple way.
If you don't know how to find something, what do you do? I'm going to give you a hint. If you don't know how to find something with a term, what do you do with that? How do you find something?
Google it.
Okay, you Googled it. Now you're in the settings. Where's the Google inside this settings right now? What's the feature?
The search at the top.
Search, perfect. Go click on search, and what do you type there?
Flash.
Type Flash. Go ahead and type Flash. Go ahead and type Flash. There you go. And now what do you do?
I can't see the.
But there is nothing. This is the problem.
Okay, yes, but there's a results that's showing to you right now because you.
What's the third result?
Yes, go ahead and expand that result. Go ahead.
I can't see the more.
And then find something in there. What are we gonna do right here?
Guys, anyone?
Okay.
Site settings.
Site settings. Okay.
I have a solution. Yeah. Right.
Okay,
there.
now what do you see?
Obviously, Flash.
Here's the thing, simple thing. If you guys don't
That's what I
know
was
this,
looking for.
if you guys don't know this, most of you probably won't know these type of things in the beginning. None of us do. I mean, even with this type of things that we do. So what I would do, because I know they gave me this feature, it's called search settings. And I'm just going to type the term to make my life easy. And then if you want to learn now, look where is it coming from? It's coming under privacy and security, right?
Yeah, Kevin, you threw me off. I was going to say privacy and security. And then you're like, privacy.
All right, we're gonna give this to Hi-Fi. I think she did.
So there is another way to do
There's
it.
there's another way to do it, and I'll show you how to do it real quick. The easiest way to do it.
Okay, can I say it? There is another way to do it.
I was gonna. You want me to go over, or you want to say it?
I want to see if it's right or wrong.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So
Okay.
the
So you click on that lock button in the top corner.
Yep.
Then you go to site settings.
Yep.
Yeah. Then right there, if you scroll down, you'll see flash.
Right, flash and hit allow. Yep, that's the easiest way to do it. Obviously,
Yeah,
you will not know that if you're new to IT. Just letting you know, it's just something that you learn over time.
I was talking, but my microphone wasn't working. But everybody was struggling that time.
Wait, can you guys do the easy one again? I wasn't looking.
Yeah, so you hit the lock on the top left hand side, and you basically it's already allowed, but basically you go into site settings, and then you scroll down, and then you hit allow on flash, and then it's gonna make you reload the page after that, and it should work after that. And I saw Donish. Donish was like sweating. He's like, come on, guys. Why the hell is this not? Why the hell are you guys taking forever?
No, I'm holding my phone. Thank you so much, guys. It took me. I almost finished my chicken in the whole thing. I mean, you guys took that long.
Chicken.
Donish is hungry. He's fasting.
Yes.
So may I provide an alternative
Yes.
method?
Yeah, cool, man. You want me to break that?
Yes, you can do that, but no, that's not breakdancing. That's like boogie or something. I don't know.
Okay, all right.
How about we also show in IE too?
I think somebody may have touched on this earlier. I don't want to steal anybody's thunder. Just making that clear.
Depends if you're a Pikachu, if you're trying to steal someone's thunder, but that's up to you. I'm not gonna judge you.
Pikachu creates thunder. He can't steal it. He creates thunder.
Man, yeah, exactly. It depends. It's up to you. But anyway, yeah, go right ahead.
So you can tell the user, or if you take control of their computer, go to that same website where they get that error, and chances are they may have that pop-up. You guys seen this? Click allow or disallow. But if there is no pop-up, chances are, and I usually, depending on the browser, there might be like an icon right next to that little lock with telling you whether the website is secure or not, or it would be kind of like a red, kind of a, not all the time, but there would be like a red right next to it. Yeah, there. You see, you can click it right there. You can enable it right there. But a lot of times there would be like a red icon where you can just click it, because it would be like a weird, I forget what it looks like, kind of like a Lego looking like, and it's kind of crossed out. And that also telling you that the flash is not running. So you can click on that and click allow. But it also depends on the security settings for that PC too. It's just kind of alternative thing you can look for as a quick fix.
Cool.
Does all browsers have flash pre-baked in it, or does any browser have removed flash already?
I think all do except IE, right?
Yeah, I think my belief is I think you have to download the IE plugin, and then you have to go to tools plugins and enable it from there.
But
That's
Chrome has it embedded, like as part of, just comes down with it, I think.
But weren't they going to remove Flash, and then what? They got pressure and they put it back in, and they didn't have to get a setting, right?
I have a full video on level one support, and I go over how to enable Flash on Chrome. And basically, I talk about that. I talk about Flash expiring, and then they extended it. I'm like, oh, okay, whatever.
Because now they use HTML5 for that, I believe.
Yeah,
Flash,
they changed
right?
all
I believe
that.
that's how they kind of gotten around it. Because it is like a security vulnerability.
It is
Kind
but
of.
It is, but a lot of companies use Adobe Flash players.
Right.
A lot of stuff, so you need to have it.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things that you gotta have.
You gotta have a way to watch those HR videos like yearly. You know what I'm talking about?
Those learning management systems, yeah, they're
yes.
great. Yeah.
And then you have people that they log into Morgan Stanley to do investments. They have an investor. So I made this ticket because Morgan Stanley uses something called Morgan Stanley Matrix, and basically Morgan Stanley Matrix, and you have to allow Adobe Flash. So I got an email yesterday. I got an email on Monday when I worked on Monday, right? And the guy's like, I'm having issues where Adobe Flash is not working, and he's trying to log into Morgan Stanley Matrix, basically, and he couldn't log in. So I'm like, what the hell's going on? And then I looked at it, and he's like, oh, you're using Chrome. We gotta allow it. Like, how do you do that? And I sent him screenshots with arrows, how to allow it, step by step, how to allow it. He did all that, and it worked for him. So I'm like, I should make a ticket on that and put it on here and see what everyone says.
Just real quick. Just another addition. I have a lot of these. Sorry. Adobe Flash plugin, not to be confused with actual Adobe Flash, as in like a program. You know, the one people use to just like create animations and whatnot.
Yeah.
However, that's been replaced with Adobe Animate.
Yeah, I remember times when we just need to install that thing.
Yep.
Yeah, I have a question. What happens
the thing is with so like if you because I work in a hedge fund environment, so obviously these are portals that people use, so you have to have Chrome Flash enabled because they're trying to make money and stuff like that. So they get a little paranoid and they get very impatient, and you have to figure out how to enable it for them. It's an easy fix, but it's something good to know because you're gonna see that in every environment where, oh, my Flash is not working, so.
Yeah, I have one doubt.
Yeah.
So when I take a user machine, it will asking always like prompt like a Google prompt, like it's asking for update. Okay, so it will like one of Windows is pop up. It's asking user ID and password. I do as a remote, as in after that I enter my credential, like admin credential also. Like after that I did like a JP update everything. After restarted machine, it will asking again that prompt is still open. So after reinstall that application also, like Google Chrome, same it will asking every time. So when we close, then when I will reopen that Chrome browser, that time it will ask user ID and password for Google Chrome update. So how do I stop that Chrome update?
You could go and log in as yourself as an admin. You don't have to be logged in as a user. You log out. Log that person out.
No, I have admin credential. I just open with the admin credential only.
No. So are you putting admin credentials logged in as the person or logged in as yourself on the computer?
No, as admin. Like, see, so you are affected user. For example, you are affected user. You are contacting service desk. So I'm taking a remote as in your machine. Then after that, I just enter my credential.
Yeah, that's not the same thing. So you're logging in. You're doing your admin credentials logged in as the user. I'm asking you if you're logging in as yourself. You're logging them out and logging in yourself. That's what I'm asking. It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. It's two different things. That's what I'm asking. Steven?
Okay.
Steven, you know what I'm talking about, right?
No, I'm just confusing. Can you explain me again?
So you're logging in. Right when you do your admin credentials, username and password, you're doing it on someone else's machine. You're logging in. You're doing the prompt while they're logged in as themselves. To fix that, you have to log them out and log in as yourself, and then run the update. And it's not gonna prompt you for any admin box or anything because now you're fully logged in as an admin. You're fully logged in as yourself. You run the update, then you sign out, and then have them sign back in, and then they're not gonna get that box prompt anymore. It's because you need admin rights for that, and that's a bug with Chrome, by the way. I've seen that before. Just letting you know. So.
Okay.
Because it's not the same. It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. Like that's the reason when I tell people to install stuff. I think Donish will agree with me. Steven will agree with me. When you install stuff, you could run as admin, but sometimes you'll come across these weird issues. So usually, I recommend just logging in as yourself and then running the install, because sometimes you come across these weird issues.
My take on this is from my own personal experience is that I never try to install updates or applications when a user really is on, and then I do that because there's so many other things I can come across. I usually do the same process what Kev is basically saying, or what we do is we do deployments, and deployments, it uses different techniques, so that's also a different way to do that. But if you're doing that kind of call where somebody's asking, hey, is a prompt right there. Make sure you log off and just log in as you as a domain admin or administrator, and then do the updates. That's a much cleaner way. But if it's keep happening the way you are explaining things, I'm not sure if this is a bug related issue or if this is some kind of.
No, but he's logged in. He's logged in. He's running his admin credentials logged in as the user. That's what he said. So that's why I'm saying you have to log off the user and log in as yourself.
Right. But also too, you can just hold down the shift key and right click on it and just run as administrator. And that will give you administrative rights to the machine to install that application if you need to. You can also do it that way too. We did it that way a lot over at the hospital. So, I mean, where the users just stay logged in, I put down the shift, whatever, I can just install it that way. I mean,
it depends what the install is, Steve, because you could do run as admin on someone's computer and then install it on their behalf, and then they'll have a bunch of issues. I've seen that before. I'm just letting you know. I don't recommend.
I'll give you another situation.
I don't recommend, and it messes up the registry.
It
it messes up the C drive. It messes up a bunch of stuff when you run it as admin, logged in as a user.
Depends what it is, but yes,
yeah,
I agree.
I'll give you another. I'll give you another thing. Sometimes I forgot that application name, but it was such a weird application that I have to remember what it is. Steven, I did the same process. I did run as administrator. So what happened? That application got installed under my administrator profile. It was installed for everybody, but the whole application got installed, like the folders and everything got created under the administrator profile. So that kind of screwed up everything when I did the right click in administrator, and we found out that it's an issue now. So we have to remove the application, go back and do it the proper way, just doing it on the profiles, and that's it. That was a fix for that.
And that happened to me. Add to that too. That happened to me too. So I installed Geneva. I don't know if you know what that is. I installed Geneva. It's a trading application, and basically, by default, you have to install it logged in as the admin. You cannot install it logged in as the user. You can't do it. Otherwise, you break the computer. And I had a bad experience with that. So I went and logged in to the user's computer. I ran Geneva, then it installed it on the computer, and it broke the registry on the computer, and it broke the user's account on the computer. And then I couldn't do anything to fix it. I couldn't uninstall anything. And the computer started blue screening on death. Then I had to reinstall the whole computer. So, you have to be careful with all that.
Just to add to this example, that I'm not saying that's not a proper way or anything. Maybe there is an application you may need to do that, but you just have to kind of go back to kind of like the documentation. Yeah, like you just have to kind of like go into it and see what their methods are and what they're recommending to do, to be honest.
Can I also add an experience as well? I mean, knowing fully well that different companies also setting protocols depending on the situation. I don't know if it's in any of you's experience that in my own case, for example, we have from software, a general app, software center in my own case, my company's case, where you could actually get the user to install an app we refer to as a local admin rights app. And then that way they're able to like get in within 24 hours to do whatever they want to do by themselves, including this particular situation that you made.
I know what you're talking about, but we don't do that in my job for security reasons. You can give people local admin rights and have them install it, but we don't do that in my job for security reasons. We don't do that.
No, yeah, what you're saying is right, but this actually comes as an app under the banner of the company itself. It's like it's something that's legit for us to do.
No, but you give a user local admin rights on top of that machine or just that application. I didn't.
It's local admin rights. It's called the local. It's called I forgot what it's called now. It's called local.
No, you go to the management, computer management. You add the user in the administrator group.
It comes on every computer that's company based. It comes as part of the offerings for our software center within that company's build.
Do you mean system?
Oh, so it's probably an image. It's probably an image build on the computer, and it gives them admin rights to just run that program or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's not like it's illegal because because what we're told to do. I'm just saying that maybe if in any of these experience in any company that you've worked in, you've had that kind of option as well.
Yeah, we don't do that. So we don't give local admin rights because we track all that. We track people that have local admin rights on their computer, and we remove it immediately if they have it because there are some people that they it's too much access. You know, you don't need that. You don't need that access. So we try to avoid giving them admin rights. It also
Yeah, like
depends on the company.
back like, you know, this, when this was like a normal process, a lot of people would like, the reason they would give it is because it gets too annoying, right? Some people say, hey, I want to run this application and it does some weird stuff and it will only work as a local admin, right? And then like, okay, you know what, we're going to make some exceptions and we're going to add this person. And then after that, this becomes an issue, right? And now even IT people don't have local admin passwords. The Labs is one of the applications that we use. It changes the passwords automatically after 60 days. So even right now, we don't even do that. So definitely, in terms of that local admin rights, if that's not what you're talking about, and maybe I'm saying the different thing, we don't give that rights at all.
Yeah, and it also depends on the company too. Like some companies, because you're working for an MSP company, and Danish might agree with me on this. You're working for an MSP or a hedge fund or whatever, and you have a bunch of developers, and they have to install SQL Studio and all this crazy stuff. The software developer might have full admin rights, and they have to run SQL Studio, then they have to run Visual Basic, then they have to run C++ and all this stuff. So instead of asking a desktop support or IT support tier 1 to do it, they just ask for admin rights, and they do all their software stuff on their computer, on their laptop. Depending on the company, obviously, but you know, some companies do that. They give local admin rights to the software developers. So, yeah. Cool, man. You want to add something to that? I see you wanted to say something.
Yes, I certainly do. I just wanted to mention that, and I still do that. I've done the same thing or do the same thing as Steve sometimes, where, I mean, depending on the situation, if it's just a program that just needs to kind of like finish installing, and this program will actually install so that it's available to everybody to use. I don't know, you guys probably seen when you run a program and it says, who do you want to allow you to use this program? And then you select everyone, and then you just run it and install it, and that works fine. However, I've seen an issue that Danish spoke about too, where you try to update something and it actually installs it at your local profile level. And that's a problem, because what happens is you do it while they're logged in and the program is running there. But for some reason, it's running fine, but it's running under your local profile within their profile. So if you pay attention, especially whenever you go to a computer that you've never used before, what happens is, for example, let's say you're, I don't know, troubleshooting IE, since we talked about IE before. And then you're like, well, it's not working for this user. So what's the automatic thing that you might try to do is to run it as administrator while they're logged in. So you right click it and run as administrator, you get the pop-up, and then, you know, you put in your credentials and then it runs and you're like, hey, works fine for me. But then, and you leave it up, let's say, which you never do, by the way, with anything that you run as admin, you never leave it up for a user to use. But if you go to the root of C under user, you'll see that suddenly there is a tiny local profile created there under your username. And that's exactly what happens. If you were to close and walk away, they pull up IE, it won't be working. You know,
yeah, and then
the other thing is there's a difference. I think there's a difference between yes, you can shift, right click an icon, and then it gives you more options. It gives you option to run it as administrator, it gives you option to run it as a different user. So and it's kind of a similar pop-up where you both get, you know, both times you get a pop-up, you log into it and use your own credentials. But I'm not 100% sure, but even running it as a different user might also create a different or local profile just for you, just for that user that you're trying to execute.
That's correct. Yes, it does that on Windows 10. It creates if you go to local users app data, it creates another user account on app data. When you install a program, depending what the program is, it creates another user on the account on the C drive.
Yeah,
it does that.
Yeah, and there you go. It's like I for me, the way I do it, it's very situational.
That's why I'm scared to install stuff sometimes, because I don't know what it's gonna do. So I figure out and I talk to my colleagues at work before I install something, because I don't know if I should be installing it logged in as him or logged in as me. And
right,
that's the issue that I have.
The safe way,
certain apps.
The safe way, yeah, the safe way is certainly to just fix it with their own credentials and whatnot. But it depends what it is. Like I said, I have initiated like an update or some kind of a change that will literally affect everybody who uses the computer while they're logged in. And that's okay, as long as you know kind of, you kind of have experience, you know, your experience with that specific program that you're trying to make do whatever, because the point of having admin privileges is to basically let the program do what it needs to do, whether it needs to make a registry change or update, whatever, it doesn't matter. So in that case, it might be okay to actually do it while they're logged in. However, the safe way, and this is something I would recommend to anybody new, honestly, is to just literally do it under your own profile. If you're just going to do it, updates, have them log out, log in, and just do it like that.
But I
keep in
told
mind-
you, I told you that I did install it for someone, and they blue screened their whole computer, and they broke their whole computer. So you got to be careful with the app that you're
I can
installing.
see that. Right, exactly. And that's why you gotta, and this is, I mean, the restrictions are going to be different depending on the business too. There might be even more restricted. So of course, if the program requires admin privileges and and you haven't,
That happened to me. Like literally, I installed Geneva. It broke the whole computer, and lucky for me, I had a backup computer fully image, and I had him log into that. And I had to switch out the computer and then re-image the other one because the other one just got messed up.
Yeah, definitely.
There was no fix rate or anything, so I had to rebuild the whole computer.
Yeah, definitely.
That was a bad experience for me.
Yeah,
stuff
like that. Yeah.
Dennis, do you remember back when applications, with Windows, when you load up an application, it had admin rights all the time to load up that application, and then they changed it. Windows changed it because, and then that's when that user accounts control started popping up for people. I think Windows, was it Vista, or I don't know, Vista?
I think it was Vista, yeah, I think it was Vista.
But applications always had admin rights, but then they kind of said, okay, we're not going to give admin rights to all applications.
When did they introduce UAC?
Was that Vista?
I want to know that.
I think it's on Vista, Windows Vista.
It's Vista.
I think it was Vista, right?
Vista, yeah.
They
Vista,
kind of made that
UAC,
whole change where nobody could install applications, because now applications did not, because I think applications had admin rights all the time, full admin rights, and then they kind of like stopped it. But
I have to turn on my XP right now. Hold on, give me one. I'm gonna turn on my XP. You guys can talk to each other. I'm gonna turn on my XP right now, and we're gonna find out.
All right. Let me go back to the tickets now. Let me go back to the ticket. Anyone want to say anything? Anyone want to add anything else? Because we could talk about installs for five hours, but I want to go through one of these tickets.
Yeah, I want to ask you something. Okay, what happens if, for example, in the future when Flash expire in 2020, and suppose your company is using an application that still requires Flash, would you ask the person to downgrade the browser? Or
That's not up. That's not up to
ignore?
me. That's up to your company. That's up to your software developers. That's up to your company as a whole.
Here's the thing. You never
downgrade.
Downgrade is not an option for a lot of companies. They have to upgrade that. I mean, if they want to use it, then they will just stick to the old operating systems or old browser that they can run that application on. But to be honest, the answer is upgrade.
Yeah, you don't downgrade it. It causes vulnerabilities and security issues. I'm just letting you know.
Here's a current issue that's going on between Cisco and Mac. Mac came out with a brand new new version of their system, and they're like, okay, AnyConnect 4.7 or 4.8 is gonna need to upgrade because they have this blah 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 going on, and Cisco just upgraded their stuff right now, and they're like in between this whole thing going on there. Hey, why are we gonna upgrade so much for this Mac stuff? But here's the thing, Cisco doesn't have a say in this. Cisco will lose a lot of their clients if they do not upgrade it, so they got to upgrade it, right? So they got to go with the business, and most of these businesses, they will never tell people to let's just the decision from the higher up will never be like, let's just downgrade. They're gonna just say, we got a few more people, like 5-6 people, let's just work around for them, let's just make sure that they can do their stuff, and then let's sit together, let's do a project, pull up some money, and they'll get together and they will try to upgrade the whole thing then. Does that make sense?
Okay, thanks, bro. Thanks.
Yeah, it depends on the company too. Like I have at my last job, I could talk for 10 hours about this, but I'm not going to. But in my last job, they use Windows XP to run a financial application, and the reason why they're not upgrading it is because the software developers do not want to upgrade it because it works well with Windows XP. So they still using Windows XP in that job. So my previous job, and it's a financial app that makes money for the company. So they're gonna just leave it alone. There's no vulnerability on it either. It's just in-house. So Just a hypothetical example or whatever.
Yeah, but I heard like Microsoft have like a special kind of deal for those people who have Windows XP, because
Yeah,
technically
yeah,
the license for
mhm.
Windows XP is very over already. But Microsoft has some kind of special deal with Windows XP for those people who really cannot upgrade the system because the program maybe can be quite complicated to change the whole thing. So maybe Microsoft would have like a special deal with these people where you pay extra money so that they can give you vulnerability fix or something like that.
Yeah, it's either that or companies are too lazy to upgrade. That's just, I'm being honest with you. Some
Money.
companies are really they don't want to upgrade their systems. But I'm not gonna I don't want to go in depth with that. I know Koolman wants to say something and
Just it's all about money, man. It's all about money. We know that.
yeah,
We all
it's
know
all about
that. They
money.
want
They
the
don't want to
company
say they
to.
don't want to spend money either.
You know how many times I've seen an application just go away just because they didn't want to pay for licensing? Come on, man. They just replace
Yeah,
it
it's
with
the same
something
money.
that's quote unquote free or whatever, whatever. It's all about money.
Yeah, it's definitely all about money. So it's just another thing you want to keep in mind. And obviously, in my other job, I tell you the truth right now, and Koopman's gonna laugh his ass off right now. In my other job, we had one computer and two people were sharing the same computer in IT because they didn't want to give the other they didn't want to give me a desktop or a laptop.
Oh, geez, unreal.
So they sign in, and then they sign out, and then I sign in and sign out.
Wow, did you at least have different shifts, or did you both like work together on the same shift?
We worked together.
Oh
on the
my
same
God.
shift, yeah.
Oh my God.
That's how cheap some companies are. I'm being honest with you. So I'm just letting you know that happened to me. So anyway,
No way.
yes, I'm not making that
I've
up.
never ever seen that before, man.
Yeah, some
that's
companies are
amazing.
really really cheap.
Me too.
That's
Even in
crazy.
Russia.
That's how cheap they are. And they're like, Kevin, I need you to Kevin, you're logged in. Can I sign you out? I'm like, sure, I'll sign in right now. I'm like, okay, and it's a hedge fund that's like $22 billion, and they don't want to spend money.
Imagine 5 people sitting in one room using one computer. Can you sign out right now?
I am not making that up. That happened to me. I'm just giving you my
IT department.
Yeah.
Everybody in my room.
That happened to me.
Man.
It's just terrible. So it's just whatever, Go on, you want to say something?
That's now you were saying about UAC. There's UAC. Okay, I just want to ask you whether is UAC done on the operating system level or is it done on the application level? Like some application can be given admin rights while another application cannot be given admin rights. Or is it done on the operating system level?
It's in the operating system. I just typed UAC. I don't know if you saw. It's there. It's there, and then you could run policies and stuff like that to change it if you like, So it's right there. It's right here. So it depends how you have it set up in your environment too, obviously. But
Oh, so all the softwares will be affected by the policy.
yeah, it depends how you set it up in your group policy. I mean, I go in depth with that. It's like a sysadmin stuff, and you could talk about group policy, you talk about all this other stuff.
It's definitely gonna, if you put it like at the high level at the operating system, that so most applications gonna get impacted. I'm not sure if there's any other techniques to bypass this, but that's gonna be my assumption too.
Unless you have a Zone Alarm. Zune Alarm is an app called Zune Alarm. It's an antivirus. Or you have AVG or some weird.
Yeah, that would be a third party stuff here, right?
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to talk about that, but that's basically, you have Norton Security blocking it or some weird thing, it's just.
Yeah, and it's kind of like designed for mostly for privileged users, right? Like your normal users that don't have a right. So most of that stuff is going to work on that. So I don't know if it's going to work on admin level, by the way. So that's why this is designed that way. So, but anyways, I mean, of course, you can always go into the more detailed documentation from Microsoft and see how this is built. That would be a better answer to this.
Yeah, like someone just said, it runs Zone Alarm. Zone Alarm, it does that. Zone Alarm blocks apps that go in and out from firewall and blocks apps from downloading and stuff like that. But I go in depth with that, but I won't talk about that.
Hey, Kevin.
Oh my God.
Kevin.
Yeah.
Hey man, I have an answer for that next ticket.
Which one?
Mouse and keyboard doesn't work.
Yeah. Let me open it up. I'm gonna go over it right now.
All right, guys. Plugged in? Are they turned on?
Next ticket. Wait. Relax. We have to read the ticket first. I haven't even clicked on it yet.
My bad.
Can we do this like a real, like a user? So Kev, can you become a Mickey Mouse or whatever you want to become? Can you do this like a real ticket?
There's that micro glitch.
I can role play. You guys want to role play?
Yeah, where's your little blue guy or little bald head with a little headset on? That thing is so darn cute.
He's
need
right
a
here.
About that later.
We need a puppet.
Later on, we have to ask him about that. That thing is freaky, man. Freaky. What's going on there? That's freaky stuff.
I'm glad you like it.
Issue, most likely.
Good morning. My wire mouse and keyboard doesn't work on my laptop. It's plugged into my docking station and it doesn't want to work. Can you please help?
Okay, what's going on?
All right.
Man is dying.
All right, people, come on, answer.
Okay, is the docking station connected? First of all.
It is connected,
Okay.
but my keyboard and mouse is not working.
Okay, can you check this?
Oh, Jesus.
Whoa!
Again.
There's that Best Buy mic.
That's a scrappy.
Listen, I think it's my computer. I'm sorry, you guys.
I want to take the device of the docking station. First of all, and plug in the mouse and the keyboard to the device directly and see if there's a difference. At least after checking to see that the docking station itself is plugged in. That'll be my.
Okay. That sounds like a really good idea. What else would you do?
And then I could also try if I see it's still the same, just to rule out the fact that it might be a case that the USB receive.
Check to see if it's been cut.
No, I could try some other. I could try especially if there's an alternate device that I could try those
keyboard and mouse. You can connect to
keyboards
another.
on, just to rule out the fact that it's not the.
So what if you plug the keyboard and mouse to another USB and it still doesn't work?
No,
in your probably your USB is spoiled.
Use the keyboard and mouse or try to use it in another laptop if you have it and see if the keyboard and mouse is working.
So you plug it in. This is just hypothetical. So you plug it into another laptop and it works fine, but it keeps failing on the docking station.
So would it might be the drivers of the keyboard and the mouse? So you can go to system.
Yeah, like it could potentially be that.
So you'd right click on the Windows icon.
Can you walk me through that? Like, how would you do it on Windows 10 if someone needs to uninstall and reinstall mouse and keyboard?
So right click on the Windows icon on the left corner.
Okay.
Yeah. Right click.
Right click.
Yeah. And go to Device Manager.
Okay.
Then you'd find the mouse and the keyboard and try to see if there is any update to the mouse and keyboard and try to upgrade it.
So I would update HID keyboard device.
I mean, yeah, right click, go to properties, or you could update right there. Yeah. Go to drivers. Yeah, try to update it.
And then what else? What I would that's fine. And what would I do with the mouse?
Yeah, do the same thing. Right click, go to properties, and update it.
Okay.
And if this doesn't fix the issue, I would recommend going to the website of the laptop and try to download the driver, actual driver of the keyboard and mouse.
I have a different fix too. Like if you see this keyboard and this wire is coming out with the USB, you take the same USB, put it in the same keyboard like this. And sometimes this works like this.
This is dancing. So I'm gonna tell you a story real quick. I'm gonna tell you a story. I'm gonna tell you a story real quick about this is why I created this ticket. I'm gonna tell you the story real quick.
I have a story too.
I had an issue where a user had a Lenovo laptop and the keyboard and mouse wasn't working. So then I had them undock the keyboard, redock the keyboard and mouse, undock the laptop and then put it back on the docking station, and the keyboard and mouse still wouldn't work. Then I had them unplug the USBs and then plug them back in on the docking station, and it still wouldn't work. and then I had them take out the laptop, plug in the keyboard and mouse to it, and it will work fine. Then I put it back on the docking station, plug the USB keyboard and mouse to the docking station, it wouldn't work. So then I'm like, you know what? Let's just restart the computer. And I restarted the computer, and the mouse and keyboard worked after that. Just by restarting the computer.
Yeah, Kevtech, you're right. The other thing, because I've actually dealt with that situation.
That's an issue you would deal with if you work with a user that has a laptop and they're using the laptop as their main computer, and they're running Excel and all this stuff, and they have like 3 monitors with a docking station. That's something that I have witnessed on my own. So.
And then sometimes you might end up having to update the driver for the docking station itself.
Yep. There's a Thunderbolt docking station update if you have a Dell docking station. For example, I don't know if you guys know that, but there is firmware updates on the docking station. You can do that as well.
I want to add a little bit more to this. So recently at my workplace, we got a new update, Windows update, and suddenly some of the laptops, we have a Lenovo laptops. So some of the laptop, the mouse and keyboard stopped working, like out of nowhere.
Yeah.
It was working just fine.
Yeah.
So I had to connect an external keyboard and mouse and go do the same process, but not update. I had to roll back. So I roll back to previous version, then it works just fine.
Yeah, but so sometimes you'll have an issue where I'll give you a hypothetical example, like what you're mentioning right now. The company does a firm-wide update to all the docking stations in the company, and then it doesn't work. And then you have to roll back the drivers for it to work.
Yeah, exactly.
It's freaking annoying, but that's happened to me before. So anyone want to add anything else? Danish, anyone?
Hey, actually, I have a few stories about mouse and keyboard not working. So Wilmo. So at my last company, we were a Dell shop. We had Dell docking station, laptops. So I had a few of these cases where the user, I would go to the desk to say my mouse keeps freezing, I can't click, I can't move anywhere, it doesn't make any sense. So I go over there to the desk and I witness it. I try to move the mouse, try to click, nothing's working. It would click randomly. So then I would take the laptop off the docking station, use the laptop keyboard, fine, cool, unplugged everything, plugged it back in, docked the laptop, close the lid, it starts not working again. So after like fiddling around with it for a while, I noticed when I closed the laptop lid, the mouse would stop working. And finally, after a while, I noticed they had a camera cover. And when they would close the lid, it was clicking on the mouse on the laptop, the button on the laptop, and that was freezing the mouse and the keyboard because it was trying to click 2 things at the same time. So that's one very weird issue that I encountered when I had a seemingly, maybe straightforward ticket or somebody saying, "Oh, my mouse is acting up," but it turned out to be something odd like that.
Or you have an issue where you plug in a bunch of USBs on the docking station, and the docking station the docking station wants to work, but the laptop doesn't work because it doesn't have enough power to run the USBs. I don't know if you ever had that issue.
Yep, I had a user who tried to use a gaming
keyboard. The power on the laptop doesn't work. Like the laptop doesn't support enough USB ports, so it says there's a power error message because of it. I don't know if that has ever happened to anyone.
My situation is that I had a very expensive laptop. My son came in, took all the keys out of it, and then that's it. Bam, we're done.
I had a situation once with one of those Lenovo Minis that we hung in back of the monitors, and if you don't have the right power brick on it, the smaller ones, and these have these bigger ones for like the ones that people are doing it, the computer just reboots. We're like, what is going on? People would log in, we just reboot. Like, what? Like, what the heck's going on? And nobody could figure this out. And like a couple of us logged in with our credentials. It's like, well, I'm logged in, and all of a sudden the thing would have to reboot after 5 minutes. But then some people it was rebooting upon login. And here we found out that it was the power brick. That the power brick was a smaller one compared to the bigger one, that it needed to power up all the ports that were on it. After we hooked everything up, the thing just got sucked dry, and I guess it wasn't producing enough voltage or wattage to the actual desktop, and it actually just rebooted itself. So those are some issues too but this is not a laptop. It was a desktop, but
I'll give you a dumb issue that I encounter. I don't know if anyone's ever encountered this issue. It's a dumb issue. The computer won't turn on because it says that there's not enough power to turn it on. And then you unplug the USB, whatever's a mouse and keyboard, and it starts to work. Or the other issue where a computer won't turn on because you have an iPhone charger plugged to it, and then the computer doesn't turn on. You unplug the iPhone. Apparently, the iPhone charger does something to the computer or the laptop, and then you unplug it, and then the computer starts to work fine after that. I don't know if you guys ever seen that issue before, but that happened to me. It's just like stupid, it's like stupid dumb issues. Like,
Well, is that coming from the actual hardware itself that you're plugging into it, trying to draw more? I believe it's what is amperage coming from the? Is it amps coming from the or wattage? I think it's wattage, right? Coming from the USB port. So
yeah. So basically, the computer's not even on, but you have an iPhone charger plugged into it, and then the computer just doesn't turn on for some reason. It turns on for 2 seconds. It gives you a power warning, and then it shuts down. And then you unplug the USB, the iPhone USB, and then the computer works fine after that. And this you know what does that? Certain Dell computers do that. I've seen that on Dell computers and HP computers. I'm not even making that up. That's just random.
Is
And
it because they purposely maybe lock it?
I went in the Apple store to check online, like, you know, how you go to the Apple forums and everything, and it's like, yeah, that's a known bug where you plug the USB for Windows on a Dell or HP computer, and it drains the wattage of the computer, and the computer doesn't turn on. I'm not even making that up. It's just like a dumb issue like that. So, Raj, you want to say something?
Some OEM computers tend to do it. What they do, like Dell or HP, what they do is they don't allow you to even upgrade the computer. So, for example, you can get a Dell or HP computer. You even try to put a graphics card. Usually, the BIOS will lock the graphics card, or maybe the PCI Express will not supply the full 75 watts for the power to do. I don't know. This is sometimes some of these proprietary companies like HP and Dell love to do this kind of nonsense one.
Anyone want to add anything to that before I go to the
Yes,
next ticket?
of course. I want to add to this, man. I'm the one who initiated this. Nah.
What?
No,
Nah, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Man, I think we should ask too. Do people know that USB ports supply power? In the chat, all like the actual new people? Do you guys know that it supplies power to a device?
They should know that because, you know, you plug in your cell phone to charge it. They should know that. I mean,
well,
you know.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good question.
It's a good question. I mean, you know, and then where do you look for it to see what USB port is supplying what kind of wattage? Maybe Kevtech could show us that as you explain yourself there. Google man, go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting.
No worries,
Cool
man.
man's waiting for me to talk like a Mickey Mouse, but I'm not doing that now.
I want to show. Well, I want to share how I deal with the keyboards going, you know, bad and, you know, broken, this and that. So
you break dance.
I pretty much, I don't really make that much effort, and you know why? Because a few years ago we had a PC refresh, so we received tons of extra keyboards. So what I do is, whenever I come across an issue like that, and I just literally take a keyboard and mouse with me and just replace it, because we have so many extra ones. I just replace it. You know what I mean?
You know, it's funny you say that. So I used to work for a really big hedge fund, and we had about 10 to 12 different floors in the company. That company had about 4,000 plus employees. So I would literally take a mouse and keyboard with me, just like you, and just go to their desk. After that, I'm like, you know what? It's probably a bad mouse and keyboard. I'll swap it out, and I go and just change it. I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna deal with this. I'm just gonna change it.
That's when you're really.
The company has money, whatever. I'm just gonna change it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
and I don't want to like, you guys had really good ideas on resolving these issues.
No, I'm saying like
sure. It's just that I don't make that much effort.
If a company doesn't have money and they only have that one mouse and keyboard, and it's a personal mouse and keyboard, you know, like it's theirs, like they bought it online and brought it to work. Then
yeah, I've seen all kinds of keyboards.
You're gonna have to fix that.
Bedazzled keyboards. I've seen that. I've seen people using those little wireless mouse. I'm like, I could tell them that they're not probably supposed to be doing this, but I'm like, you know what? I don't care. It's just a mouse. And but I do have power related
issues, right? Everyone has that issue with USB powers. It's a dumb issue.
Well, it's kind of similar, but it's a kind of an extreme thing. It's not exactly about the USBs, but it is about power going out in like entire row of like cubicles and stuff, but like only that. And I'm sure you guys can guess what that happened. This happened in the winter, by the way. it's the people were people were, I guess, too cold, and they're not supposed to be doing this. They brought in their own space heaters, so they were plugging it in underneath the cubicles, and the power would just went out, and then I had to contact the facilities guys.
Now I know why my lab server goes out every time I turn on the heater. Okay, I got it. Thank you.
That's the cleaning people. Use it. They unplug it to plug in the vacuum. You know.
Yeah, I had the same issue at my job. They knocked out a whole side with the space heater. Yep.
Yeah, I went over this with Donish and Donish's live chat. I once went on vacation, and I went on vacation, and I'm just enjoying myself. I'm at home just chilling, and we had a new guy that came in. He tripped, and he disconnected a cable in the IDF room, and it took out the whole IDF room, and then the servers and everything stopped working, and then no one was getting emails and everything.
Did you guys know that Cloudflare is a company that is hosting probably more than 50 million websites right now, right? It's one of the biggest CDN systems out there. So recently, last week, I think 2 weeks ago, a technician went out there. They had to clean it like a data center or something. So the technician took out the cable, one cable, without knowing, because he was told to just clean this stuff. And he took out like almost 40% of that 50 million websites in that second.
Oh yeah, I remember you told me about that. Yeah.
So it was fun that the thing is, it's like sometimes you just don't know what it can cause, right? Like something with the space heaters or any other thing. Most of the times, like I would say myself too, I wouldn't know most of the things, and we'll just do it, learn it by doing it, and then next time we know, okay, we should do this again.
You know, the worst thing is that when people go to these dollar stores and they pick up fans, and you walk up to the desk, they have fans hooked up to their freaking computers. They have, these devices that make all kinds of weird lights going back and forth. You're like, they just have them plugged in. It's like, any reason why you guys have that plugged into your work computer? Oh, it's warm inside the office. Well, all right, well, you're not supposed to be plugging in like stuff that's not really IT approved. I mean, that's pulling it off the darn shelf.
Or you're changing their key. You're changing their keyboard. You're changing the keyboard, and they have it's a female. They're changing the keyboard, and they have 25 shoes underneath their desk.
Oh yeah, that's most fantastic. Yeah. I've seen one of those. Yeah, but like, oh, excuse me, they start throwing them out.
I'm not making that up.
Oh yeah, that's true though. You run into some crazy stuff underneath the desk. Crazy.
Oh my god.
Next ticket, we beat that one to death.
Oh man.
Hi-Fi is like, are you kidding me? Am I gonna do this in the IT support? Oh yeah. Sorry, I didn't talk about this in my training. I apologize on that.
Yeah, like you're going.
Yes, you gotta go down.
Man.
Yes, you gotta go down underneath the desk. No, I'm not joking. This is, to be honest, this is not a serious thing. Yes. This is actually a real world thing. You have to go down under the desk, and you have to kind of like do your thing, and that's the physical side of this job, and that's, I'm sure, not many people like it, but that's the reality.
That's ridiculous.
And
I
the best,
can't believe they conduct themselves like that.
And if it's me, Hi-Fi, and I call you, I'll be like, Hi-Fi, can you clean my desk on the bottom right there, please?
I mean, and the best thing is like you see Dennis dressed up in his Sunday best there. Some people are dressed up like that at work, tie, a suit. You may have to go down underneath a dirty desk, you get dirty, because that's the job. So keep that in mind too. It's not all just sitting at a desk being nice and clean all day. You have to get your hands dirty. Where you're gonna be washing your hands, you're done, because you're gonna be filthy.
Yeah,
this is actually a good topic.
So let me add to that. So people don't know this, because I'm gonna be honest with you, people don't know this. So people are like, I'm gonna do IT support, desktop support, tier 2. I'm gonna be a project manager, or I'm gonna be an IT manager or whatever. And everyone does the same thing, by the way, not just one person. Like every company is almost similar. And they're like, okay, we have a migration going on from the 16th floor to the 15th floor. And then you have this migration going on from one floor to another floor. And I don't mind my background if you hear anything. You have a migration going on, and from one floor to another floor. And then after that, you have to start moving everything. So you have to get everyone involved from IT, and they have to move all the equipment. That includes the monitor, the keyboard, the laptops, everything. And you're gonna be doing all that. It's not some random person that's gonna do it. It's gonna be you doing it. And then you have to log in and test everything, make sure all the IDF is set up, everything's set up, blah blah blah, whatever it is, Well, realistically, you have to move those computers, not someone else is doing it.
It's a good topic. It's a good topic, and definitely needs.
And then
some
people don't want to
attention.
do that. People do not want to do that. People don't want to get their hands dirty.
Also,
people don't want to touch anything. People don't want to move anything. People think it's just sitting down all day and doing password research or creating an account or doing 365 or whatever. It's not. No, it's more than that. It's,
you will get cuts in your hands. You will get scrapes. I mean, that's all part of it. I mean, like I said, you may get a cut on your finger, like, oh, well, because like a back of a desktop is sharp. You have to take all that stuff in consideration when you're moving something. Like, and when they say in jobs, like, can you move 50 pounds or plus? The reason why they say that is because you may put on like 6, 10 computers on this cart, and you got to push it to where you need to go. Then you got to take everything off, put it on desk. You may have to go pick up a printer, go pick up a server, a switch, whatever.
Add moves or changes required to pick up 50 pounds, required to pick up a printer. Do you have the strength to pick that up? You're going to be required to be on your feet at all times, blah, blah, blah.
I want to add something to it. This is not to scare people that this is such a physical job, right? The thing that we're mentioning here is that this is a part of your job. And that is collectively, you have to work it. Most of the things you're going to be working on a software side, getting the calls and everything, but do know that you're going to get one call today that, hey, I'm moving my desk to another floor right there. So can you bring the card? And you have to do all that kind of stuff. So that's, or there's a project, there's a lab, or there's something like that. Or if you get hired by a company, they call you a desktop support, but you're doing a lot of migration, then that's your job then. But that's the job that I would like to be honest, personally, I would stay away from. It's just, I don't know.
I appreciate you guys saying all of this, honestly.
That's stuff that you're gonna see in your job, and it's something that you're gonna see if you do tier 2 support or desktop support, entry level IT support, any of that. And you're not gonna be doing that every day. Obviously, it's gonna come up when you're doing moves, migrations, or when you have a new hire and you have to set up their equipment. It's gonna be there. So. And they're not going to hire someone else to do that because it costs money to do that, obviously. And they're paying you to do that. And that's part of your job requirements. So you have to do that. I'm just letting you know. And I'm not making that up. So it's just something that you're going to be required to do. And that's why they're paying you for that. So you have to do that.
That's experience that somebody can get on here. If you get like a 1 or 2 day, whatever, weekend contract, you go and move a company or move people like from point A to point B, you can see what the physical part is all about. That is what happens every once in a while, which is good for us because all we're doing is sitting down on the desk being very, very sedentary, or we're walking around a lot of floors, but that's our exercise. So really those things, if you like the work aspect of it, get your hands dirty, that's just an added bonus for us.
Yeah, and that's a very good point right there. Like you really wanna see a machine from very ground up. And this is where a lot of people, when they want to move up from help desk to sysadmin or network engineer position, Raj, okay, there you go. So one of the things that a lot of people that have problems when they want to move up from help desk is that, remember, when you go into a data center, everything is built for you already, right? For years and years. So you never get to see all those servers getting built up. You never get to see all that, the cabling being done that way. So perfect situation. If you see a project like that, go in it, because if you see a data center getting built from ground up, trust me, it's going to give you a wealth amount of knowledge and no courses, no mentor, nobody can give you that type of information and that knowledge when you see everything is coming from ground up. Like, oh, that's how they created the whole network came in, the whole switches got in there, switches got connected to blah, 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 servers, blah, 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 domain controller, the virtualization, bam, you got a whole picture in there.
Yeah, it does help. Like I said, in my experience, I moved the whole entire company in one weekend. We moved it from downtown Reading to the Wyomissing site, where one of my friends are actually working there now in my old job. And he was a contractor when I was up there, and he helped with the actual move and all that stuff. It's a big thing to see. It's awesome to see. It's a very good experience. But it's something in the back of your mind where, I kind of moved a whole entire company. All the users broke down to like Friday at noontime. We bagged everything up. The movers came in, they tore down the desk. They tore down all of the switches, the routers, everything. They lifted everything up, all our VoIP servers, took everything up, moved it over to a new place, plopped it back down. All of us went upstairs and started laying down all of the actual machines because we only had 2 days. We had Saturday and Sunday. Monday morning at 8 o'clock, they were going to be open for business, over 300 people. And we were there for almost 24 hours a day. For the whole entire weekend, we were there. We were stuck there. And we got it all up and running, but it was great just to see that going on. And come Monday morning, all the users were very happy. And, you know, afterwards you go home and you just sleep forever. But, you know, it's great to see all that. But it's a fantastic experience. And it's something you can't get just sitting at a desk all day long. Like I said, if you see something like that pop up in your area, go for it. You know, if it's like 2 days, who cares? It's something to see, and then you can say, I've done that. So it's really,
I have a video on it. So someone commented on my YouTube channel, and I always make a reply video, and someone put IT support sucks. So I made a full video on that where I talk about what you should be expecting if you work up IT support. And I talked about that. I talked about moving computers and stuff like that. And people get mad at me when I talk about that. I'm like, you're expected to do that, by the way. I'm not making this up on the fly. Like, that's something that you're going to be doing in your job, unfortunately, because it's part of IT support and desktop support. You're going to be required to move something for somebody, and maybe they haven't cleaned their desk in like 5 years or something, and there's dust everywhere, and then you have to move everything. You know, that does happen. So I'm just, you know, I'm being realistic about it. And, you know, not to make you sound like you're going to be miserable in the job, but you are going to be required to work that.
Another thing too to take into consideration, you just said about dust. You know, if you have some kind of upper respiratory problems, stuff like that, and you're going into a dusty environments, especially if you got to consider that too. You know, is this like a dusty environment? Is this not a dusty environment? Is this good for my health overall? I've been around some guys that they went into these server rooms, they started cleaning them, and all of a sudden they were sick for like 2 or 3 weeks. And they were like, what the heck's going on in here? Because they breathed in all this dust, you know? So if you have a mask, I'm sure you're more than welcome to wear a mask if you're going to be getting into someone's dirty stuff, because you don't know where these people have been. I mean, a lot
especially now, like people are going to be very much, hey,
well,
man.
Yeah, I mean, but overall, I think you got to keep that in mind too, about, you know, breathing, because you're going to be breathing in dust. You're going to be going home, and yeah, you may not smell of something, but you're going to be breathing in dust, especially when you start moving equipment. All that dust gets kicked up, and then until it settles back down, you know, you're not going to see it settle back down. You're just going to be walking in dust all day long. So, you know, it's something to think about, you know, too.
You're talking about allergies?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was away for like.
Oh, you're away.
We're talking about the realism of IT, that you have to move computers and set up computers and move monitors and set up desks and go underneath the desk and stuff like that. And people think that it's just password resets and doing Active Directory. No, it's not.
You gotta deal with layers of caked up dust on top of the computers, and you know, especially if
sticky keyboards,
sticky keyboards,
yeah,
sticky, gross keyboards.
Yes.
And then
there's chips
and then
inside
after that, you taste it like, it's good.
I've seen people's like a desk that is literally look like a botanical garden. They have like plants all over, man. And
I was like, oh, that's disgusting. However, don't be scared. This is just like a piece of this. It's not like you're doing this every day.
You have someone they're like, my keyboard's not working. I wonder why. And they have a bunch of coffee on the keyboard, a bunch of coffee, a bunch of soda. It's so sticky you can't even grab it.
Man, I'm like, I have a super sensitive nose on top of that, which doesn't help. So whenever I do have to go to person's desk, oh my God, I hate to sit on their chair. I don't want to sound like a germaphobe, because germaphobe, that's not it. It's more like I can, like, I don't want to, you know, I'm not even going to get into it.
I have a feeling that things are going to be super clean now, at least now. Like, it's going to be like,
yeah, for now.
You know, with the story.
Yeah, right.
And technicians will not feel bad to like put something in the hand, like, hey, before I touch your keyboard, I got to clean it. I'm not creating any COVID 2020 now, you know, like just like.
So I got a mask.
It's a good reason now. Good reason.
I have a 3D printed mask. I look like, what's the name of that guy from Batman?
Oh,
Bane. I look like
Bane,
Bane.
yeah.
It's a black mask. It's like 3D printed. It has like a filter on it. And when I
Oh,
talk, I sound
I think
just
I know
like
what
Bane.
you're talking about. I think
So
I've
people
seen
got to
that.
stay.
It has like a square filter, right?
That's exactly the one. And I 3D printed it. I used whatchamacallit, to seal it. I use epoxy and stuff like that, you know, and then I painted it. And anyways, I don't want to talk about my
let's talk about some questions right here. Do
All
you
right,
guys want to take?
Femi, Vlad, I think they wanted to talk. Femi wanted to talk.
Oh, Femi, okay. Because there's some questions in the chat, so maybe we should go over that too.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Kevtech, Danny?
Yes.
Oh,
No?
yeah.
No,
So-
I'm just
yeah.
kidding. I'm kidding. What's up?
Actually, I was gonna talk in regards to the same issue, but then with respect, especially to the lady, I forget her name now, but forgive me. Actually, that was how I basically started as well. I did it for like 3 months. Most of what we were doing, I was working for Charles Schwab, the big corporation. And basically that was all we're doing for like all of those 3 months or thereabout, while they were looking out for the exact position that I was actually angling for. And I must say that as much as it sounds scary in a way, it's actually fun in a way as well, because the mindset with which one goes into it for me is kind of really important. I went into it with an open mind, and I know that I'd asked questions, I'd done my own research, and it was just a good way to start. And just the fact that even something as almost inconsequential, call it, as taking things off and putting them back together from one office to the other. I'll be honest with you. When I started my present job, I realized how much that what looked like it wasn't much of a deal. It's become really, really important right now. So I just thought to add that.
Thank you so much. No, I'm joking about leaving the the community, but yeah, thank you so much everyone for like making that, because I honestly thought it was tickets on a desk, you know. I'm a germaphobe though, so I'm just gonna literally go in with like I'm gonna buy my own gloves and just take them with me.
Yeah, you can wear an astronaut suit if you want. That's up to you.
That's fantastic.
Oh, I was away. I'm sorry. Did I like? did something happen while I was away?
Yeah, cool, man. We're talking about you and your haircut.
Oh, or the lack of.
Yeah.
They were telling me how many beautiful, dirty, sticky keyboards and chips and shoes I'll find under desks.
That's actually a good point. Next time, I'm just gonna add this in my notes. Like, I'm gonna bring like a dirty keyboard and show it on the camera. Like, you gotta deal with this kind of stuff too.
Donish, you should have told me this when I first started. Hey, listen,
sorry,
before we start class, I need to tell you.
Let's do a refund.
Refund.
We always did. We have I think I want to say it's like a half a gallon or a gallon of that hand sanitizer, literally, just in case, you know. But
I'm hoping that people will change now that COVID is like this. But then give them 2 years and everyone's going to revert to.
So I'm not sure about that. With all due respect, I'm not sure about that, because I went to Walmart today and 70% of the people didn't care. So I have no hope for people.
What area are you in?
I live in St. Louis, Missouri.
Oh yeah. We're in
the Goonies.
Maryland. And they're not too bad here. They were in the beginning, but now they're listening a little bit more.
You know, the best thing to do, Heifa, is after you're done with the move or something like that, is just go to the bathroom, just wash your hands.
Go to the bathroom.
Yeah,
Go to the bathroom. Wash your hands. Go to the shower. Go to your shower while wearing the dress clothes on or whatever you're wearing, and then get yourself all wet, and that's it.
That's another thing too. You know, for women, I mean,
disinfect.
You're not gonna be wearing a dress to work unless you have some kind of thing. So a business, slacks or something like that, because you don't want to get on the ground with like a dress on. That's just gonna ruin like your freaking dress. So keep that in mind too for all like the women out there. You know, you don't want to get all gussied up going to work. Yes, you can get gussied up, but slacks or whatever. I mean, there'll be some kind of uniform, but overall they would want you to dress in, no pumps. You want to wear probably some nice sneakers, because you can be doing like a lot of walking, and stuff like that. So you want to be comfortable throughout the whole entire 8-hour period that you're there.
And you got the nice Capri Sun over the desk, and some breadcrumbs all over the desk, and some
That's not me.
vegetables, some salads everywhere on the desk. You're just feeding the desk a lot of protein. It's
Have
just-
some hope, Kevtech. Have some hope. Hey, Danish, and to all the other Muslims, but I'm gonna be doing wudu after every after every desk job that I have to do.
That's serious, yeah.
I don't know how to say that in English, but
Yeah, that's one way to get clear.
I mean,
Alright.
okay, in defense to just a lot of people, because there are women in tech that also listen to us. I go to conventions, and to be honest, most of the techs over there, when they set up the computers and do everything like printers and everything, they're all, females, women, and they wear normal dress like us, like a shirt like this one and a normal pants, right, and with the sneakers and stuff. And to be honest, nothing wrong with that. Everything they work on and they fix everything. Later on, everybody as a human, we just go and wash our hands. Very normal stuff. There's no difference between a woman or male. Yeah, it's sometimes equipment maybe too heavy or something. And of course, even if it's heavy for a man, I will never suggest you. And this is one of the things that techniques we tell people, because I work with servers, right? So we tell people never ever bend down like this and pick up a device or anything, even in a normal way. You never bend down like that. There's a physical reasons behind it. You guys should go
Danish,
research it. Yep.
Keyword: ask for help. Ask for help.
Ask for help. Ask for help. There you go. And if you are going to be even picking up a small computer, try to squat and pick it up. The reason I know this because I had 2 fractures: C4, T5, spine, and my neck.
Yeah, just remember that nobody is Superman. No one here is Superman.
Those are some heavy
you
keyboards.
You have a printer that you have to pick up. Ask for help. You have a server you got to pick up. Ask for help. You have a
lead keyboards.
You have a computer, one of those big giant computers, like the big ones, like the old ones, like the Xeon HP computers. You might want to ask for help for that as well. Ask for help if it's something.
If you want to pick up the keyboard, make sure you ask for help. 2 people will pick up the keyboard like that.
Excuse me, sir. I handle a 150-pound dog. I think I'm kind of okay.
and you have to do it. On those boxes where they show 2 people lifting together. That's how you have to lift keyboards.
Oh, fantastic.
2 people.
Okay, guys, we have some questions right here. I think we should move into that. One is number one. I think she asked a question. What kind of companies do you gentlemen prefer working for? Private, public, government, nonprofit? I think that's a good question. What do you guys think?
I work in the hedge fund environment. I'm happy with that. I used to work for the Department of Education, and I was not happy about that.
Anybody else?
Can you explain some differences, Kevtech, between sorry, I don't know who I just cut off. I'm so sorry.
No, go ahead, Hapa. Go ahead.
But if everyone can I don't know, just the pros and cons of working for each, especially if you're starting out, what companies, if you knew the information you know now, what would you have applied to when you first started is kind of my question.
Got it. Yeah, I worked in the Department of Education. If I had to go back in time, I would work for a hedge fund. Why? Is because I had a bad experience working for the Department of Education. They treated me like crap as a PC technician, just being honest with you. And then in a hedge fund environment, I didn't have that issue. They were more professional, and you have HR, you have compliance, you have all these things that are in the background. So you're not allowed to treat IT a certain way. But in the Department of Education, they didn't care about that. They don't have these things running in the background. So they could scream and yell at you and stuff like that. And I had issues with that when I first started. So if I had to go back in time, I would probably work for an MSP or for a hedge fund. Does that make sense?
That's what I'm trying to get out of Department of Education.
Yeah. No, I had a bad experience with that. I'm just
Anybody else? Let's go quickly with the different.
When I first started with, I started out in the insurance business there, working at their level 2 desktop support for CNA Insurance, believe it or not. And I was there for 5 years, and I loved it there because it was more of it was just 2 of us, taking care of over 300 people there, 300 plus. And it was really nice. I mean, and you get to know the customers, which is really good. Then after the contract was done with that, then I was with the hospitals there. And there is it's greatly different because now you're talking a whole different amount of people. It's not so much a family thing. Now it's more broad. So I don't know. I mean, any experience is great. I mean, I got to see the insurance side, the hospital side, you know, I don't know. I mean,
Depends on the company too. Depends on the culture of the company. Depends on a lot of things.
yeah,
So,
exactly.
Yeah.
You have to like the people you're working with too. I mean,
Yeah, my
you may
take.
go to a company, you may hate the people, and
Yeah.
get the heck out. The company may be great, but the people are idiots. You just want to go and get something different. I mean, it's just the way it is. You know,
It depends on the company to company. That's kind
yeah.
of
I mean,
true.
it's you need 11. You know, you need a team to work behind you, and you may have some people that think they're above everything else. It's like, well, then it's not fun to go to work. You know, but IT should be fun. Like going to work is fun.
You have some people like Donish that likes to dance in every video. You know, it depends on the company. You know.
I mean, that's the thing. That if you know your management is cool, if you know your coworkers, you're being cool with them. That shows you. If you can dance in the company, that shows you you're happy. Whether I'm sure you're not going to be dancing when you're not happy. But here's a little bit of educational things that I want to add into from my perspective, is that there is a difference. First of all, if you're brand new, you don't get to choose this kind of stuff in the beginning. This is my suggestion to anybody who's brand new.
Yeah, obviously, yes.
Even if it sucks, get in, right? That's the first thing I tell. And I told you that in the training too, right? That you will get into the company regardless of what it is, MSP, is it a private, blah, 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 education. None of that matters. In the beginning, you want to get in to get credentials and experience. That's what we're talking about. Once you understand that and you feel like you go to different areas, then yes, at the end, when you get to a level of, okay, do I really want to make more money or do I want to go for a quality of life? Then this is where some areas that you may be feeling that is going to like overwhelm you. In like, for example, MSPs, right? These are the service providers. So they will be working more than a normal sysadmin who's working for a nonprofit now. So if a nonprofit is paying me about, let's say 110K or let's say 90K, whatever it is, and I'm working with them, great benefits and everything like that, then at the end, at some point, I might not prefer the MSP. Why? Because I don't want to work that fast pace or being challenged all the time. That's not my style now. But depends who are you asking. There could be another person comes to, no, I don't want to be a lazy admin. I want to go and do MSP stuff because I like this kind of stuff. I always like to challenge. I always want to go there and take that kind of stress. It doesn't matter to me. That's how I learn. So it's really person to person, but that's where like service providing type of company is going to be always more calls, more tickets. You like it? Perfect. On the other side, you were working with a very healthy nonprofit that have a lot of millions of dollars, and they will be taking care of you. Like you say, I'm a sysadmin, but I need a support after 5 p.m. I need a support from a different company. And they'll just happily say, okay, which company do you want me to give you? That IT manager is going to talk to you like that, to be honest. And boom, you got another company working with you, and now you're like in the middle right there. You can see the stress level is going to be extremely low, but your learning will also kind of fades away at some point. So
yeah, I want to add to that too. So this isn't like, this is going back in time of experience that I have now, but realistically, I'm gonna add what Donish said. Realistically, you just want to get in and get out. You know, you want to get experience first. You don't have the right to pick what you like unless you get lucky. Then you get to be in a professional, good company. You know, I tell people that you have to choose your options and work in that company and build your experience. And then once you get that experience, then you could take a step back and then you could start building a career path and then look at another company and see what suits you the most, if that makes sense. But you want to first get in IT. You want to first get the IT experience. It doesn't matter how crappy or what it is, you know, you have to get some sort of experience. So you have to go into that job. Even if it's a bad job, you have to build your experience, you know, even if it's 1 year, 2 years, doesn't matter how long it is, you have to build your experience. And then after you do that, then you probably, you know, unless you're in a good company already, which you may not or may not be, then after that, you get to decide what you want to do after that. And then you could build your career path after that. But you have to get experience first, and you got to get the first IT job, no matter what it is. At least you get something on your resume. That's I'm just adding to what Donnie said.
Yeah.
And let's just make sure it's not the Geek Squad.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Can I
above them?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Can I just buttress that as someone that's still out of a U4 Geeks or thereabout over there that's been there forever, as someone that's still relatively new? I just want to buttress what you said by just highlighting the fact that the present company I'm with now, which is really serving as which is gone beyond my wildest dreams in terms of my expectations. When I got in there the first day, I'm not gonna lie to you. Matter of fact, the first day going into the first week, it looked like I was gonna run away. But the question I kept asking myself at that point, because people are gonna tell you all kind of things, and that's why I tell some of the guys I kind of mentor right now, even though I'm still new, that expect everything and anything, but you gotta be positive. You gotta be. I mean, because it depends on your. I just feel it depends on the mindset with which you're going into it. Because first of all, like Kevtech, like everybody that I know of that will tell you the truth will say, you just want to get in. Getting in is the hardest part for me, as far as I'm concerned. Once you get in there, I mean, my thing was just I'm gonna sink or swim with this. I mean, that was just every day I went there for the first couple of weeks. I was like, no, this is it. It's either I'm in there or nothing else. So you're gonna want it so bad that, and I'm not gonna lie to you. By the third week, I started to see start to sift the people that I worked with, and luckily for me, for the most part, a lot of the guys are cool. But the things at the end of the day, my goal never left my focus was basically the fact that I wanted experience. I want these things so bad.
But Femi, you add a very important point. Before I forget it, I want to add this to it. Remember, you just say that I wanted to run away.
Yeah,
But
was it because you were overwhelmed?
How many people would have ran away from IT by doing that? Think about that too, right? So you're saying that you're doing a mentorship with other people. The reason you're doing that is because you want to give them this feeling that you have, right? That you experience, right? And what if you look at the content that we're sharing over here in this channel, Kevtech, mine, Googleman, what is this content about? Is exactly what you're talking about. That this is what we're telling people, right?
Sorry, I thought you were talking to me. Did you say that?
No, I'm saying that the content that we shared all together is basically kind of what Femi is kind of like. I'm just kind of like adding to his point, because this is such a critical point that a lot of people don't talk in courses and anywhere in trainings or anything, anywhere on YouTube too. People don't talk about this stuff. That first initial phase that Femi was feeling and he was about to run away. Now think about how many people have ran away, have lost their job.
I wanted to add to that. You know what pisses me the hell off? Like, I'm gonna tell you right now, and Danish and Steve is gonna agree with me. Cool. You know what pisses me off, and I gone over this before, is when you go and look at these the day of the life videos, and they make it all beautiful and sunshine, and people are eating and they're taking phone calls and they're helping people and stuff like that. And it's not like that in real life. It's not like that. You know, you basically are under a lot of pressure and under a lot of stress, and you're in an environment where you basically have a lot to do. It's not where you basically, like, you see this video, the day of the life or whatever, and you see people eating breakfast, and then they're sitting on their desk looking at emails. See, they're sitting on the desk looking at emails, and then they eat lunch or dinner at night, and then they do workout, they go to sleep. You know, that's not real life.
I have something to add to this, because I made a day in a life as a system administrator, and I got a lot of likes in there, but I got a lot of dislikes, and people were pissed off, right? Like some people, oh, that's like the best day of your life as a system administrator, right? I got so much heated comments. Here's the thing. Here's the problem. A lot of people don't watch the whole video. In the video, I said, that's not it. And that's how I built my environment. That's how I worked hard for this day that I'm sitting there and enjoying my day, because I worked like really hard for it. People didn't listen to that. The only thing that they will look at the things like, oh, this is what this person is saying, so I'm just gonna take it. So my learning from this from other people is that try to listen, or try to like ask complete questions, or try to stay there and ask kind of like more detailed questions, rather than you're just thinking, making assumptions in 2 or 3 seconds right there. Like, for example, Femi started, I was about to run away. So if, let's say, if somebody would have just came and joined this chat and listened to Femi, and he's gonna be like, man, this career is a pretty badass career that I'm just gonna run away. Like, this guy's strong that he stayed like that. For that, we have spent almost 5 to 6 years of our life on YouTube to just talk about this situation that we're talking about, right? So people to not get scared, people to be knowing the reality of this, people to know skills. So Femi, let me ask you a question now. If you knew our channels, or if you knew all the content, and you knew all this education that we were providing to you, would you still feel that you would have ran away from that job?
I probably, it probably wouldn't be as bad as
Would it have given
what
you
I-
confidence? I'm just saying, a little bit of confidence.
Yeah. Comparatively, yeah, definitely.
And that's what we were talking about. That little confidence makes do the changes for you.
So,
Cool, man, you wanted to say something? I know Coolman wanted to say something, and then
So-
Steven wanted to say something too.
Go ahead, Coleman.
oh, thank you, Mr. Steve.
I'm waiting for Steven to
No,
open
I
up his
just-
YouTube channel, but he's not doing it.
Look, I just want to be honest. You know what I mean? It's like one of those things where, for me personally, I can only speak for myself. Everybody's going to have a different experience, but when it comes down to it, it is an experience. And I don't want to sound like like I'm preaching or anything like that. But this is, for me, I had to literally work all kinds of jobs until I came to the position of working as a business systems analyst. And I love this job that I'm doing right now, but man, I did all kinds of stuff, not only just tech support, but because I'm right now, well, see, I did a bunch of tech support, and just now I'm a business systems analyst. So it took me a while to get there, but those things are, impacted by all kinds of different things, things that happen in life, whether you're ready to actually even just make the decision to apply for these jobs, whether you have enough knowledge. All of these things just take time, and you just have to build up to it. And if you have to work as help desk or even just regular customer service, it doesn't even have to be IT, to be honest. You could be working as I don't know, just, tech support, or like some kind of just kind of customer service. And that could be a starting point for somebody. And then you move on to the help desk, and then you move on to, other things and better things in life. But my point is just simply, man, it takes time. It's not easy to get to the point where you're happy with the job. Even if you're finally going for, let's say, business systems analyst position or whatever it is that you want, man, you may get that one job as a business system analyst, for example, and then you're like, man, I hate this company, but then you move on to another one, and it's a totally different culture, totally different culture of people, and then you suddenly love it. So you kind of take a chance on all that,
And I agree with him, because like it's basically, and then some people, not everyone, some people are some people, when they get something, they're happy, but they're not truly happy. They're never happy. So it depends on the person too. It always depends on the person too. And cool, man, I add to you your jobs and stuff like that. I worked to add to you. You have to start from the bottom and then go all the way to the top. It's not like you're gonna jump to the top. It doesn't work that way.
And just real quick,
I worked just to answer you, because just say you worked a lot of different jobs. So if you don't know anything about me, I worked 16 different jobs before I got the job where I am right now. Just put that in the back of your head.
Yeah, I worked since I came to the United States. I was 15. I worked since then, and I worked all kinds of jobs. Let me tell you, I was never on unemployment. I never took $1 of unemployment, and I'm telling you, it's just, you got to stay with it, man. It's just
yeah, exactly. So basically, I'm trying to say the same thing. Just stay with it. Like, I've been working since I was 9 years old, and I've been in the IT field for a little while now. But you have to stay with it. Like,
I've been working since I was 2, man.
Danish.
Danish.
Yeah, working since
well,
I
I
was
can't
9,
admit to
and
that.
so-
I can't legally admit to that. Although I'm not sure if 15
But
is.
you have to stick with the job. That's basically what the point is. Stick with the job, and you will grow and build a career path. No matter what job it is in IT, just stick with it. It's gonna get better over time. You got to have patience. It's all about having patience. That's what it is.
Bringing it back up to what Kevin said earlier about the stress levels going into a job. You learn all this knowledge from everybody here, and then when you go inside of there, you're scared, of course. But the stress that you put on yourself, that you have all this knowledge, now you got to apply that knowledge to the job that you're walking into. So that stress will be there at the very beginning, but it's right around your head. You know all this knowledge, but you don't really know how to apply it to the real world. So you walk in there, you're a scared little boy or girl. You're like, oh my God, how am I going to do all this stuff? And then after a while, it's like, oh yeah, well, I remember that from looking at that or this. And then it kind of like
second nature.
Yeah, it kind of like falls into place. And then the stress kind of like alleviates And then when you walk into some place, let's say you're there for like a month, 2 months, 3 months, you get the confidence of the customers. They like you. You walk in there, they know like, hey, Heifa's walking in. I know I know that she can fix anything. And then you're like a god
Okay.
to these people.
Yeah.
And it's scary.
Haifa's here. She's gonna help me. Oh my
Exactly.
God, she's here.
I mean,
Oh, I
that-
can't
You guys
believe
are
she's here.
awesome.
But that's scary and good. I mean, it's
Yeah.
scary and good, and
Of
it
course.
could be like a double-edged sword too. Because
Right.
if you may be on top one day, and then they will knock you down the next, and you do one little thing wrong, and some customer gets upset. They go to the
Right.
higher ups like, hey, how come you did that? Or did this? Like, what do you mean?
Or like Haifa. I know that if I ask someone else, they won't fix it. Haifa could fix it for me.
Yeah.
Let me go talk to her. You
So
know,
I mean,
I see what you're
it's
saying.
great though to actually feel that way. I mean, I felt that way up at that insurance company, and it was
Mhm.
great walking in there. But it took me about 2 years to get to that point,
Okay.
to where I walked in and everybody just like, oh my God, thank God he's here.
And
You
it's
know, and
all rise. Here
people
comes
got
Steve.
up, people got up out of their desk and like, here, just sit down and fix it quick. It was not even an option. It was not like they don't like go like this and go, what the heck are you doing here? Get out of here.
Yeah,
You
it
know,
takes
like, I don't want you
takes
touching my
time.
stuff. But that
That's
takes a lot of time.
Yeah, that's another thing I talk about. It takes time for you
Time.
to fit well with the company and know the people's names, know where
Mhm.
they sit, know where they sit down. They know who you are. They know your name. They trust you. You build a relationship with them, and then after that, they let you touch the computer, because some of them are like, "Who the hell are you? I'm not letting you touch my computer.
And
I
they're-
never even seen you in my life before."
You know, the pressure comes when you're sitting down at like a VIP desk and they're staring at you in their desk and they're there looking at their phone, going, are you done yet? Are you done yet? You're like, God, yeah. And then you got to like start thinking quickly, like, am I going to
How
be
do
able
I fix
in
this?
10 minutes? Because if it's not in 10 minutes, you got to think of some alternate ways to get them back online.
But you build
wanna-
you
No.
build a relationship with the client,
But-
and then
Right.
when you do that, no, but when you do that in an environment, in a work environment, no matter what company it
That's
is,
stress.
when you build a relationship with everyone in the company, doesn't matter how many employees it is, you build a relationship with everyone, and you build a reputation in that job, it becomes less stressful, and people will not like
Haggle you so
drive you
much.
crazy. Yeah, like you
Mhm.
feel a lot better in that job, and then you start to see that it becomes less stressful, and then also same thing with that. You start to see that the job you're working, there are easier ways to do certain things, or there are easier ways to do certain things, to fix certain things.
Mhm.
And you start to see that it just becomes second nature to you. You already know how to fix it and stuff like that. And it becomes a less stressful environment. And
But
then
then
you're able to
they
handle
do.
everything.
I'm just gonna add this line to it, that at the end, you know what happens as a technical person. So a person who says I have experience, that doesn't mean that person is saying I'm not having any stress in my life as an IT professional. To this day, I am very stressful when I take on anything new or even older stuff, right? I'm stressed but that stress, how I handle it, is because of my experience that I have been through all this. This is natural. That's gonna be taking time. So when you start working in IT, stress is gonna be with you, but the way you deal with the stress becomes what makes you an IT professional. Actually, that's
Right.
where you're gonna say I'm an IT professional properly, because then you say, okay, I'm not gonna know everything, but I know how to handle stress. There you go, done. There's nothing after that. I mean, you will bring a new project to me, and I'll have a zero knowledge about it. Doesn't matter what kind of experience I hold. I may have 15 years of experience. You bring a new project to me, to be honest, I'm totally clueless.
Mhm.
But when they give me documentation based on my experience, I know that I need to go to documentation. Based on my experience, I need to be a good customer service, to be more connected with the project manager, or to be the application developer. So I need to be connected with them based on my experience to see how I am doing things now, right? So I'm not that much stressed, but that other stress, natural stress, is going to be there forever.
Yeah, it's gonna be there forever, but you get more, you'll build that experience over time, and where you basically go into the job and you're not stressed out as much as before, and then
Mhm.
you're already prepared for what's gonna happen when you go in the office, if that makes sense, or when you're starting to work. So
And I think a big thing too is when you start to get to that level, they may look at you and go, hey, wait a minute, okay, she's here. I can bypass the help desk. I don't have to put in
Oh.
a ticket. But you're going to say, well, you need to put in a ticket because that's how I am tracked.
There's a term for that, ticketing. What's that?
Shoulder taps.
shoulder tap, and there's another two like
We used to
bombing.
call them like shoulder taps. So
Unless,
Bombing
unless,
something.
unless it's me, nobody makes tickets for me, and they just go directly to me. And that's there's no tickets for me, by the way. As some
but I
people
mean, you have to worry about that too as you get
yeah.
Yeah, you get
higher up.
like, yeah, like you when you have that's something that you're gonna like it, but 99.9% of the people you're gonna ask them that this is gonna be an issue with the management, because then who are doing the other tickets? Like for example, I know managers that actually look at every week, they look at the performance.
They do SLA and they do service level
and then
agreements, and they export Excel files with reports and stuff like that.
And then that can go negatively at one point because somebody say, hey, I wanted to do that, but Kevtech took it from me. Right? I wanted to do another one.
I think the managers, all the VIP guys, they're the worst people to call up the help desk first. They just want all those shoulder taps. So what are you going to do if a VIP, tap, hey, come here. What? You're going to say no? I wouldn't think so. You'll fix it. Maybe you go back to your desk and generate a ticket real quick and then just close it right away.
That's
what I mean? You can do that,
unless it's me where there's no ticketing system at all, and then they just go to me because I work with CEO, the CFO, and what have you. So there's no ticketing system.
Kevin is special.
Yeah, it's a little different for me. But
So
everyone else, you gotta make tickets.
Hi-Fi, if I may ask, what are you applying for?
Right now, Helpdesk. Like
oh, okay. Well, there you go. Just provide the best customer service you can, and work on as many tickets as you can, and that's mainly what they'll look at, right? I mean, that's that's all it is. I think just customer service, I think, is number one, and then technical knowledge is good, but I think we all mentioned it at some point. If you can't find something, just Google it real quick, and but
Google is your best friend.
The chances are, when it comes to that, the company that you're gonna that you start working for, they may like have documentations on everything that needs
they're gonna train you anyway too.
They'll train you. There's a training period usually, and they'll say go to here if you can't find something, and then when it comes down to it, just be laid back to the sense where you can at least rely on on saying to them, hey, look, I can't, you don't have to say it like this, but you can just say, look, let me get back to you here in a second. I just need to we're going to fix this for you, but I got to check with my colleague or something, but I'll make sure that we're going to resolve your issue. That's like the main thing, so they don't get mad. Otherwise everything is fine.
You assure the client or the customer like I have to look into this further. So let me get back to you, and I'll give you a call as soon as possible. And let me figure this out for you. And then when I figure it out, I'll get back to you. This definitely will be resolved by the end of today, and we'll figure this out together. You have to reinsure the customer or the client that basically you're gonna what you're talking about, and that you're gonna solve the solution. You're gonna give them a solution, give them something.
But Helpdesk, I mean, it's really hard to sugarcoat it in a sense, because it's not easy. It's not easy. I mean, it depends on the company you work for. If it's a huge company, chances are you may be getting calls back to back to back.
Yeah.
But they also have, a lot of times they have a system in where you can literally what they call idle out. Like you idle out of the phone, and you have usually a couple of minutes to, research something, to collect yourself. Yeah, research something or to collect yourself. Or you can also say, if you want to collect yourself, you can say, hey, may I place you on hold? And while you're doing that, you can say, may I place you on hold while I put in like notes or something.
Well, I collect myself. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, to give you a breather.
I know.
To give you a breather, sometimes you may have to do that because depending on the company, like you may have to kind of like look for like a loophole, if you will. Like if they say you can't idle out for a couple of minutes to collect yourself, you can just say, but if they say, hey, you can put customer on hold for like 60 seconds or 1 minute, you can say, hey, may I place you on hold for 1 minute while I note your account or whatever it is, put some notes down. That way you can just collect yourself, and that way you have at least some break in between. But I'm not going to lie, Helpdesk is hard.
You want to put a padding in there for yourself, because sometimes there are going to be some weird issues you have never seen in your life before, and you're going to have to figure out how to fix it. So you might have to get back to them later and ask for help with other colleagues in your job. So that's basically what
there is always way out, given a problem without the answer being somewhere nearby.
Steve, you wanted to say something?
No, I'm good.
I have another question if no one else has questions.
Okay.
So do you know how at the end of any interview they ask you, oh, what would you like to ask us, like as a company? Do you guys have any questions that you wish you asked?
Oh,
Or
I have
you
a,
wish
I have a
you
lot of
knew?
questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a big list too.
I have a list. I always have a list with me. I carry a book with me, and I have a list.
Usually what I ask is, can I have a company car?
Okay.
No, no.
She's
I'm
like,
kidding.
Laptop.
Usually
No.
I ask is usually I ask do you guys drink, do you guys have because you know work is IT, so do you guys drink black coffee?
Do I get a Tesla?
Yeah.
That's what I usually
What is your
ask.
company culture? Something like that, you know?
Yeah,
No, I know about
absolutely.
those questions. I meant like any questions that you
Okay,
wish
so
someone told you about before you ever
oh man, my
like not
questions
the
are
usual ones.
my questions are a little crazy. So usually I ask the person that's interviewing me, and Danish maybe might know this, or Kuman might know this, Steven might know. I asked the person, tell me what's a typical day for the person working in this position, and tell me what they would be doing, what they be expected to be doing, and if they're gonna get proper training in the next couple of months. That's like one question I would ask. That's a hypothetical question. Another question I would ask, and it's a personal question, is I ask the manager, why do you work in this company, and why are you in this company, and how, and if you like this company, why do you work in this company? So it's a personal question. It's just like I get real personal with the questions with people. So it depends on the question you want to ask. But I have a list of questions I ask people typically, like it's about 6-7 questions. And then like the third question would be something like, does this company allow you to self-study? Does this company pay for certifications? If so, if I could study a certification, will the company allow me to study? Will they allow me to study the A+, Network Plus? You know, questions like that. Like it basically shows the employer that you actually do care about yourself, and that you care about growing within the company, and also building your skills as an individual. So something like that. Questions like that.
Like my experience on this would be, I'm more of like, I analyze how I did the interview. So if I feel like I did a good job, then I don't want to ask anything that's gonna convert into some more conversation with them, right? You see my point, right? Like I don't want, if my interview went really well, then I don't want to give them any personalization about myself or my question that can lead to any other thinking that they may take a consideration against another contender or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I will ask something that may be educational type. Hey, do you guys support education? So they may say, oh yeah, we get this pluralsight for 1 year for you when you join in, or we're going to send you to this blah blah blah. So that shows that you're interested in learning more as a help desk, because that's what they're looking for. They're not looking for a expert to be getting hired as a level 1, right? That's something you're not going to get a job that way. So they're looking for someone who is passionate about this job, who's willing to learn, who's willing to accept some of the project responsibilities. The manager says that you need to do this, then you need to do this, right? Because higher level positions may come across something like that where they will feel a little bit of attitude around that. What are you asking me, right? Stuff like that. So that's something that help desk should be doing. Blah blah blah. All that kind of stuff can come across. So keep your questions limited in a way that you don't want to give out too much about yourself, so then they can make decision based on how you question. Does that make sense?
That's why I'm
because
asking
here's the thing. I worked on this area for a very long time in a way that I always think about, you're going up against human now. It's really human beings now.
It's a human interaction.
Human interaction. And
not aliens.
Aliens, there you go. So if it was more of like, the more information you throw out there, or the more you talk about yourself other than your normal question, even in basic interview question, like tell me about yourself. What's your next goal for 5 years? And you go above beyond that too much, then there you go. You're hitting the red zones out there.
That's why I'm asking. I want specific IT
questions. Yep. Yeah, like what he said with the certifications. Yeah, that's a good question, because it shows the employer that you're interested in growing within the company. It shows the employer that you want to be a person that doesn't want to be stuck in help desk forever. Like you want to grow in the company. So if you ask questions like, does this company cover certifications? Does this company give you the opportunity to learn and grow within the company? Questions like that is something that would be very, very positive to ask, because it does help. It does make you stand out as an individual, because some other people might not even ask that question. They might ask something else. So it makes you stand out as an individual that is willing to learn and be a team player and also be part of the company. That makes sense. So
yeah, and now Eddie put that you can ask about the escalation process, common ticks. No, I wouldn't do that. Why, Eddie? I wouldn't do that. Why would I talk about in my interview, which is going pretty well, and talk about, so what's your escalation process here? Now they're gonna, oh yeah, let me just pull out this whole SLA in front of you, and they're gonna start talking about, oh, what are the common tickets? They're not gonna sit. They don't have that kind of time. This is stuff that you're gonna be asking when you start your job. Those type of questions. So don't. My recommendation is don't get into technical stuff with them. Because it could be a total different case for them, and they may ask you a question. They're like, didn't you put that you have 6 months of experience with ticketing system and blah blah blah? How do you want to
get yourself into another hole.
So that's what I'm talking about. Based on your, but if you just say like you really sucked in the interview, then go all out. Maybe try to defend yourself in different areas. Then go everything on it.
And there's a thing that I done with a bunch of people, and you could do it too. That I have actually has helped them get a job. Basically, you get their email address or their company business card. Because some companies will give you a company business card, and some of them might give you an email or something like that. You could send them a thank you email after you do the interview with them, like later on.
Of course,
you could do that, and that
I
makes
know
you
those
stand out
etiquettes,
as well. So you could do that as well.
I know those etiquettes.
If I may add a little bit here. So from the way I say it, to me, it depends on how they wrap up the interview. If they're wrapping it up in a way, what if they ask you like last few questions? So what times can you work? What days are you interested in? Stuff like that. At that point, you kind of know that you got a job, so you can kind of ask different questions in that situation. But if they're wrapping it up in like just regular standard questions, chances are you may have not got the job. But if they're asking you what times can you work and this and that, chances are you got it. And they change the tone, they change the tone.
Change it, like they get like a serious tone, and then they're not serious anymore. And then some of them are like, some of them would be like, okay, yeah, so this is the department, or this is the section of the office that we work. They even walk you, like they'll grab you and walk you, and they're like, oh, this is where we work right over here.
Yeah, they'll give you a little
blah, and they're like, oh yes, I got the job, yes.
Like for example, one interview, I went in there and I immediately know that the person did not, I don't know, for some reason, maybe did not like me or maybe the way I was dressed, but I immediately know that this interview is going to go pretty bad. So I sat down, the position was for Helpdesk. The guy's like, so tell me the code in Java. How do you do this? I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Java with Helpdesk? I knew that this guy don't want me here. Wrap up. I don't know anything about Java. Thank you so much. Going out.
So I had an interview recently, like 2 months ago, and I went to this room, and the manager, he asked me a question, and while I was answering it, he was using his phone for like whole 30 minutes. And I knew it that he's not interested in me. So after that, I never heard from them.
Yeah, it depends on the company and the environment and the culture and how you feel when you start doing the interview. You'll know, like. They'll give you that.
And to be honest, the individuals too.
It's the body language. You could read somebody when they're doing something. It's a body language. It's something that you just know when they're interacting with you. The body language tells a lot about somebody.
Yeah, he wasn't even looking at
something
me.
like that.
He would ask one question and he would start using his phone. So I was like, okay. Then I would just keep talking, but I knew that he's not interested.
One time. Here's a weird situation. It was an interview. This was a long time ago. I was interviewing.
Is this when you had hair?
I had hair back then, and it was I forget what. Anyways, it was a interview. But you know how they have to do HR first, and then you talk to the tech guys or whoever, managers.
Yeah.
This was something bizarre that I've experienced in an interview, and it was the HR person. This was so weird and bizarre. He was asking me questions, and it was standard HR questions, but he was intensely staring at me. I felt like he wasn't blinking, and he was writing as he was staring at me. I was so uncomfortable. I was so uncomfortable. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's creepy.
And I'm looking at him. I'm like, are you really writing at the same? Yeah, exactly like he's doing. Oh my God. That was the weirdest interview I've ever had.
Interesting. You say your favorite color is blue. Huh. I'm going to note that down right now.
And he was a young guy. And he was a young guy, dude. I could swear he was in his 20s, but yet he was hiring, like he was HR part hiring.
Okay,
part of.
one thing I really hate about these interviews when they get you those stupid questions like that you have to answer, like, okay, so if you go to McDonald's and you buy 2 fish sandwiches and you come out and there's a cat out there, what would you do? Dude, I hate this kind of stuff. I'm not good at this stuff, trust me, and I hate it, and I will probably not even attend that interview.
Or which appliance in the kitchen?
What's if you were to pass away and what's your spirit animal? What spirit animal would you be? I'm like, what the hell kind of question is this?
Yeah, crazy stuff like that.
I'm gonna be an elephant.
One of the dumbest questions I've been asked, and I thought about it too. I'm like, I'm trying to kind of rectify this question that they asked me in my mind, trying to figure out why did they ask me? Well, what they asked me was, and I got hired for this job, but they asked me in the end, would you ever leave this job? I'm like thinking to myself, it kind of threw me off a little bit. I'm like, I didn't even start. This is what I'm thinking to myself. I haven't even started, and yet he's asking me if I'm ever going to leave. Like, how would you answer that?
That's a very odd question to ask, because don't you expect people to move up and move on?
Yeah, but it was so unexpected and bizarre. I'm like, I didn't even get this job, but yet you're asking me if I'll ever leave this job. Like, I don't know, maybe. I don't think I answered it like that. But
what kind of Pokemon are you? Tell me about yourself. What kind of Pokemon are you? Let me stop.
Dude, I wish they would. I wish they would ask some kind of.
I have a question, please. Hello.
Yes. Hey, how are you?
Hey.
I'm fine, thank you. It's Onome. So I was going to ask, what's an example of a competency-based question, please?
Computer what based?
Competency.
Oh, competency.
Competency question.
Go ahead and
Sure. I give you one real quick. Like, for example, I think we touched a little bit earlier. If you can't like resolve something, what would you do? You know, somebody calls in and says, hey, my computer's, this program's not working, and then you can't figure it out. What would you do? That's a competency question. So you would say, let me get somebody else to help me resolve this issue.
Oh, right. Okay. And any idea of what a technical test will look like?
Technical test is going to be basically either they can give you some type of a quiz that is going to be more of like ABCD type of answers, or they will put you in front of the computer and say, okay, this RDP is not working in between 2 computers. Go ahead and fix it for me, or what is the issue with it?
Or they ask you a question, just regular.
Or a regular conversational question too. Yeah. If you're sitting in front of them and say, okay, this person is locked out, how would you unlock that person? Something like that.
Walk me through how you
I
do
could
that.
share my experience. I have like kind of recently. So they remote me to the computer and ask, could you show us how to change the password, or could you show us how to check the IP address? Some basic questions, and they kind of ask how to do this, and I was able to do this on a a remote session.
So
yeah, just was basic
on May,
questions.
we both have, I think probably Kugelman also have it. So if you go to the channels, go to the YouTube channels, like inside the channel, just type like the channel name, JobSkillshare interview, or Kevtech interview, or Kugelman interview. I think all of us covered something.
I have a playlist. Kugelman has a playlist, and Donish has a playlist. And I just added a new video today, by the way. So
I watched that one. But I was a bit confused when you said how.
Like, for example, one video that I have is I made a whole video on technical questions that they will ask you on a computer, meaning you're going to be sitting in front of the computer, what Vilad just said, right?
Yeah.
RDP issues, pinging issues, blah, blah, blah issues, and I covered a bunch of it.
Okay, all right. I'll check that out. Thank you.
All right, guys. I want to do this other ticket now. You guys are ready?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So let's see. Monitor keeps disconnecting. Every time I move my computer, the monitor changes colors. Looks like an issue with my computer. Can you please fix it for me? I'm in the office today. My monitor keeps disconnecting. And this is the screenshot.
I would ask to change like cable, or try to, maybe it's bad connection with the cable. If that's not will fix the issue, I would, well, if the person like changed the cable and it still doesn't work, would probably check the monitor. And if it's not the monitor, probably a graphic card.
Yes, good answers. Anyone
Yeah,
else?
He said everything. Graphics card, the cable, and the monitor.
Yeah, I would in addition to the cable, I would also, just for the sake of it, try to look at plugging it into a different power outlet just in case, per adventure, the present power outlet is not generating enough wattage power out of it, because that could happen as well. And yeah, I mean, I would do that before the other steps as well. Yeah, and then yeah, probably even the settings could be the driver issue too. But I mean, just to add that as well.
Anyone else? Guys got good answers. Anyone else? Anyone else? Is a cable, could be the driver. Maybe the person was having a bad day, or maybe they tripped over the monitor and the monitor fell and broke. That's happened before, right?
Isn't it? I think it's also possible that while it might also be a graphics driver thing, it just might be that, I mean, you never know. It just might be that maybe it came out, it's loose, or there's some loose cable inside of the there's supposed to be attached to, I mean, some kind of weird thing of things that I've seen or I've heard from other people as well. It might be that, yeah, it could be the graphic adapter, but it's just that it's loose suddenly for some reason, odd reason.
What about the display settings? What about the drivers?
Settings as well. Settings, yeah. Yeah, the settings too. I thought I mentioned that. The
What
settings.
about what about the graphics card settings, like the actual like NVIDIA or 18i graphics card settings? That's different. It's not the same thing as device manager. It's two different things.
Yeah, the resolution and stuff.
You know what I'm talking about?
Right.
It could be that too, right?
Yeah, well, definitely the first thing what we need to do is check hardware. If hardware like is not an issue, so we just move next. And if it's software, so I think the first thing what we would do, just reinstall the driver. Just be sure everything on default.
Yeah, and then sometimes you'll have people where they're just having a bad day and they accidentally punch the monitor. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. The monitor was working before, and all of a sudden it's not working. You know, that happened too.
Definitely.
Go ahead.
I thought.
Yep.
Kevtech, I don't know if anybody has noticed this as well. Let's say we tried everything. I mean, not everything, but let's assume hypothetically again that it probably was a driver. I don't know if you've noticed that even when you do the device driver update from within the from online driver search from the computer, I don't know that you've noticed that sometimes it's always better to go to the website, the original equipment manufacturer website to do the driver update. Because sometimes I just feel that doing the driver update from within the computer itself doesn't cut it for me. I don't know. It's something odd about that versus going to the website or website for the manufacturer.
Yeah, for example, if NVIDIA, right? We go to NVIDIA website. If it's like different video card, so we go to different website. Yeah, I agree.
You want to add something, Steven?
Yeah, like when you guys say the cables, as far as what this problem is, it's either a VGA or DVI or something like that. When you guys say the cable is bad, and you get something like this, what is happening to the cable? What is not in the cable that should be doing what it's supposed to be doing, type of thing? When you see something like this, like what is not? Give me something more to it, like, okay, a bad cable. Well, all right, well, or whatever, or loose cable. What inside that cable is not doing its job?
Maybe one of the usually of the cable is not connected with the laptop or computer. The pin, it might be banned or
very good.
The power supply might not be enough. And then something else I thought to add as well. It could also be a situation that you know the way you could have like a VGA to the
DVI.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the way sometimes it's not. it might not necessarily be a compatibility issue, but something about, yeah, probably even a compatibility issue. There's something about the cable or the interconnection sometimes from one technology type to another. Sometimes that kind of brings up these issues. I would like to think.
I mean, it could be an issue where the graphics card is just bad, and you have a bad slot on the motherboard too. Just letting you know. You know
Or
what I'm
maybe
talking
even
about?
firmware.
No,
Maybe
no, no,
even
no,
firmware.
no. I'm talking about the motherboard itself. So the motherboard has 2 slots for graphics card. The PCI slot, where you
Right.
put the graphics card in it, that slot is probably bad, and then the other one
Yeah,
actually works. So you have
I
2
actually
slots
have
on the
this
computer,
issue. I
and you
just
have to
recently had that
take it
issue.
out and then put it on the other one, and then somehow you have to get the manufacturer to change the motherboard because maybe it's just a bad slot. You know, that does
I
happen.
have it with my personal computer. It doesn't work.
I'm not making that up. That does happen. So
Yeah.
Is it possible that it could come loose as well, even if it was originally firmly slotted in?
yeah, it could happen too, where you're not the graphics card's not seated properly, and then you have a weird display thing going on over here. And also, it could be like the graphics card itself. The back of the graphics card, probably a cable is bent or folded or broke on the back of it. So the cable itself isn't bad, but the actual card itself is bad on the back of it, and it's broken. So it could be that too. So it could be a lot of different things.
You know what it kind of reminds me of, this image that you have? It kind of reminds me of, and I agree with all of you, but it kind of reminds me of color saturation. You know, when you go to settings and then you mess with the color saturation.
What, 16-bit? 32?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking of.
I mean,
Well, lower, more like 256 colors or 250.
Yeah.
Yeah.
250, yeah. That's what it reminds me of.
But the best thing to do to troubleshoot this is just to start with the cable, see if it's loose.
Yeah, it's always a dumb issue with the physical cable. Always. There's always a silly issue like that. Donish, you want to say something?
No, I would say before you go to the next ticket, can I get some names for the lab giveaway?
Okay.
Steven?
Anybody who wants to get the practice lab for 1 year, one lab, just put your names on there so it will save us time.
Put it in the chat box, por favor.
And whoever is in the chat here, the live ones, just tell me if you want me to.
Can I get an extension from 1 year to 2 years since I already have?
Bro. You're a premium.
I would like to have.
Okay, Vilad, thank you. Anybody else?
I would like to buy a vowel.
We're not doing it right now, so just put it in the chat.
Can I just put my name? Then if I get selected, I choose who should get it.
I don't think you're gonna get selected. Okay, yeah, let's do that. That's fine. We can put you in there. That's good.
Yeah, you're cheating now, man. Come on, man. You can't do that.
I just want to check my luck.
No, it's actually more ways to get people get lab. But he's not gonna get a lab either. He already have premium. So Ali again. I hope
give him a Windows XP lab, Donish, just to mess with him.
I have one. That's what I'm gonna do to him now. While you guys are doing the tickets, you guys can continue. I'm looking at it.
You guys have any questions about this? You guys pretty much were on the ball with the answers, actually, like 100% with the display issue. Everyone did a good job, actually. So.
But I would drop kick it. See if that helps.
No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. All right.
Okay, next one.
Next question. Printer not working. Good morning. I'm working from home. My printer is stuck on processing and it doesn't print anything. This is a local printer. We don't have internet, so it's plugged directly to my computer.
It's USB.
Yep. How would you fix this issue?
And this is, well, hold on a second here. Now, you just said he's working from home, right?
Yep. So he's allowed to print from it at home. He's using his laptop.
So this is his own personal printer.
Yes.
We don't help him. We don't
help him, right? Exactly. That's my answer to that one. That's not our problem. But go ahead.
Tell him he can jiggle the cable.
Well, in my company, we help people with personal printers. It depends on the environment. So
you guys are very brave.
Yeah, in my company, we're not so. It's not like it's not a rule that we should help, but you could, as a courtesy, personal courtesy, go out of your way to do that. You're allowed to do that. But we don't have to.
Oh, there's a hypothetical question. How would you troubleshoot it? Even in the office is going to be the same thing. So how do you troubleshoot a local?
now it's in a freaking office. We go from home to the office. See how quick it turned around?
In my environment and a few other environments, in the hedge fund environment, you have to support that printer because they're doing company job stuff and they're printing from that printer, even though it's their personal printer. Just letting you know.
You
So
see
it
how
depends on
many?
the environment you work in.
Can you
So-
see like how many jobs are on the queue, and you see if there is a previous jobs that didn't print?
How would
Try
you
to
do that?
cancel those jobs, then try to print again.
How would you do that?
You would have the printer icon on the
Walk me
bottom
through how to
right.
do that on this computer. How would you do that? Windows 10.
He's getting. I think he's getting to it also, but at the same time, if you remember, you can show us how to basically disable printing completely on that computer if you feel like it.
We're not doing that.
So on the right side, on the bottom right, you see if there is any printer available. Nothing is there.
Because chances are, for some companies, they may have disabled printing on there. Just so you know.
Yeah. So you would go to a device, right click, not right click, left click on the start menu, go to setting, bottom left. Yeah. Go to setting.
Setting, where?
Right after the power button. I mean, right top of, yeah. Then you go to device, printer. Go to printer scanner. Then you'd find the printer. I mean, I don't know. Is that a printer?
Yeah, that is a printer.
Yeah, open queue.
And then just clear it out right here.
Yeah, if you have any jobs like that is not printed, you clear it out. You select
What?
it, cancel it.
Just hypothetical. Like, what if you clear the jobs and it still doesn't work?
Then you could try to restart the spooler. I don't know if that will help. You would right click on start button. I mean, I do it that way.
Or in Task Manager, whereas
right click then. Yeah, I would say go to
Task Manager.
Yeah,
Okay.
Task Manager. Then you go to services. Then find printer spooler. I think it says.
Is that what it is?
Well, usually it's in the processes, and it's one of them called spooler. So you just need to end it.
No, but it's also in the service.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Services.
They're just two different ways.
Yeah. Where is it?
Print notify, print workflow. Why is Spooner not here?
Should be.
All right, I think you missed.
Why is it not here?
I think it's called differently here,
Is
but
this
definitely it's in the
spooler?
processes.
Yeah, is this spooler? It called spooler on it?
It's not here either. Why is that not here? Oh, there it
Right
is.
there. Yeah, right
There we go. What do you want me to do?
You could try to right click. Yeah, right click. You could stop it and start it again, or restart.
Or just restart it.
Yeah, you could restart.
Okay. What if you do that? It's just hypothetical. What if you do that and it still doesn't work?
You remove the printer, add the printer again.
So you would remove and re-add it again?
Yeah. If that doesn't work, that means the cable might have some problem with it. The cable that is connected with the laptop with the.
Well, I would probably, the first question would ask, it's is anything lighting on the printer? You know, sometimes it's lights were like flashing, so it could be some issue with a printer. Or asking for paper or something could be, if it's especially if it's simple printer.
Got it. Got it.
What
Oh, that's
about two? If it's you're trying to print something that's supposed to be like 11 by 17, and you only have 8.5 by 11 in there, it might get hung up that way too, because it's looking for something like tray, or you port it to a different paper tray. That also too, right, Kev? I mean, if you print something out and you send it to tray 1, well, tray 1 is 8.5 by 11, which, or let's say 11.7, or yeah, let's say it's 8.5 by 11, and then tray 2 is 11 by 17, or like legal stock or something like that. If you send it to tray 1, you'll get some error message in the queue there going, I can't print, right, until you change that drawer, right? Am I wrong and right with saying that?
Oh, you're right. You're right.
because it will throw, because it's looking for something. And sometimes it doesn't always say, oh, change it to this size paper. It'll give you some oddball freaking language on there, like, what? Like, oh, they want me to change the actual drawer, drawer 1, drawer 2, because it's looking for a different size paper to print it on, because it can't print to that size. So some of these printers are pretty smart at telling you this stuff, and some of them aren't. But a lot of the printers that are in corporate stuff world, they will tell you this stuff. A lot of good MFDs.
Or I'll give you a hypothetical one, which has happened to me a lot in my job and every other job I have worked. The file is too complicated to print, so then it holds up all the other jobs. Either that, or you print a document that's too complicated and it starts printing out a bunch of 500 pages of special characters on the paper.
Yeah.
It doesn't stop doing that. It keeps printing over and over again.
Yeah.
Special characters on the paper.
The best thing to do with that is just go into the print spooler and just kill it.
Yeah.
Just go right to the actual.
You know what I'm talking about, right? It's like bunch of hieroglyphics and letters and numbers and whatever.
Right, exactly. I've seen that like a couple of times where, it just prints forever. It's like, what is going on? All of a sudden you walk over and a whole like ream of paper, which is 500 sheets, by the way, an actual ream, is done. It's like, oh my God, we just printed like a whole ream of paper. Like, that's not good. And then someone's looking at you going, and you're freaking killing trees.
What if the issue is simply that like their default printer is something else?
I was gonna say that. You took it out of me.
Yeah, exactly. It could be a bunch of issues.
I've been holding on to it, for a while now too.
I would like to add something too, actually.
I was a bit hesitant because I reread it again and I'm like, okay, you said I'm working from home, my printer is stuck on processor. But I'm like, yeah, but there's a possibility that, because it's happened to me personally before, where I was printing on some jobs and I did not know when I hit on and I changed the default without realizing it.
Yeah,
that happens to everybody at some point, I think.
That happens to, and you hit the little drop down and the printer's not even there because it's not the default printer.
Yeah. I look so stupid for a day, and then I finally realized, wait a minute.
Kevin, I have a quick question for you.
You need me to break dance?
And well, this is a bit of I'm a bit disappointed in you. Just so you know. Are you? Maybe I missed it. Are you leaving any notes before closing these tickets?
Well, yeah, obviously, this is hypothetical. I mean, I'm not gonna close it. You put notes on it, obviously, what we did and stuff like that. It's just hypothetical. I mean, you can put notes on it, but I'm not gonna put notes on it.
I forgive you this time.
I thought he's gonna say I put all the notes in there, bro. Come on.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that here, but yeah, basically, yeah, you just put all the notes and put everything you do as you're closing the ticket, obviously, what you've done and stuff like that. Obviously, you don't put an essay of what you did, and you don't say I power cycled the printer, then I turned it off, turned it on, I plugged the USB, took it in and out, then I ran services, and then I did a 360 on my desk, then I called the user, then it gets crazy, just say what you did.
Yeah.
Don't go too in depth,
So the first thing, after all the stuff we just said about this print, because printers are very difficult.
They're annoying.
Guys,
very annoying.
One thing, printers, that is our biggest thing. You talk a lot of IT guys, they hate printers because all they are this hunk of machines that sit down there, and that's all they do. You got to send jobs to them and pray to God they all print, and the actual printer works right. So printers are a big thorn in everybody's IT world day. So with this one, like with that ticket, what is the easiest thing to do first?
Restart the printer.
But will that just restart? But is that going to take care of the queue? You may restart the printer, but that's not. But your queue is sitting there, so it's sitting on your computer, going, well, all right, I lost connectivity to the printer. Oh, wait a minute, I can connect now. Start. Oh no, I can't, because I still can't send the print jobs to it or something like that. So you got to think, what is the easiest thing to do first with these printers? You got to start small. If you go in there big, you're going to get lost. You're going to be like, well, why did this happen? And then it may happen again the next hour or so for these people. So you want to keep it. Printers are a really big thing. I mean, people think not, but the more you learn about print, especially when you go to the manufacturer's websites, downloading software for them, downloading drivers is a pain, because they make it so complicated for I think people just call these like machines the beast. The beast sits, I mean, years ago, I think a lot of these guys, they just sit there, but it's still, you have to learn how to interact with these things.
Steve,
You know,
yeah.
So it's very, very important. I mean, you know, you may have one at home and it works great. That's wonderful. When you have 100 people at work trying to hit it at one time, you walk up to it, you're going, what do I do? I have no idea. Okay, well, we got to clear out the queue. Am I going to kick out 50 other people's queues? That can make everybody mad. Well, can I restart it? You know, the actual machine. You always start these machines. I mean, they have hard drives in, they have a lot of RAM. I mean, and all these jobs are going to come back, and then, well, maybe I can clear out my job to have 50 people print, and then I can maybe go ahead and figure out what's going on, why can't I send something over to the printer. So, I mean, that ticket was small, and we gave a lot of good suggestions, but printers, I'm telling you,
printers are tough, and you have big companies that have those giant giant Xerox Central printers, the big giant ones, and they do publishing. They print out huge documents. They print out multiple documents, and then everyone is connected to that printer, not just one person, bunch of people into that printer, and then they're trying to get something done. There's a deadline. They're trying to go into a meeting room or something like that, and you're trying to help them with that printer, and then the printer doesn't want to work and it doesn't want to do anything, and they're trying to get into a meeting. Like, I can't print this document. I can't print this document, and then they're like, Kevin, I can't print this document. I need you to fix this right now. You know, and then it becomes an issue where it's a local issue, or it's an actual printer issue itself, and you may have to restart the whole thing and let everyone know that you're going to restart the printer, and then the printer's going to be down for 5 minutes because it takes forever to restart. You know, it could be that. So you got to be careful with printers.
And when the printer's down, a lot of customers really complain about it because or they may put them in something where they can send the job to the printer and they'll hold it there in a security queue, so they have to walk over, put in a password, and they can release all the print jobs at one time. You see that a lot too, but you know, I guess they call that secure print. I believe that's what it's called.
Yeah, there's a secure print where basically you send a print job, and then you go into the printer itself, and you have to scan it with your scan badge,
right,
and accept it and authenticate with it with your
username and password.
Code. And you type a code in or whatever, and then it prints out after that. And that job is being held because it's a secure print, and then you have other jobs behind that job. So you know there's a lot involved in the printer. It's not just printing a paper.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, in that case, it'll be first come first serve, I think. But if it's secure print,
there's also
like if an actual person goes to the printer. I'm sorry.
There's also printers that do duplex printing, double side printing. There's also printers that staple the paper. There's also printers that basically they do regular printing, but also they have a POTS, POTS, and they're having a Cisco POTS voice over IP, and they run fax as well. And you have faxes that come in to that printer as well. You know, it's also that it's a setup environment like that too.
Also too, with that like secure print, where is that done? People in the chat, like. Some people that have not been in IT before, but where do you think that is done? On the computer that you're sitting at, or on the physical printer, or on the back end? Where do you think that's set up for the actual user? And how would you do that as a help desk person, or as a level 2 guy walking up to somebody going, hey, you guys just refreshed my computer, but now I'm printing everything and it's printing all out, and I need this thing set up to be secure print again on the printer, my computer. Where is that done? What do you guys think it is? Because printers are a big deal. I mean, they are a big deal. And don't think that they're not, because they are.
They definitely are.
And they make money too. They make money to the company.
Yes.
So if someone's printing something and it's not working and the printer is not working, they're gonna make IT liable to that. By the way, they're gonna get mad at IT if a printer is not working.
Just wanted to add real quick. Yeah, we do also have those fancy Xerox, big, look like
those work centers. You have like a work center.
Work center, yep.
They have those, and it's the same deal with the scanning your badge thing and put in the thing.
Or you have a Fiery. You have a Fiery where a printer. You have a Fiery. You know what that is? You have a Fiery as well. And it has his own Windows operating system separated to the printer, connected to it.
Touch screen and all that fancy stuff.
Yep.
The thing is also, I don't know why, we'll still occasionally like fix printer issues, connecting issues, like, the stuff you just talked about. But when it comes to like broken printer, now they actually have a whole team that like, matter of fact, I think it's Cisco. No, Xerox. I'm sorry. I think an actual Xerox person actually comes in to work on it. They don't want us to mess with it
Depends
anymore.
on the company. Depends on the company.
Yeah,
we used to be able.
I agree with Erwin in this, because most of the companies, and that's where when we're putting this emphasis, printing is such a too much stress or too much job is a big thing out there. And I agree with Steven. We hate printer. We hate printers' jobs, and to be honest, I don't want to do that in any job. That's the amount. But the thing is this: you're still involved with putting a network printer on a network, getting all the IP addresses, adding those networks to the clients, adding the printers to group policies, all of that stuff. You're still involved in it. But to what Erwin just said, a lot of companies these days have printer specialists, right? So if it's broken or there's a part that is not working, I've seen that in most of the companies that I work with, I don't remember the last time that I actually changed a part inside the printer because they were responsible for it.
Yeah,
So,
same here.
Here. Most of the companies are going towards that route, and this was not the case in a few years ago.
Yeah, but Danish, you're still as a level 2 tech. You are still responsible for replacing the fuser.
Oh yeah. I'm not saying those stuff. Exactly.
Maintenance kit. And also actually replacing some of the toner, because
even cleaning the drums and stuff like that. Yeah, that's
not for my company. They switched over that to Xerox people.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
but I see what you're saying, Steve. We used to do
on the
exactly.
company. I do that too. I fix printers locally too. So when you said that, I was like, wait, what? I'm like, I fix printers.
Because
the only thing
when
we would do is just set it up on the PC and like see if it works over there. And pretty much after that is just, they just do core. We used to do all the same stuff, Steve. We used to do all that.
And I agree with that too. We used to do the same stuff too, but then it becomes a problem when you have such an expensive printer that you bought. They don't want you to open it to that level where you mess it up now because you don't have that kind of technical skills. Even if you're level 2, that doesn't mean that you are as technical as a printer specialist.
Depends on the environment, Danish. I fix printers. Depends
no. That's what I'm saying. I agree with you. I agree with all of you. But most of the environment these days are kind of like this. People, you tell me, do you love fixing printers as an IT professional?
Nobody likes fixing printers. No one.
Yeah, so there you
not
go.
really, not all of the things.
So there you go. Almost everybody is saying that we don't like it. But are you as skillful as a printer specialist who is basically a Xerox specialist who went through certifications and stuff like that? Would you compare yourself with that kind of skills?
Well, Xerox, no. HP for me, yes. I am actually HP certified for fixing printers.
There you go. So you went for certifications, right?
Yeah.
So that kind of made you qualified. But, and you knowing you have been in IT for so long, me and everybody, how many of us are HP certified here? I can tell you right now, I'm not a HP certified. I'm nowhere near certification in printing. So how many other people are certified in printing right now? So the thing is this, it's most of the companies, they are relaxing this kind of skills on IT people. They're like, maybe I think we should really go for a company to do this kind of stuff. That is the normal trend that is going on these days. But of course, you can be working in a company and you will be fixing all that kind of stuff. Maybe they don't have that culture. They don't have that trend. But like I said, it's like a mixed thing in there. So my suggestion to people is definitely you need to know about printers. Definitely you need to know about how to change stuff in their toners, all that. That stuff you have to do. Know about the networking of the printers. Know about how printers are working. Know about the different types of printers, laser, this, that, all that kind of stuff. You got to know all that.
That printer, the printers make money for the company too. So if the printer is down, you're gonna be in big trouble. The printer is very important.
Also, plus too, you got black and white, and you also got 4-color. So your VIPs are going to use the 4-color. The normal users probably are not going to use the 4-color. But if you give someone 4-color access, like a normal user, and they start printing 4-color stuff out, you will get told about it. I worked in a couple of companies already where you were told saying, why did you give him access? He should not be printing 4-color stuff. He should only be printing black and white. Because with everything being metered and stuff like that, it costs the money more money to print a 4-color page than it does a black and white.
Double-sided.
So company is different.
Oh yeah.
Not too much.
And also, have you guys seen this? Like another department will print a a paper to another department, and then they have fight between them. Like, you know,
Oh yeah, I see that. I see that.
Like, this is our budget. Why did you print?
No, we have like 3 or 4 of those big ones per floor, so nobody really fights. So that's another thing. Like, if there's if one printer for some reason doesn't work, you can just switch it to another one that's like, I don't know, in the next room or something.
And that's my interview question is like someone's a VIP is having issue with printing. How do you troubleshoot it? And you do all these things and it doesn't work and they have a meeting in 5 minutes. Obviously you print the document for them. You do
By
not,
hand.
And give it to them. Yes, you don't waste your time. Just give them the document, let them go to the meeting, and then you figure it out later. So that's something really important that, you know, keep that in mind. When you're dealing with important people.
Have you guys noticed that most of the printers get fixed by kicking them?
Well, kicking doors, so those things you put in paper in, I don't want to say because I'm really bad at saying that word because it sounds something like something else.
What, trays?
The trays, but I use the other word. It starts with D, but I'm not gonna say it because it sounds like I say something else.
What?
Like, you know,
drawers.
Yes, I can't say that word properly.
People call it printer trays. I don't think people say printer drawers. It's printer trays. Tray 1, tray 2, tray 3, tray 4.
Well, you're not foreign either, so I use different words. Like I say lift instead of elevator. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I think I agree with. I can understand what Aaron is saying. I'm in the same boat.
So you take a cab every day. You're telling me. So you take Lyft every day. Is that what's going on, or?
And then he puts on his drawers before he goes out beside the door every morning.
No, I use Uber. No.
Oh my God.
Okay, that's all I wanted to say about printers.
Let's go to the next. Let's go to the next
one. That was a good conversation there.
I actually have something. I actually have something to add to the printers. I get email from a user recently, and he's asking to go to remote to his computer. It was like a personal computer, and he wanted us to install his personal printer. But basically, he was saying the printer is not. I have a printer. I bought a printer, but it's not printing. So 2 of us went like remote to him, and we trying to figure out what is going on. So what we figure out, he actually bought a professional scanner, not a printer. That's an issue what sometimes showing up, you know, when they telling, oh, they have a printer, yeah, but it's actually not a printer because you're gonna spend time, you know, to install the drivers, to reinstall, to try to fix it. Like this problem. Probably before this a physical, maybe just, you know, try to plug out the cable and it doesn't work. So if you install the driver, it doesn't work. Definitely something wrong with the printer. So I just wanted to.
You'll come across a bad printer. I've seen that before. You just come across or to make life a lot easier, some companies have the drivers on a shared drive, and you could just go there and download the drivers. Depending on the company, but sometimes you have a printer
bad, like driver, Kev.
Yeah.
How often does a really driver actually go bad? Usually, it's the beast that actually goes bad. The printer. There's something wrong with the printer.
I mean, it depends. It depends.
I mean, to mess up a driver, you know, people always go there. But does that really solve the problem, or
sometimes?
You know, yeah, sometimes it does, but it's not always the problem. I don't know.
Like sometimes you can switch to that global printer and it just fixes everything. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Or sometimes you
like
have...
in my experience, like most of the time when people would call me about like, oh, the printer is stuck and stuff like that, or they send you this crazy document that printer reads is gibberish in there, right? And they just stuck the whole queue in there. So most of the time, Steven, I just kind of reset the queue. Now I don't know if that's a good way to do it, but I like restart the print spool, right?
Yes.
And it just basically, it basically removes everything. And now here's the problem: the person may try to print the same thing again, and that's where you need to then go in there, see what they're printing actually, because you want to basically then kind of address that, right? Because it's going to keep doing that.
It could be just jammed.
It could be a bad print job too.
I'll give you an example that one day somebody was printing a PDF file, and the PDF file had something in there that it was not letting other prints to go through. Now, I don't know the technicality behind it. I just told the person to please go for another PDF. Don't use this one. Is I don't know what's in there. To be honest, I have no clue. I'm like, why is this not printing? There's something in there.
Danish, can I add to that real quick?
Yes, sure.
So that I had that issue with someone having an issue with the printer, and the printer prints a bunch of gibberish, and it's a driver issue. Just letting you know.
No. I'm saying not the printing. I'm saying there was a document that was not.
The driver does that too. The driver does that too.
And
so
driver, and I've seen that too. What you're saying is like it would keep printing those gibberish things again and again, and it won't stop, right?
No, it's not even that. Like you print something and then it's stuck in the queue and it doesn't do anything, and you try to clear it out and it's still stuck in the queue, and that's something to do with the driver itself. That you got to have a certain driver for that printer. It has to be PCL 6.0 dot whatever. You know, I don't know if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, in that case, the printer is not even installed properly, really.
Yeah, like
it's a
that's what I've seen.
Different driver.
That's what I've seen a lot too. Like if because there's so many different drivers that when you go to the Google, if someone is brand new and they're not they're not putting attention, they'll put a bad driver or not a compatible driver, I would say.
Yeah,
so sometimes like it's like 80% will work.
Something dumb like that. Exactly.
Yeah. And it causes all these weird issues.
Femi, you wanted to say something? Femi?
No, you actually just said what I was gonna say about the driver.
Yeah, I seen that issue with drivers because I worked for the Department of Education. I was a PC technician, so I did break and fix for printers, by the way, for over a year. And some of the printers I came across is an issue where the PCI driver is incorrect, and there are like different versions you could download for that printer, and then you might have to do an updated version of it, and the one before it was corrupted with something else. So you try to print a PDF and it doesn't work. So that's something that I came across and just adding.
Well, you're the guy that every IT professional loved. Then we're just gonna give it to Kevtech.
No, I'm not. No. But that's basically my personal experience.
Let's have Kevin do it. He'll do it.
They're freaking crazy, and then either that or firmware. It's a firmware issue.
So what is this Macabicus thing?
Macabicus, yes.
What is that? I have no idea what that is.
I never heard that before in my life.
That's a financial plugin.
See, now he's just showing off. Come on.
Okay.
Man.
No. Like every hedge fund uses it. So all the hedge funds use this add-in. It's an add-in for a hedge fund environment.
Yes,
so
we know you work hedge funds. Yes.
If you know how to troubleshoot that, then you can make a lot of money actually.
So what's the ticket?
I'm gonna open it. Let's go into it. So Macabicus. Good morning, Macabicus.
Isn't that the one thing that you use to calculate numbers?
That's
you know, with the
things.
It's Bacchus. Bacchus.
First of all, when I call this client again, I'm like, so this Macabicus. Well, first of all, I need you to tell me what the hell is that.
Yeah, so this is Macabicus, and they want to install it on their computer. So how would you install it on the computer? It's an easy ticket.
Well, my friend, I can't pronounce it, so I'm not doing this ticket.
I'll ask Kevin.
Maybe asking me. I'm asking the people that are entry level. I know how to install it. It's just an add-in.
You wanna add this on Excel?
What?
You wanna add this on Excel on Macabicus?
Yes. It's an Excel add-in.
So you would open Excel, right?
What? Why would you open Excel?
It's an add-in, right?
Yeah, but why would you open Excel? You need to install it first. So what would you do?
I mean, okay, then you find that if you have that
original website.
Yeah, if you have that application on USB or website, you go.
Yeah, so I'll show you what it is, you guys, because people are gonna be like, "What the hell is this?" So if you go to Macabicus download, obviously you pick the right one, and then you download it, and then you run it, and that's it. But that's there's a process. It's not just installing things on the fly. So what will you do?
After that, you will have to add that on Excel on edit.
No. You're not listening to my question. So there's a process. You don't just install something. So what do you do?
Do you need to test it to see if it's something that is good for your computer and not a malware or?
Well, do you mean like we need to check the policy?
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
The company policy. Yeah.
Yes.
But what if I'm the user and I'm like, I need this plugin on my computer and my Excel is on, like I just have my Excel, but I can't see this plugin. Can you come and do it for me? What would you do then? if the Excel is running.
Same situation. Still ask about the policy. Ask for my bosses, for example, to see if it's what the policy is about this particular plugin, for example.
Well, let's
But then
take
also,
okay, policy is done. That's good first thing. Of course, you need to know about it. Let's say everybody have this, and now this is a part of your Office application. You know that it's a part of it. I don't know if it's gonna. It may go through
What
the.
Eddie was talking about before, to go to the add-ons and check it where in the Excel.
Is that correct, Kev?
You go into the add-ons, and what else can you check besides that?
can you check inside of to see if it's installed already? If you go to control panel, features and all that.
So like I installed it just now, but what will you do to troubleshoot the add-in? Like besides check add-ons, what will you do?
Okay, you want to go in, you want to go in file.
Where?
Go in file.
Go to file, okay.
Yeah, let me see.
Okay.
Yeah, actions, yeah.
Add-ins.
And then add-ins to see, yeah, where's that?
Right there.
Okay, so you could check it here and check mark it, but sometimes with add-ins, what happens when you install an add-in sometimes? You know, what happens with the add-in sometimes when the add-in doesn't work? What else do you want to check?
Control, you want to check in program features to try and do a, can you run a repair on it?
Yeah, you can. How will you do that? Walk me through that.
Programming features, and then
how do you go into programming features? You not? Can you walk me through that on this computer?
Control panel.
What do you mean control panel? Where?
Okay.
Like the control panel icon. This.
Could do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, large icons and all that. Good thing.
Or you could just go to programs.
Oh, just programs, yeah.
Okay.
And then scroll down to look for it.
It's on the top. You missed it, guys.
Yeah, it's up here, right?
Yeah. Okay.
You want to repair, right?
Yeah.
So what else happens with add-ins on Excel besides sometimes you have to click the check mark box on COM add-ins? What else would you do besides that? So what else would you do here just to double check it? What else would you do?
You check if that add-ins is working. I mean, if that's the user is looking for.
Like you check COM add-ins. What else would you do? In Excel, you have to check other stuff as well. Like, what else would you check to see what's going on with the add-in?
I mean, the ticket is to add the.
No, it is. But Danish asked earlier, like, what if the add-in's having issues? Like, what else would you check? What else would you do? You would repair it. You would allow it in COM Go. Well, what else would you do?
Well, go to options and check where.
So, all right, I'll give you the answer. So you go into options, you go into add-ins, and you want to go to disable items. Maybe the add-in got disabled by accident. Does that make sense?
Also, sometimes when you install an add-in, you may see it's in the Office, but sometimes you even have to go inside the functionality of that add-in to turn it on, enable or disable it. So like there are functions inside the add-in features that you can, enable, because maybe it requires a login for you to do. Like for example, Grammarly. You install Grammarly on your machine, on Word and stuff like that. Grammarly is not supposed to work immediately, right? You have to go to the add-in, click on it, and it'll ask you for a login. And those logins are like you paid for something. Just know that this is also something you may come across, and you may require some type of credentials. Okay.
I'm showing you this app because it's an add-in that they use in the financial industry. So that's something. It's like Bloomberg. I don't know if anyone knows what Bloomberg is. You know what that is? Anyone?
Yeah.
Nope.
The future president?
Yep.
No, Bloomberg, the Bloomberg software application.
That's one of the top dogs of financial software is the.
Sorry?
I said that's one of the top dog softwares in finance. Isn't
Yes,
it?
it is. Yep, it is. So Bloomberg is a financial application that you could import, export financial data and stuff like that. And they also have a Bloomberg keyboard. So they have a keyboard for Bloomberg. I don't know if you know that, but they have a keyboard for Bloomberg, and it's fingerprint reader scan. You basically put your finger on it. You're able to log in to the Bloomberg terminal, the Bloomberg app on the computer. So it's something that comes with Excel and also a separate application. So it's weird. It's really weird. But anyway.
On the page, the main page of Excel.
Sorry?
Can you go back on the Excel page where you have the file? I was trying to look up something. The Excel file you just opened initially. I mean the Excel itself, the spreadsheet. Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to see something.
Is it a bank account?
Like where you have the file and where you have to click on file, the page rate.
Where?
Like where you have to click on file actions and stuff like that. Okay, no. It's not what I was thinking. No, never mind.
Yeah, sometimes you have an issue where the add-in gets disabled by accident because the Excel file recently crashed. So you might have to re-enable it again, just letting you know that does happen sometimes. That happens with Outlook, with Word, with PowerPoint, or with Excel. So
hey, do you ever have to deal with access and setting up those database connections through the
Me? Yes.
Or
Yes.
anybody.
Yes.
Setting up those drivers to set up those connections and whatnot. That's a bit of a kind of a complex thing to kind of learn, and it'll be sorry, I'm just thinking out loud. Maybe I'll make a video on that.
All right, next one. Zoom. I noticed that everyone is using Zoom now. Can you please install it on my computer?
I prefer Flash.
Anyone? Anyone?
What's the question?
Computer? Well, it's easy.
Can you please install it on my computer? Okay.
Or just the person needs to go to the zoom.com, and then download it and install it.
Do we just install it on the fly?
Oh, is it allowed in your company to use?
Yeah.
I'm asking you that. I was like, what?
Oh, you have to ask if it's allowed first.
Okay.
You have to see the company policy. If you
And then you just go to the regular staffs and you install it, right?
That's versus the Zoom, just the Zoom itself, or by itself, or
It's a Zoom. It's a Zoom application. The Zoom application to do video and stuff like that.
Yeah, not that they're gonna ask you for Zoom and then the Zoom plugin for Outlook.
Yeah, they could ask you for that. It depends on the person. It depends on the company. It depends on who it is. So yeah, I agree with that.
Another question. I've had this issue a couple of times since I started. I've been able to fix some of it. Sometimes, when sometimes they're trying to set up a meeting from inside of Outlook, and those two little sub plugins from Zoom, sometimes it disappears. I think typically on Windows 7. Yeah. So I'm like, how would you normally try to bring that back? Because the one time I succeeded in being able to bring them back into this user's Outlook. I don't know exactly which of my fixes worked, but the next day it was missing again.
It's an add-in. It's on Outlook. It's an add-in. So you go to Com add-ins and you just checkbox it and hit OK. It's an add-in.
Yeah, but then she had that from the inbox, but when she tries to do like set up a meeting like from the calendar, those plugins disappear.
You could run a repair on it too. On Control Panel.
I did that. It came back next day. It disappeared.
Yeah, that's a bad install. So that means you have to uninstall it and reinstall it.
I did that as well.
Then that doesn't work. Then that's a corrupted Outlook profile. So you might have to run a repair on Microsoft Office Suite and then uninstall. Before you run the repair on Microsoft Office Suite, you have to uninstall Zoom. Then you run a repair, and then when you repair Microsoft Office Suite, it's gonna make you restart your computer. You restart the computer, and then you reinstall the Zoom plugin, and it's gonna work after that, guaranteed. That's how you fix that issue.
I just felt something that had to do with
it's like a long process, but that's how you would do it. You run a repair on it. It's gonna prompt you to restart. You restart. Obviously, you uninstall Zoom before you do that, and then you reinstall it after running the repair, and that would fix that problem.
And it doesn't matter whether it's a standard Microsoft Office that's on it, or versus like 365
It
Pro?
doesn't matter. It doesn't
doesn't-
matter. Doesn't matter what it is, but it's a corrupted install. So at that point, it's an issue with Outlook having an issue with the plugin. So you have to reinstall, not reinstall, but like run a repair on Microsoft Office Suite, and then basically reinstall the plugin again. That's a bug with Zoom. So.
All right.
Also, it could also be that you're having a conflict with another add-in. So there's another add-in that doesn't work well with it, then you're gonna have an issue where Zoom keeps disabling itself or disappearing. Just letting you know.
And probably just uninstall everything and then reinstall. The
Uninstall
updated
Zoom,
one.
uninstall Zoom, and then run a repair on Microsoft Office. Then reinstall Zoom, and then that should fix that problem. If not, you might have to uninstall the whole Office suite and then reinstall the whole Office suite, and then you have to reinstall Zoom after that. It could be that. So
Okay.
it could be a bunch of different things. It depends what it is. So
Right, that makes sense.
yeah. So
Thanks.
yep. All right, here we go. Excel keeps crashing. Every time I open Excel, it crashes within the first 5 minutes. The file has to work. We have to send this out by the end of today. Please clean or fix this Excel file. How would you fix an Excel file that doesn't work?
Also run a repair already.
What?
I said I'll also run a repair already. Just was that.
Run a repair on it? What do you mean?
On the Excel itself, on the Office itself.
Why would you run a repair on Microsoft Office itself? It's just an open Excel. It crashes the first 5 minutes. This file has to work. It says this file has to work.
Right.
Yeah, so first, I guess I would clarify with the user, is it just Excel in general? Is it the one specific file? Like I would ask a
It
lot of
says,
questions.
read the ticket. Every time I open Excel, it crashes within the first 5 minutes. This file has to work. So it's basically saying a file that they're working with keeps crashing Excel. So they're probably just, every other Excel file probably works fine. It's probably just that one file. So
Yeah, so then I would
how
say, I
you-
would try to see like, is it a specific action? I would just try to see like if I can see anything, if it's something repeatable, like when they click one button or something, just try to start there to see if it's something that's specific they're doing, ask them if anybody else is having an issue. Just try to go down that road. That's where I would start at least.
Yeah, like I like the approach.
I really like that approach.
Real one, because that's the first thing you would do, and not come to conclusion.
They want to
of what
repair
repairs
the
are.
whole suite.
Yeah.
What the heck? It's
So
like what?
Because what he's saying is that there may be somebody's doing certain actions that may not be just related to that file. It may be something else that could lead to that crash. So let's go on. Who else have something else? And anybody?
So you would, when you open the file, can you just open and repair, see if that works?
Yeah, I could do that. How would you do that?
So you open Excel.
Okay.
So you go to files, then browse the file that you want to open, wherever that is.
And basically you just do open and repair, right over here.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Yep, that works. Anything else? Anything else anyone want to suggest?
Yeah, sometimes it has an option when you click on a file, go to the previous option, so you could restore it.
So you want to restore the file?
Yeah, if you right click on it, but I'm not sure it works. Just I think it's in a when it's in a domain and on
No, you could
network folder.
No, you could do that on this. You could do that on a local computer. I'll show you. You go here. You go into, I think it's info. Yep. And then you do manage workbooks, recover unsafe workbooks. Or yeah, you could do it here, and then they'll have like different versions of it. It does save every time. There's a save option right here. Look.
But I will
Auto
just
save
add,
every 10 minutes.
I'll just add one tip when I deal with anything like file or configs, because I work a lot on the server area. One of the things that I learned by mistakes, like I learned this, always, even if that file is having an issue, always take a backup of it, take a copy of it. Trust me, it's going to save you a lot of headache in the future, because you may be able to, you may do the repair or stuff like that, but what if you cannot fix it? You may even screw it even more, right? With specifically when it comes to data. just take a backup of it, then do whatever you want to do after that. But the first approach should be, because it's a simple file, right? Normal file. Let me just take a backup of it. Boom. Now you're at least comfortable to run anything on it, on that, even on that backup or the specific original file. That's your approach, but take a backup. That's what I'm
And
gonna.
then you gotta keep in mind, like, what if it's a previous version that's like from 5 days ago and they lost all their data?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anyone else want to add anything to this?
So what would be the right answer?
No. Those are all the right answers. It's good.
Oh.
You're gonna repair. You could go to a previous version. Might be an add-in conflicting with that file, Excel file. Maybe an add-in. It could be an add-in because I've seen that before. It could be that file has macros on it, and you have to enable macros. It could be a corrupted tab on Excel. It could be a bunch of things. So, but yeah, all the answers are right.
And these days, you also have to keep in mind that, remember, you have people working using like OneDrive, so they may do something on the web version of Excel, and then they may come back to the desktop version, and maybe the desktop version OneDrive is having an issue, and that's where maybe something is happening. And that's why I like the William, is that your name, right? Full name, William?
Oh yeah, Wilmo. Yeah, you had it right.
Yeah. So I like his approach in the beginning. Like you want to know first what is it related to? Is it just normal opening an Excel right from the C drive, or is some kind of syncing going on? There's so many points to it so just relax and kind of know the whole picture first. Know what the person is doing, then come up with a solution. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you wanna like what Danish said, and you wanna narrow it down. You wanna do process of elimination. You wanna make sure that it's just one person. It's not everyone being affected by that Excel file. Maybe everyone else could open it. You don't know. Maybe it's just maybe it's a local user or a local issue. You don't know that. So you wanna do a process of elimination. So, all right, let's go to the next one.
That everyone has same user group.
Yep. So this one is a new distribution group request. The good morning. The DL name is going to be IT committee. Please create a new DL and account the following people to it. You put like distribution group. So basically, you're adding someone to a distribution group and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So
and Active Directory.
So Active Directory, yeah. What will you do though before you start adding people?
Well, ask the permission.
Okay.
To do that.
Yep. Easy ticket, right? How would you create a distribution group on Active Directory?
Well, just go to Active Directory and right click on in the department. It depends on what company you have, like what folders they have for for users and departments. So right click and add the group, distribution group.
Got it. So you create a new distribution group and you just add them to it?
Yeah.
Okay.
If it's new distribution, if it's new one, for sure, I would just add people there.
You got approval for it, right? Easy ticket.
Yeah,
right?
I would need to have approval for that.
Will you talk to your manager? How would you know who to talk to?
Well, usually you ask your boss. That's what I would do in my company, for example. I would just ask who is like level 2 or something like that.
Makes sense.
Higher than me, yeah.
Makes sense. Good answer. Good answer. All right, let's go to the next one then. That was easy, right? Not bad.
Yeah.
Outlook issues. My Outlook is stuck on loading, doesn't do anything. Please resolve ASAP. I need to get work done.
We have this a lot, actually. I would just go to Task Manager and just kill this task and try to open Outlook again.
Okay, what if that doesn't work?
If this one doesn't work, well,
sorry?
I would. Well, yeah, I would restart computer and doesn't work. So probably I would go to the control panel. If you go to the start menu and type the control panel.
Okay.
And if you go where and you need to find
Make the view small.
What?
Yeah, just view by category,
yeah.
small.
Small icons.
Okay.
Go to mail.
Okay.
Yeah, I would need to go to mail.
Go to show profile.
Mm-hmm.
Then
And just
yeah.
remove it.
Make a new one?
No, remove that one and restart the Outlook.
Okay.
And the user.
Like,
Anish?
I mean, I don't know if you want to add something, but I would go with the chat answer. Like the first answer is good. Go to a task manager. Maybe they opened it multiple times and the Outlook is just not coming up. But I like what admin has put in there. Just start Outlook in a safe mode. See if it's opening up in the safe mode. Why would you go to remove all the whole profiles and everything? I mean, you're going extreme right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you want to first see if it's just opening up in a safe mode. If it opens up, you know that there's some other issues going on, right? So
You wanna figure out before you blow up someone's profile. You want to figure out whether it's an admin issue or something else. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And if it's still not coming up, then of course you can go into more of that profile kind of thing. Remove that. You're not the only one job. You're not the only. Yeah, I know. Systech put 4 hours, and I'm like swinging left and right, and I'm trying to like take my body ache away from me.
Yeah, it's like. So you got to keep in mind, and Danish is going to agree with me on this, hopefully. But you got to keep in mind that when you delete an Outlook profile, they're gonna have issues searching their contacts, searching their emails. Their Outlook's gonna take forever to load. They cannot send and receive emails. It's very slow. There's some lag and latency with their inbox. You don't know how big their Outlook is as well. So you got to be careful with all those things before you go ahead and delete their whole Outlook profile and make a new one. Does that make sense?
So let me ask you: how do you open Outlook in the safe mode? This is an interview question, by the way.
Yeah.
That's what people are going to ask you. How do you do it?
I would just press the buttons, the window button and R, just to these buttons, and write down Outlook/save.
/save like this?
Yeah, but I would press the buttons like window button and R together.
Oh, he's saying keyboard, like hit the window and R.
Keyboard, yeah.
But you can do it that way, and you can go to the GUI.
Okay,
just run. Okay.
Run, yeah.
Just run. Okay, good. Then.
And I would write Outlook /save.
So you have Outlook/save.
Save.
Yeah.
All right, let's run it. There you go.
Yeah, that works. This is my inbox for Gmail. That works.
You passed the interview. Thank you. You got it.
Yeah, good job.
Thank you.
Good job. Good job. So just remember that you don't want to delete someone's profile because it will cause a lot of problems. I'm just letting you know. That's like the last option. You want to make sure you do everything else first before you delete someone's profile. Because I had that issue before where someone had a giant inbox and it took them 2 days to download all their emails. So you want to be careful with that.
I actually have a question. It's kind of tricky question. Let's say now these days we connecting to VPN, right? As techs and just solving the problem from the through VPN. Well, just have a question about how to, let's say, direct your traffic through. Let's say if you want to go to local computers like through your VPN. So, and for example, you want to use your browser with passing that VPN, with using your Wi-Fi. Is there any simple way how to do that?
How to do what?
I mean, like, you're connecting to VPN, right? So you have access to the network, but and all of your traffic going through VPN. But sometimes, like, let's say you want to play World of Warcraft or just, something like that. You don't want your traffic going through the company VPN. So is there any simple way how you could direct your traffic, what going through VPN and what going through through your internet?
Sorry, I didn't get the question. Can you say it again more time?
Oh my God.
Well, let's say we have, for example, we have 4G client and we connecting to the VPN server, So, and it's going, our traffic, my traffic is going, all my traffic is going through VPN, but I want to just divide some of my traffic going through just my Wi-Fi, not VPN. So that's my question.
You connect to VPN and you want some of your traffic, let's say you want to watch a movie that you don't want your employers to know, right?
Yeah.
Are you talking about DMZ?
Like he wants to separate the
I want to separate
the traffic of a VPN.
No, was he talking about DMZ?
No, it's
I think he's talking from a client level, like just he has a VPN client, he connects to it, right? And now so your whole network is connecting to a company's network, right? You got the local IP address. What you want to do is you want to separate your VPN.
I'm looking at the chat right now. Disable VPN.
Vilad, I'm sorry, but we have to get back to you on this one. I don't know what kind of stuff you want to. Well, I don't know what kind of stuff you want to do, but we have to talk. We have to talk this on a private channel.
I mean, what you do with your time, and what you do with your time, and what you watch with Buzz Bunny or Mickey Mouse, whatever you do with your time. I don't know what you do with your time. I'm not gonna say anything, but what you do with your time is on your hands. I don't judge people, but I'm just saying, it's just.
Yeah, well, I just, some of the problem is what company blocking some websites was sometimes important. For example, they are blocking.
For example, World of War Z and Lord of the Rings and Minecraft and what else?
Well, the issue what we're facing right now, we have a trouble with Microsoft Teams, and it's only working on your own Wi-Fi, with your own internet without VPN. But when you connect it to VPN, it doesn't work for some reason. They trying to solve that problem, but
when you connect to the VPN and you go to certain sites and it's not working, that's up to your company. They need to work.
Yeah.
If it's a policy, or maybe they just need to fix it. There may be an issue with their VPN that they need to fix
But if I somehow find a solution how to simply pass that, divide my traffic, so I would never have that problem.
We don't do that. I don't know what you're trying to do. We don't do that. Or you could be like my family or my cousins that they don't know how to say Wi-Fi, and they say, "Yeah, can you help me set up my Wi-Fi?" Like, can you hook me up with the Wi-Fi in your house? I'm like, what the hell is he talking about? But I'm just kidding. All jokes aside, yeah, we don't do that. So
that's gonna be what you want to do is like just kind of search around, splitting, tunneling, whatever. You may find something, but I wouldn't recommend it either.
Anyone else? Anyone's gonna ask something?
Yes. Good question.
Hey.
So I don't know. Is it anybody's experience that I don't know if you've noticed? Maybe it's just my company, but I just want to know. If you're on VPN, do you ever have either you or other users complain about Outlook disconnecting, just as maybe even Skype? Because I don't know that maybe sometimes Skype seems to have some issues sometimes.
Never had that issue.
Huh?
Never had that issue.
It depends on. There's a lot of things that
depends on your infrastructure.
Yeah. So when you connect to VPN, remember you're like there's a whole different network, IP addresses, so many different things gets taken over. So it's really up to VPN to VPN, specifically who's using where. Like for example, one user was complaining about a very slow network when she was connected to VPN. Now we found out, okay, yeah, you're using a 10 years old router, and that router is so old that of course it's not getting you the speed and it's having issues. So that could be a lot of different situations. But if everybody's having an issue with a VPN, they connect to VPN, and everybody is getting a disconnecting.
That's an infrastructure issue.
I would contact your sysadmins, or I would contact your network engineers to look at the logs of what's happening.
So what you're saying is, if for example, if it's just a couple of people, and a couple means like just an almost a tiny minority, it's most likely got to do with their Wi-Fi speed, for example, from home.
I wouldn't say tiny minority. I would say probably 2 or 3 people. If it's more than that, then there's an issue, right?
Yeah. So it's a safe guess to say that it's probably something that has to do with the speed of their own Wi-Fi, home Wi-Fi, for example.
And if I'm going to be troubleshooting it, then how am I going to troubleshoot it? I mean, if a person says, "Oh, I'm having this issue," you could get with that person, try to have them use another machine, try to have them use a lane connection, so many different way to rule out things, right? If all that stuff failed and you also log into your laptop and you see the same behavior, then you know it's not a user issue. You don't want to be wasting the user's time like that, then, right? The first thing is you need to test it on your machines multiple ways, right? LAN, Wi-Fi, different machines, and you cleared it. It's working, no problem. Then you basically get in with the user and finding out. But you will also get involved other techs in there. That, hey, are you guys getting all these tickets with the Outlook stuff? If they're not saying anything, then of course it's something to do with the user.
Yeah, so your infrastructure is how your layers of infrastructure set up in your environment. That's probably not stable, and that's the reason why it keeps having that issue. Does that make sense?
Yep. And VPNs are when it comes to corporate, well, like for example, AnyConnect. So I deploy one profile for, let's say, a certain amount of people and one profile for another people. So see how I have designed two profiles for two people, and the whole network is also being very much designed from scratch, meaning you have to put IP addresses, you have to put DNS, you have to put all that stuff. There's a lot of things that goes behind in a corporate world type of profiles and deployments. So there's definitely, if person don't know how to deploy a VPN system, then they may be missing something, right? So this could be just your Outlook try to connect to Office 365. Now you don't see it, but the back end, there's so many connections that goes out from your machines to Office 365. What if it's getting blocked? Then there you go, you got an issue. So that's where your server admin or sysadmin or network engineers could actually pull up the logs, and they will have you involved and say, okay, Femi, go ahead and connect to the Outlook. As soon as you connect, they get to see all your packets. There you go. There's a rule that's blocking it.
Yeah, so they have logs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
there's like a 6-log server and stuff, right?
Yep.
Yeah, there's logs for everything. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, it does.
All right, last question of today, because we've been on this for 1,000 hours. All right, let's see. My account is locked out. I changed my password recently. Now my account keeps locking me out every 5 minutes.
I like this one. This is like every third week you're gonna see something like this.
This is my favorite IT issue.
Do you have several devices you're using? You probably didn't change your password on one of the devices.
That's a good check. What else would you check?
Active Directory.
Active Directory. That's a good check. What else would you check?
Unlock the account on Active Directory.
Active Directory. What else?
You probably didn't sync properly.
Your credentials.
Where?
Credentials.
What? I don't understand. What do you mean credentials? What does that mean?
Like your cached password.
Where would you check that?
So if you go to control panel.
Okay, so what, you want to walk me through this on this computer? Can you show me how to do that?
Okay. If you go to control panel, like Windows.
What do you want me to do?
Search control panel.
It's already here. You want me to just click on it?
Yes, please.
Okay, and what do you want me to do?
I can't really see the screen.
No, make those icons bigger. How comes everybody makes them small? I don't understand that. You can tell people have young eyes.
So credential manager. Click on it. So Windows credentials.
And then you just go in here and delete it, right?
Yes.
Good. So we have AD, check your other devices, and credential manager. Anywhere else would you check? Would you check anywhere else? Anyone?
I don't know if this is gonna make sense to you, but sometimes what we realize, especially when we're on premises at my job, sometimes when the person changes the password, even while they're on site, it just turns out that the Wi-Fi at my job is not stable, so it doesn't sync properly. So a lot of times when they bring it down to us in the tech support area, what we end up doing is to have them connect. We usually end up connecting the LAN cable, and they usually redo it again, and now it syncs properly to the network. And it turns out that most times, like I said, it's because the Wi-Fi is unstable, and so it doesn't sync properly. when they change their passwords.
No, I
Only
see. That does make sense. I've seen that issue before. I've seen that issue before in my other job. It's a Wi-Fi connectivity issue. You change the password that doesn't sync properly, so you have to hardwire it. I've seen that before.
But what if account is getting locked out again and again, again and again, again and again? You do all these things. What's happening now? You fixed everything. You see, like, okay, I went in there. Account is you remove mobile, blah blah blah. What if the person says, I don't even use mobile. I don't even have a laptop in my home. I'm getting locked out again and again, again and again, again and again. What's up with this?
Is it on the local machine or is on Active Directory?
That's something we have to find out, right? A user just called you, hey, why am I getting locked out again? I'm not even touching my computer and I'm getting locked out again and again.
It doesn't matter whether it's a Mac or Windows computer, for example, device, for example.
It doesn't matter. Like you're sitting in the office and I'm just doing my work right now and boom, my machine got locked out. And I call the IT people. IT like, oh, we unlocked you. And you're like, and they're asking you all these questions that you guys just mentioned, mobile, computer. And you're like, I don't have mobile and I'm not even touching my computer. So why am I getting locked out?
So I want to add to that. So I had that issue literally last week. Someone had a computer and they're not even touching their computer and they're getting locked out every 5 minutes.
That could be security issues like account lockout from section lockout. Maybe somebody's trying to hack into your computer or your account.
I like that because usually we would always talk about troubleshooting, which is good. I mean, these are all the fixes, but you guys should also think about if an account is getting locked out again and again, this means that somebody else might be trying. And for that, we also use some advanced tools, like it tells you the source of the lockouts, especially in Azure. And also we have systems, technical systems, softwares that we can see the source, or we can go to the Active Directory domain controller and find it from there too. So this is a good point, because if it's keep doing that, if it's doing all that kind of stuff, then you should be worried then, right? There got to be more than that then.
Yeah, and I had that issue where it was actually a user was logging into their laptop on VPN and it was fine, and then it would lock them out every 5 minutes, and then we found out that the user's credentials was cached in another computer, and that someone went to that computer and turned it on, and it was locking them out.
I'll give you another crazy one. Okay, so one day someone called that they didn't call, they were working remotely. So what happened is that their account was keep locking out. Now, of course, we're not looking at the source in the beginning, right? When you're so new, you don't get to use these kind of tools in the beginning, right? You don't get to think like that. So you see, a lot of people remember they're using keyboards, right? So right now, what do we have these days? Standing desks and stuff like that, right? And it has this mouse thing like this. So I don't know if I turn my camera on. Let me just turn it on. There you go. So have you seen those keyboards have like a mouse on top of it, so they can easily move their mouse, so that the bottom, the base of that where it was holding the mouse was hitting the enter key, and the enter key is doing what? Is doing the password, meaning like it's just blank password going through your password section. So that thing was just like hooked like that, right? And it was getting locked out. It's like, what the hell is going on? So we went to the computer, and that plastic thing or that steel thing was like really pushing the enter key like this. So that kind of crazy stuff can happen too. So just go to the computer and just look at it physically.
Yeah, you could fat finger it too. It happens. Yeah. You fat finger it, like your keys get stuck and it keeps locking you out. I've seen that happen before. It's just happens, unfortunately. So.
Awesome, guys. In 4 hours, we solved 5 tickets. Awesome.
Great.
That wasn't 5. That's like 12 tickets. Not bad.
That's good. That's good info today.
Good for today. I hope people like these videos, or people like these tickets. I hope.
How many tickets usually Helpdesk get daily? Like, let's say 8-hour shift. How many tickets do you think you have to close?
I close 15 tickets a day, sometimes more, but it depends on the environment.
It depends on the environment, yeah. Because I know a company that gets 15 less with 3 technicians, so you can see. So and it depends on what kind of environment. Are you MSP? Are you a non-MSP? Stuff like that. So of course, it's really best on a company.
It also
Yeah.
depends how old your like environment is. Are you working with outdated like equipment? Are you running, brand new equipment? You're gonna have less tickets. Older equipment, you're gonna have more tickets. But it could still be the same. But if it's a brand new system, you hope that it's less tickets for a while until it ages, and then you'll see the tickets start rolling in. Like, yeah, the stuff's starting to get a little old now and starting to wane a little bit. But that's normal. That's with anything you buy.
I mean, when we had when we had this whole thing happen with the work from home policy, I had like 250 tickets in my queue because everyone's like, I need a laptop, I need a monitor, I need a keyboard, I need a mouse, I need you to set up VPN, I need you to do this and that, and it was like 250 tickets, and it was like it was stuck like that for about a month, and then now we have like 2 tickets in the queue.
None of you can beat WP right in the chat. 50 tickets a day.
I did more than that, but okay.
Or maybe am I the laziest person on the earth? Because I only take on 1 ticket the whole day, and I just that's my ticket right there. Okay, so guys, what we want to do, because I have to leave, so let's do a spin wheel. And
no, that's right. I want to keep talking for 5 hours. Come on. Come on,
we're all like building up to this 24-hour marathon.
Yeah, come on,
we're
man.
adding.
I'm telling you, we can do it. Just take sections, 5 hours at a time, 4 hours on. Each one of us here, we can do it. We can create.
I'm gonna open my screen. Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. So if anybody wants in the chat, if they want to be added into the lab giveaway, this is a practice lab, 1-year access. You can pick any lab you want to. I'm going to send you a list.
Windows XP.
Windows XP, Windows 7, Windows Server. You get to pick one lab course, full course. So it's going to look like this. You get Cisco. I think Omni also got it. Omni, what do you think? Have you used these labs? I'm not sure. Okay. 1-year access, not 1 month. Here you go. So if anybody in the chat, you got to be quick now, because if you want to be in this, we give you full year access for free. Nothing to pay. We got Sajib, we got Aliyah, we got Steven, we got Raldo, we got Femi, we got Vilad. Me again. No, Mendes, you can't get it for second time. Sorry, bro. You already got Server Plus. Come on. Server Plus lab is a pretty good lab that you got. Okay, perfect. I'll add you.
Oh, steering got added too.
Yes, sir. I mean, come on. You guys should use this. I mean, it doesn't matter what kind of skills you have. These are labs. Libs are always good. Okay, so we got WP in there. We got Vilad in there. We got Femi, Raldo, Steven, Aliyah. Sajib get to decide, by the way. If Sajib wins, he gets to decide who gets a lab. So he has this open thing. He doesn't get a lab.
WP wants to be added.
Meza.
WP added me.
WP, I added her.
WP, I kind of guessing. Is it like woman power or something?
It said add me. Singapore. David, add me. Can you add me as well? VIJI.
Singapore. Okay, we got add Singapore.
VIJI.
Who's it?
Edwin.
Vigi.
Yep. Edwin.
Edwin is there? Okay,
Edwin, yeah.
Edwin. We got a lot of people. Okay, good. It's gonna be a tough game.
Chances are getting smaller.
Steve's like, man, the chances are getting slimmer.
Add me and my 5 cousins. I'm just kidding. Let me stop.
I don't know. Anybody in the Zoom? Do you guys want to get added?
Anyone in the Zoom room? Boom.
Zoom room. So
Are
basically,
we allowed to withdraw?
Are you allowed to withdraw?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you want to withdraw?
No,
Why?
I was just. The crowd
Why would you want to withdraw, man? Come on.
I got it's crowded now, but it's okay.
That's like you. If somebody says I want to give you $5 million, okay, am I allowed to withdraw from the $5 million? All right, so
is System Tech Tim? Is he in there?
Did he wanted this lab? System Tech? Do you want?
I don't know. Ask him. He's there. I don't know when he wants to be in it. Tim?
Because we want to give it to someone who wants it, right? I can't get. Yeah, no second go, bro. I mean, come on.
Keeps winning. Madness keeps winning.
Mantis,
time.
these labs are
He
expensive.
won
Come
2
on.
times in a row. It's ridiculous. He's hacking, man.
This is a
He's hacking the
Ramadan
spin.
package. This is a Ramadan package, and we have to give away in Ramadan. So that's what I'm doing. It's not gonna happen after Ramadan, by the way. These are pretty expensive. We go to JobSkillShare, but like, woo. Let me get out of this site right now.
I think that's everybody. Tim said add him. He said you can if you want add him. Add Tim, I guess.
Yes, we'll add you, bro. I mean, look, people, just be. Just get added because this is good stuff. Free 1-year access. Come on, can't miss this. So the way it works, when you win, I'm gonna send you a list of these labs. So I would highly recommend you guys go for something that you're specifically going for in your career. Like if you win these labs, let's say you win this lab, you don't want to be like, oh, let me just get the Wireshark lab, because you will never touch Wireshark in the beginning and for your career, like Helpdesk. Try to go for like A+, try to go for server stuff.
Windows XP.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
What courses are you giving? So be evolving. These are lab courses. These are all hands-on equipment for 1 year. So you basically open Cisco. Here you go. You got a whole Cisco VLANs, OSF, NATing, blah, blah, blah. You click on it and you get the real routers for almost 1 year for free.
You have Windows NT there?
Windows NT. No, there's no Windows.
You're missing that.
Add me. Okay, good. That's what I want to do. Steven is like, man, this is getting even more.
It's getting worse and worse every second for Steven.
Sorry, man. My chances are getting like nothing.
Now here's the thing. Anybody who wins this, make sure you stay in the chat and give me your email, and you can hide your text. You need to give me that email because I'm not gonna.
This is gonna ask you for your social security, your tax
and social
number.
security too.
It's gonna ask you for your state ID and
your date of birth.
Date of birth. Yeah.
Okay. Is this it? Are we done?
I think you should add Tom from MySpace. I think he might want to join too.
Tom from MySpace.
Yeah.
No way. Where's that?
Oh, he's not here. Never mind. Go ahead.
Is this through JobSkillShare? Yes, sir. This is through JobSkillShare. You're just gonna get an email from me directly.
And it'll be in your spam mailbox, so you gotta allow it.
Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah. JobSkillShare domain usually goes to spam for some reason, shitty reason. They just
we'll send you malware.
Bilal, did I put you right there? Yep.
Yeah.
Are you there? Wait, I don't see you. No, you're not.
I'm where I see myself.
Okay. If I win, I'll choose the winner. No, we get to do this for one person, and that's Sajib, and he has this special status. So only one person. Sorry, we're gonna make you special next session.
All right.
All right. I think we're good. All right. We're good. All right. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Come on.
Edwin.
Where's Edwin?
He's in chat. He's in chat. He's in YouTube chat.
Let me see if he's there. Let's see. Edwin, are you there?
Let's see if he shows up.
Because if he doesn't show up, then we can spin it again, by the way.
Yeah.
That
Let's give him 10 seconds to show up.
Give him 10
Edwin
seconds.
1, Edwin 2. Edwin 3. That would be really messed up, by the way. So we should give it a little bit of time because I do want to make sure that the admin is there in the chat because I don't see it. Was he?
Yeah, I can't see.
He was there. He was there a second ago and he disappeared.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, okay. Admin, send me your email in the hidden chat, so I can just copy it from here. Okay, or you can just send right here.
Yeah. So every time you win, you get a free blender. So we're gonna give you a blender.
By the
I
way,
already have one. It's really powerful.
Okay. By the way, for the people who want access to the fundamental course for free, you still have anybody who's in this chat can get it for free. All you got to do is just send me an email. You will save some money and you will get some access to the fundamental course, which is still a very good access. Everybody in this chat, if you're here, if you're listening to me, send me your email. I'll send you a gift. So that's it for my side. And
he'll give you a free blender too. Every person that applies gets a free blender. Blender in the house. Make those wild protein shakes, and ice cream.
Yeah, we'll just look at this.
So Edwin,
Vitamix.
Edwin, I'm gonna need your email, okay? So I'm gonna send you here. I'm gonna put my email, and I'm gonna put in this email for anybody who wants that fundamental core access. But I'm not gonna do it immediately because I gotta break my fast and chill for a little bit, and then I'm going to do it. So, but congratulations.
Are you gonna break your fast right now, Donish, or?
No,
you
not
still
right
have-
now.
gotta wait?
I still have 2 more hours.
Oh my gosh! Oh my goodness!
So I want to say thank you to everybody who came here today with Kevtech, because you did made this whole hours went by pretty fast for me. Thank you.
It went fast. It went by fast, actually. Surprisingly today. I saw Donish on, and it's just like, oh, you guys are killing me right now. And then Donish had that energy, came out of nowhere, you know.
I always say that I don't have energy, but then I somehow get it.
Yeah, and then he turns Super Saiyan, you know, and then that's it. It's over, you know. So
Yeah, okay. So I'm getting a message. Oh, here, guys, whoever is sending me messages in the chat, please send me your email, because I'm not gonna be able to get the hold of this chat, right? So I'm just gonna put it right here in the Zoom chat. You just need to send me an email, and if you already have the fundamental course, of course you don't need this again.
you get a free walkie-talkie and a free iPod too. Don't worry, we'll hook you up with that. Don't worry, we got you. I'm just kidding.
Singapore, if you want a voice chat with me, send your message to the WhatsApp on our website. Go to jobskillshare.org and send your message on WhatsApp. I'm on
WhatsApp by the way now.
You're really?
Wondering, I'm on WhatsApp right now. So if you guys want to message me, email me.
Yeah, but today I'm definitely not responding to anybody because I already spent 4 hours on it. I'm gonna be when I'm fresh tomorrow, I'll be sending messages out.
Yeah, I got what's his name? I got Sanju. I got Sanju on my WhatsApp. So if anyone wants to add me on WhatsApp, just email me or just email me from my Gmail account, my Google Gmail account. I'll add you on WhatsApp because I use WhatsApp for my family, but then I have we have people that email me all the time. So if you want to add me on WhatsApp, add me on WhatsApp. So
here, let me post for Singapore. Here you go. You gotta add +1 to whenever if you're from a different country. For USA, you have to add a +1, okay, to add these numbers. Kevtech, and I'm putting mine. I don't know if Kevtech wants to put his, but there you go. You can add that. Just leave your voice or whatever you have concern. Just
hey,
leave that.
you could talk to me. I have my personal cell. It's fine. It won't bother me. Whatever. So I'll leave it there.
You know, I thought today was a pretty good.
Just don't email me or call me at 4 a.m, 3 a.m. I won't pick up my phone. Just letting you know. So
because we talked about a lot of different things.
There was a lot today.
How IT really is beyond the technology. You know, as far as getting down and dirty and all that stuff, which I think brought people a little bit to their knees. They didn't really think about that part. You know, after learning all the, you know, the jargon, all the technology, all the books, there's still some work involved, which is a good thing. I mean, these guys should know that part of it, thinking that they're just going to go sit at a desk for 8 hours, and it's not really like that sometimes. You may have to get dirty, you know, and if you're not used to getting dirty, well, you're going to get used to getting dirty now a little bit.
Yeah, that's what happened to me when we did the migration. Like, Kevin, you know a lot of people on YouTube. Yeah, like, you should bring a bunch of interns with you and have them move the stuff with you. Because we had a big migration move in January, whatever.
Yeah.
And I went to Columbus, Ohio, and I had a migration in January. And they're like, Kevin, you should bring a bunch of interns with you, and then, you know, have them come and help you. And then you could, you know, they could have them put that as job experience on their resume. And I'm like, yeah, you're right about that. And I didn't think about it at the time, but next time if I have any moves or anything like that, I'll let you guys know if I'm in New York. And you know, if it's like a free internship or something, I'll let you guys know. If you're in New York, obviously, you know, if you're not out of New York, can't do it. But next time I'll let you know if there's any, because we do moves all the time. So I do need help with people. So
I'm in New York.
If you ever want to stop by my job and help me with something, you can put it on your resume. It'll be job experience. So,
but make sure to at least give him some kind of sandwich, you know, don't just go by like nothing.
Yeah. So,
because I have a rule, if somebody meets me, they have to pay for my food that day. Okay.
I need a vegan sandwich.
I'm gonna go and visit Danish with a blender in my hand. That's just me though. Fine.
We are gonna definitely do a meetup. I'm 100% sure on that. Maybe I'll go to New York to meet Kevtech, and then whoever is a follower of JSS and Kevtech, I think we can get together in one place. That'll be amazing. And we have like some kind of get together. You know.
Get together.
That's
I'll be hiding under a rock somewhere. You know.
And we are gonna do a different type of dances too. Kubu Man is gonna do his dance. Kevtech is gonna do, and I'm gonna do my Pakistani dance. You know, this is called like, you know, one hand left.
Oh,
one hand right.
I'm gonna have. Oh, you'll see what happens when we meet. I'm gonna have my own. I'm at home, my own WWE entrance theme song, and I'm gonna show up with a cape. You see.
This kind of dance. This dance called changing a bulb. Changing a bulb. Changing a bulb.
How many texts does it take to change a hard drive? Now, let me stop. Let me stop.
The company is great for doing. All right, so I think we are done for today, and thank you guys. First of all, thank you everybody for spending that kind of time with us. I mean, to be honest, that's something we have to appreciate. So everybody who is new today, Wilmo joined us. Wilmo, yeah, you got experience, man. I appreciate that you're joining us today, and so many other people that joined us. Without Sajib, you guys are always here. So I really want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart.
I'm always here too.
And yeah, you too, right? Everybody.
Thank you, Danish. Thank you, Kev.
And the people who are in the chat, there's gonna be something that we have to do, some type of VIP thing, because there are certain people in the chat that are always active, like WP, Mentis. There's so many people because they really help the people that when we are busy. So there's going to be some type of VIP status that we're going to give these people. I don't know what we're going to give them, but maybe we're going to just say hugs, right?
Candy.
Yeah, you'll see when we meet up and Danish meets up with me and everyone else meets up with me. I'm gonna have the Ring My Bell theme song, and I'm gonna have a cape on. Watch.
Bell.
Yeah, you'll see.
I have a question. When I put an email address in the chat, can everybody see that, or is it getting hid? Like I post my email in there. Can everybody see that?
I see it. I see it on Zoom chat.
I can see it. I can see it in the YouTube.
You can see it, but if you gotta send us a private chat. You gotta put the @ symbol for a private chat on YouTube.
Oh, in YouTube. Okay, so I have to do some. Okay, let me do this. I'm gonna trick it a little bit.
No, man. Just put like a smiley face in or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do some here, guys.
That'd be nice.
You gotta put something on it.
I mean, people are saying they can see it, so I don't know why they are seeing it. Some people can't. So, does this work?
I can see it.
Okay, good. That's it. Fine. I mean, people can see it. So the people who are asking for the email,
I can't see it, Danish. I'm blind. I need glasses.
Header at jobskillshare.org. There you go. WP just post. So thank you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and start helping my family for the fast. Okay. Thank you so much.
Danish is gonna pass out, go to sleep, eat, and then wake up again, and then be with 100 energy, and then make another video.
Well, thank you guys.
Video is actually coming, by the way. There's a video coming, and I'm actually doing a full video on a VirtualBox training because a lot of people have been asking. So there's a hour-long video on VirtualBox. Probably be uploaded either tonight or tomorrow.
I'm gonna make a video on me installing Windows XP.
And I'll do that. Take care, everyone.
I'm not even joking about that. I'm being serious. All right, guys.
Thank you, guys.
You got anyone have any questions or anything? Danish is gonna leave. Anyone? We're good, right? Good to go. You guys are good.
So next week,
I have a serious question, Kev.
I changed my mind. Can we do part 2 right now today? Let's do part 2 right now. I changed my mind. I want to stay here. All right, everyone. Bye-bye.
Take care, Danish.
When is the part 2?
Yeah, you say I want to do part 2. Like it's say he can waste more time so then he could go eat. That was good, right? That was fun, right, guys? It's almost gonna be 7 o'clock. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus.
Well,
I hope everybody learns something.
Is there any part 2?
People are actually into it. See that? I'm telling you, Kev, 24 hours. We should check out to see what the Guinness Book of World Record is for a live chat on YouTube. They probably throw us out, but I mean, is there any kind of time limit to this?
Yeah, I think there is on Zoom. Zoom will stop working after a certain amount of time.
What about like YouTube?
Yeah. No, because Zoom works together with YouTube, so your Zoom will stop working.
What has happened?
Yeah, so yeah.
What is the limit?
On YouTube? But yeah, but what is the limit like on like YouTube? like on YouTube? Like
I wouldn't know. I understand. I have to check the guidelines. I wouldn't know to check. Someone's asking me a question. Actually, this is a good question for you and me, Steven, actually, and Femi. Should I quit my job to study a cert, or should I work in it and study? See the question?
You want to go over the question again, Kevtech?
Should I quit my job to study a cert, or should I work in IT and still study? That was a question by B Bowling 619.
Well, I think it's actually better to work and then study. You have to find a way to work around it because it gives you more experience as you're studying and working.
Yeah, I agree the same thing too. Like, yeah, you have to do the job and study at the same time. You can't just quit your job.
Yeah,
I don't know why you would quit your job unless you have money. I don't know. So yeah.
I think I'm a lot more. I'm a lot more comfortable answering that question based on what again the lady. I'm sorry, I'm not mentioning your name, but okay. So now based on my own experience. So thus far, I mean, I'm still a baby compared with a lot of you guys in all of this. But based on my experience, obviously, I'm not ever gonna advise anybody to quit his or her job, especially in the times that we find ourselves right now, especially for someone that's still new. But there's a way because you first of all, I mean, it's a good thing that he or she is able to like get with people like yourself, Steven, and the rest of the best, and. So they can get genuine answers like this. You want to ease yourself into it. I agree with that. And at the same time, have all the resources available to you to, have a firm stepping, certain way, and basically just have all the tools that you need, knowing what you're getting yourself into, and be prepared for it. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, you gotta prepare for the. You gotta study and work at the same time. I don't understand why you would quit your job or whatever. It doesn't make any sense. You should study and work at the same time. So, and if you have that excuse where you don't have time to study, then there's something, that there's no excuse for that. You should have time to study. So if you have time to join this live meeting with us right now, that means you have time to study. So it's like,
This is instructive, and I'm sorry I'm cutting. This is instructive because. I hear there's a lot. I have friends that are funny enough. I mean, because of course I might have told you my background is actually virology and all of that. So I have friends that come from other backgrounds or something similar. They'll tell me, "Oh, hi, I don't know, I'm too old, or I don't think I'll have time." And I'm like, "But you have time to do all of this WhatsApp for like 4 hours?" I'm like, "See, you can't give me no excuses because." The convenient way if you don't want to do things, one of the most convenient ways not to do them is to find a way to look for excuses. And that happens for anything at all. It's not even just about, I mean, I'm sure you agree with me. If you really don't want to do something, you're going to look for excuses why you can't do it.
Yeah, sorry, we're messing around in video. Yeah, but yeah, I agree with you. Definitely, you gotta take time to study and work on the certification and work at the same time. That's what I was doing. I mean, I had to study the A+. I studied the A+, and I went to work at the same time. So.
Yeah, when I got my A+ and Network Plus certifications, I was unemployed. So I actually
depends on the situation.
Was that?
Depends on the situation. Some people have time to do it. Some people don't have time to do it. Some people are in unemployment, so they might just take the time to study while they're not unemployed or while they're not employed. Yeah. So, yeah.
Kevtech, I'm for like 4 certifications at the same time, and I still have other things to do.
Me?
I said I'm ready for like 4 certifications at the same time, and I still have time to do other things.
Me, yeah. So I do the YouTube thing. I work full time and I exercise and I study on the side. So, it's just, if you don't have time for something you're trying to do, then you're terrible with time management. So
yeah,
that's what I recommend. I recommend someone that's terrible with time management to carry a book with them and then put the time for everything. So like you have a job that's 8 to 5, you put 8 to 5 job. And then after 8 to 5 job, you put a slot for studying. So you're in the notes, you write in the notes in your book. You got a notebook where you write 5 to 6 studying.
Or then just Google Calendar.
Then you go and you could do like a worksheet if you want, an Excel sheet if you like. That's entirely to keep yourself organized. Then you create an Excel sheet, and then you go to the 7 to 8, and you put time to exercise, and then you create another. And this side of the Excel sheet, you put 8 to 9, time to eat. So you basically
You have
organize your
bathroom
time.
breaks in there as well.
What?
Like, do you have like bathroom breaks in there as well?
Yeah, of course. But but like the little things like that, it's a joke, but little things like that, like there's called time management. You got to understand how to break your time, and obviously if you're not managing your time and you don't have time to study, then this is just, it's just your.
Yeah, Google Calendar works the best.
Yeah, use Google Docs or something like that, or me, what I do is I create calendar invites, an Outlook, basically, of time slots for everything. That's what I do. So I have a break in my Outlook, and then I create another one, and another one. So that's what I do to manage my time. So you could do that. I just like presenting the question to all IT techs. Okay, yeah. So that makes total sense. All right, guys, I'm gonna let you guys know. I'm gonna let you guys get out. I'm gonna get out of here.
Hold on. We have 3 minutes to go to 7 o'clock. Let's don't we have 3 minutes.
Let's count.
Let's go. 3 minutes. Isn't that going to be making it easy? Because what time did you start this? You started at 2:02, right?
Yeah.
It's like at 2 o'clock. So we should make it even. So your little counter should be on there somewhere, right? You have a counter on there that says.
No, I have no calendar today. Today I relax. Today I work out and relax. So.
Yeah, I'm sure that we're done. You'd be taking off that shirt and showing off your guns again and getting into that tank top.
I'm the fat kid in town, man.
Yeah.
Fat kid. You seen that picture of me with my before and after picture?
Yeah, that's.
I have a bunch of them.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
That was really encouraging because I'm trying to lose weight, but I was thinking maybe running doesn't actually help. But seeing your picture, actually, I'm kind of convinced that running helps.
Yeah, running will definitely take the weight off you quickly. It will definitely shred you up. I mean, you just got to start it though. I mean, but you got to be careful on your joints too. So don't go, just take it easy when you're going. I mean,
yeah, take it easy when you're running. Don't be like me that I ran at 1 a.m. and I was like 50 pounds overweight and I was running no matter what. That's like willpower. Don't do that. Do not do that. Yeah, that's crazy.
Okay, I'll take it easy on myself.
There's my treadmill at home. I have a treadmill at home. I just use it to work out.
There's no like clothes. You have like
my shirt
clothes
for
on
sweating.
Yeah,
I have a shirt that I wear for exercise, and I have a shirt that I have a cloth for my head and everything. But I run the treadmill, so yeah, so
it's a good thing.
What do you guys say the difference between level 2 and level 3? Level 2 is level 3 is more like a sysadmin role.
Yeah.
So
it's level 3 is not much face to face with the customers.
It's more back
level
back
2
end.
is face to face with the customers.
Yeah.
Level 1 is behind a desk, and you're in a room, you have a computer, you have a chair, you have some people sitting around you in little cubicles. They have the headsets on, they're on the phones all day long. You're reading from a script, do A, B, and C, and D. Okay, it doesn't work, send it up to Kev to level 2/3, whatever. And if that doesn't work, you send it up to, and you escalate it up even higher to the engineer guys, the back end guys, and have them work on the tickets.
Yeah, because I'm like a level 2, level 3. My job depends on the company. So like people are like, Kevin, stop saying it depends on the company. Every company is different. It depends on I'm level 2, level 3 because I have access to touch servers. I have access to DHCP. I have access to DNS. I have access to kill servers. I have access to kill VMware. I have access to kill XenApp servers. I have access to I just have too much access. I don't ask for approval. I'm letting you know right now, I don't ask for approval. My job, we don't do that. In my job environment, we don't really do that because of my position. And I don't create tickets. I'm the only person that doesn't create tickets. On top of that, I have too much access because I work with the CEO. So I need to have that access. If I don't have that access, then I can't just be like, yeah, I'm going to escalate it to such and such to fix it. It doesn't work that way. I have to do it on my own and fix it. So.
And to have all that access comes a lot of responsibility.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta know what you're doing. You're gonna break.
And
something.
you don't want to mess around with that. Mess around with that because they can take away that access and you.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like when I first started working the job, and they're like, do you know how to do you know about Proofpoint? I'm like, yeah. Do you know how to do Proofpoint stuff on the server? I'm like, yeah. And we went over that. Do you know how to do XenApp servers? Yeah. And then we went over that. And like, do you know how to do like website changes on URL using Palo Alto? I'm like, yes, I know how to do that. Do you know Meraki servers? I'm like, yes, I know how to do that. Like, what the hell? you did that in your last job? Because I was a junior system admin, so I did that in my last job. And they're like, do you know how to make firewall changes? I'm like, yes, I do that in PuTTY. I know how to run VLAN commands on PuTTY. So it's just like they were asking me all these things, and it's just natural to me because I've done it before, and I'm not just a regular desktop support guy. My background's a little weird, so it's just, but depends on the person.
Main man one day. You're gonna be the main man.
Yeah, so it depends on the company. There's not a lot of different things, And I do want to go over that. I do want to go over Palo Alto. I
never tested that before in my life.
I want to go over Palo Alto. I want to go over Barracuda. I want to go over Fortnite email. I want to go over Cisco Meraki. I want to go over Cisco Call Manager. I want to go over a bunch of other things, and I could go over Avaya as well. So, but I can't. I'm doing like level 1 videos first before I go into level 2. Because if I start making these videos, people are going to get lost. I don't want to do that. So I'm doing the entry level stuff first.
Touch on firewall stuff, even on the Windows 10 computer.
Yeah. I am going to go over that
At
too.
least it gives you a little bit of a flavor of what it's really like, a little bit before you go into the actual like appliances of these firewalls.
It's like in my other job, I was doing like IP reservations with static IP on the print server. I'm going into the print server, going and adding printers on the print server and enabling the object on Active Directory, and then it shows up for everyone. They can add it. Then I will run a security group, add that to the printer, and then run GP update force, and the printer will show up. And certain printers will be blocked for certain people, and it's complicated.
Yeah.
Now I don't want to confuse everyone when I start doing videos like that. So you got to work your way down here and then work all the way up there, So.
To throw one in every once in a while wouldn't hurt. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I made a video on Cisco AnyConnect.
Right.
Level 1.
I seen that.
That video was just too much information in that video, but it actually makes sense, With
the Cisco AnyConnect though, with the to add the profile in, because that's what we did. Well, with the hospital. When we clicked on it, we saw, like I said, it actually said the actual server name down there. And that's, now I know where they put that in. They put that in with the actual profile. So I didn't know that these clients you can actually add a profile. I always kind of wondered how that got in there, but apparently a profile.
You saw it, right? You saw I went over it? I went over on the video. You saw that?
Yeah, you might have went into it too quickly as far as way to add a profile. Like you didn't really stretch much on that, which that's a pretty big thing. I mean, yeah, people can install it, but the profile is basically what makes it run. I mean, if that's when you click on it, if you don't see the actual server name in there, you got to type it in manually.
Yeah, that's under program data. That's under program data, Cisco, and then under Cisco, there's Cisco AnyConnect folder, and then this profile right there.
Right.
That's basically the folder that I went
over.
And
what's the file extension for that?
It's just like a regular notepad actually, but it actually really? Runs certain. Yeah. It runs certain config files in there. Notepad, yeah, it's a notepad, and it has certain config files on it. So.
Or was it a I don't think it was a notepad. I don't think it was a .txt file. I think it was a I can't think of the name. Can't think of the file extension right now. Can't think of the file extension. Can't think of the file extension it is.
Yeah, it depends on the file type. It could be like a .bat file or something like that, but it's not that. Something
not else. A batch file either. It's a. I can't think of the name.
Yeah, but you get the point. Like, and
yeah, I still have the extension on it.
I still got to go over some other stuff too. Like I haven't even gone over it. I am gonna go over SolarWinds. By the way, I am gonna go over SolarWinds. People have been asking me videos on SolarWinds, so I am gonna go over that at some point. SolarWinds.
That that profile on the Cisco side client is if. I would UNC.
When you image a computer, it comes with it.
Right, but if I would like UNC into another person's machine and grab that profile and transfer it over to my machine if it was corrupted or not working correctly and replace it.
You'll fix it.
Would it work? Yeah.
Yes, you'll fix it.
Imagine once they create the profile, it's on the image, it's on the actual image when on the application that they.
That's part of every computer, so they all have the same profile method. So if yours is not working, you could actually grab it from another person's computer. And
how often do those profiles get like corrupted?
Doesn't really happen that much. It happens like once in a blue moon, and that's usually because Cisco AnyConnect didn't connect properly. Like it wasn't installed properly on the image. You know, like that does happen sometimes. Where you're like if you're doing Avanti or SSCM, Avanti, you know how you have steps like 1 to 59. There's a step like 57 or 56 or whatever when it's building the image and it was installing all these apps.
Right.
It might skip over a certain step, and you'll get like a red error message, and then it'll skip that step and go to the next steps. And then when you go and you build a computer and you go to the system logs, you notice that it's missing that notepad or whatever. So you might have to manually add it. And instead of re-imaging the whole goddamn thing, you're like, you know what, I'm just gonna add the notepad manually. You know, that does happen sometimes.
Oh yeah. We actually ran across that a lot too, where we would, you know, install like an image and it would.
You said XML file. Yeah, that's right.
XML file. That's
That's it. Yeah. So yeah, but you'd be surprised where like someone doesn't want to image the whole computer, so basically they just install it manually, whatever is missing. You know. Yeah. I was doing that with Altiris as well with Norton Ghost. Same thing.
Yeah, because we actually had a piecemeal like a lot of our machines together that SCCM did not pull down the image correctly, and it was real quick. I'm like, why is this computer done already? And I walked over to it. I'm like, well, it's missing Office, it's missing this, it's missing that. So it's like, all right, well, I got to go back to another computer that we did and see exactly what to put on there. Like, okay, it's missing Office. Go into the add and remove programs, kind of like see what it all missed. Try to add everything back in there manually and do it that way. I mean, sometimes it does it. I mean, I don't know why it misses it, just because the image just.
You could do that, or you could rerun the image batch file on the C drive program files and actually let it continue off where it was and install the rest of it. You could do that too.
Oh, really?
There's a way to do that.
Oh,
yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, you do that on SSCM and Avanti. So basically, if a operating system or a computer that's imaging misses a couple of steps, you have to go into the Avanti software folder, and you could actually rerun the batch file again, and it'll go back to step 21 or 22, and it'll keep installing the rest of it instead of you trying to, you know, scratch your head and kill yourself. You know, you could do that.
Is that after? So in other words, you actually could deploy the actual machine. So in other words, you re-image it. It gets done. It gets done quickly enough. It doesn't take like, you know, it takes us like 45 minutes usually to re-image a machine, but if it gets done in like 20 minutes, like, okay, this got done way too quickly. So then you can log into it under admin and go in there and look for that file and kind of
rerun the imaging software again on the computer. Yeah, depends how your environment set up. I have it set up that way in our environment. So basically, you don't have to go to the headache or the hassle of re-imaging the whole goddamn thing, because that's just like too much, you know. So you can actually manually push the other softwares on it, and it'll go and connect to the server, and it'll check that client or that domain computer, and it'll start reinstalling all the stuff that's missing, and then it'll restart and everything, and it'll add it to the domain, or it's already added to the domain, and it does all that for you. Yeah. It's pretty cool actually. So yeah. And I didn't know you could do that. I found out about that later on. I didn't know you could do that. So it's kind of cool.
Huh. It's got a little back
stuff I never even heard of, but it's like whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Interesting.
Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here, man.
All right.
All right, you guys have a great day. Steven?
All right, thanks.
See you.
See you later.
Remy, yep. Take care. You guys have any questions or concerns? As always, rate, comment, subscribe. I really appreciate it. And I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I hope this video helped everyone out. And I hope you guys have a great day. All right.
What's left of it?
We'll talk more next time. We'll talk more next Saturday. All right.
All right.
Have a good weekend.
Bye, guys.
All right. Take care.
Later on.
All right. Bye-bye.